Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. No doubt, the country is having a phenomenal of Baba effect that the current Kenya Kwanzaa government is trying to wither away. The question we ask tonight is, can President Dr. William Ruto wither away the Baba effect in the country? If yes, how? Something that we can't ignore at this point in time. Uh, we must look at it. So, the strategies and the schemes and the moves that the president is making right now, going in Nyanza, going in Ukambani, attending church service, will that be able to wither away the Baba effect in the country? Let's get talking. Kalonzo Musyoka comes out more forcefully, stepping up the opposition pressure and not leaving nothing to chance. Is this the Kalonzo for the president or what? Let's talk on the same. And of course, Mulamamba anaitwa Mungatana anateta, anasema Kenya Kwanza katika nomination zote wamefanya za cabinet, wameruka Tana River. Kwa nini? Haya, vilio ndio hivyo. Tujadili kwa kina. Karibu sana katika show na wakaribisha wote kwa moyo mkunjufu, tukajadili haya masuala na tukajifunze kutoka mmoja kwa mwingine. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. The Baba effect. Let's just listen out to this, even as we get set to dialogue and exchange on the same. More is happening so fast, and so we must work hard in ensuring that we keep abreast with everything. Twende kazi.
Kenyans, you are warned. Inaitwa Baba effect. You cannot underestimate Baba by all means. You cannot. Endo ulizi watu wa magazeti. Saa hii hakuna watu wananunua magazeti. Imeshuka chini because there's nothing exciting about newspaper anymore. Haya, squeeze news. Mimi hata nisijui niliona news mwisho lini. I don't. Why? Because where there is no Baba, there is no news. So news is not exciting anymore. Hakuna. Inaitwa Baba effect. Na bado. It is the beginning. You cannot underestimate Baba, my friend. Never do that mistake.
Mtatupiwa mawe. Walipata aibu because you have demonstrated you can even take it in your own heart. But I want to confirm the whole country is hurting. Watu wana hasira ya kindani na watu wanataka majibu, na naamini Mungu atatupatia majibu wakati wake. Kwa nini haya yakafanyika? Kwa nini Raila asikubaliwe awe rais wa Kenya? Kwa nini? Nauliza, why? Karibu nitoe machozi. Mambo haya ni magumu sana.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we start out our conversation tonight, looking at the Baba effect around the country and the attempt to wither it away. are the schemes, the moves, and the strategies being deployed by Dr. William Ruto, the president, able to wither away the Baba effect? The newspaper is not being sold, according to that guy, and the news is not being watched, and there are people confirming on the comment section. This is called the Baba effect. Can Dr. William Ruto, the president, and Kenya Kwanzaa, are they able to wither it away and get the country to move without Baba? The guy says where there's no Baba, there is no news. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Karibu sana kila mmoja. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hiyo, naweka tena katika comment section. Una click, kwa hiyo unaruhusu StreamYard, the app we are using to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, na utajipata katika maeneo haya, tukaanze kujadili kwa kina. Nashukuru Mr. Wangira ako hapo pembeni anasubiri. Karibu sana. Ningependa kwa sabai wawili watatu tukianza, na ukitupata tu tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, usitazame peke yako. Naona Henry the Priest, asante sana rafiki yangu wa Facebook, sijui yako karibu huku. Nashukuru kuonana na wewe mzee wa nguvu, Mungu akubariki sana. Kuna Laziri, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Ruto kwani ninyi hamna stori zingine? Kwani tutakuwa na stori zingine zina huzuni? Ruto ndio rais ama amwamini yeye ni rais? Lazima tumweke hapa kwa hapa, hiyo ndio kazi yetu hapa. Ama mkusema mnataka strong opposition? Kate Christopher, okay. And unless they put away their political differences and join hands together as one nation, kuna shida. Tuned from Saudi Arabia, huyo anaitwa Kate Christopher. Kuna Kimtai To anasema you must be not. Okay, we are waiting. Simba Omar Said anasema habari. Habari yangu nzuri, nashukuru. Karibu sana. Kuna Sera Seranga, hello to you, thank you. Serange, thank you. Nashukuru sana, siku mingi. Karibu, welcome back. Nelima, karibu sana kwa show, nashukuru mko hapo. Kuna Lion Channel, kuna Hadija Kimit, karibu sana. MC Naipei mapema, Baba effect ni noma, karibu sana, tunashukuru. Nani huyu mwingine? Kipkoech Maiyo anasema Bernard, I remember those guys who are demonizing WSR. Sai ni preso wenu. That is subject to confirmation. Is the president of the minority, ama huku kutokea Mashujaa Day hukuona zile viti tupu preso, lakini question mark nyingi. Hiyo ndio swala ambalo lazima mshughulikie, msijifanye tu eti preso. There is president, yes, respected. Kama Martha Karua anasema amekubaliwa na sheria, lakini Wakenya wengi wamemkataa. Sasa sijui itakuwaje, lakini mjitahidi. Nashukuru. Egesa George, thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu? Country Lumwambo, karibu sana. Sheilo Odindo, you're welcome. Nani mwingine? Stephen Mwangi, say no. Baba is my president. Henry amesema hivyo. Alafu kuna nani huyu? Agnes Njeri, I'm fine, thank you so much. Victor Sudi, karibu kwa show. Chuck Ndune, you're welcome. Nashukuru sana. Karibu kila mmoja. Tuchangie katika mada ya leo. Tunazungumza kuhusu Baba effect around the country, and then Mungatana crying foul over President Ruto's cabinet nominations, and then kuna swala lingine ambalo kama uwezo wa President Dr. William Ruto unaweza wither away the Baba effect around the country, being felt in all sectors, especially the business world. One of the major newspapers in the country is ailing, is almost on its knees, and newspaper was the backbone of that entire business empire. It's about winding up. There is already list of retrenching some workers. That is called the baba effect. Hiyo ndio masuala tunataka kuzungumza kwa kina. Kuna uwezo wa Kenya Kwanza kuwither away baba effect, ama kuna kitu kitakwenda kutendeka ambacho kitasaidia nchi, kwa sababu mambo ikiendelea vile yalivyo, naona hapa kikiumana. Haya, karibu kila mmoja. Mr. Wangira, habari ya siku nyingi?
Mimi niko salama, labda wewe?
Nashukuru mzima.
No, na wasalimu ndugu zanguni walio kwenye studio usiku wa leo. Wacha nijaribu kuchangia, niko na maswala mawili au matatu. You know, yesterday I did not watch what Kalonzo said, but I read it on social media. He was asking on why they cannot allow Raila Odinga to become president of the Republic of Kenya. You know, in Africa, there have been talks of conspiracy for a long time, where, you know, the West want to have, you know, what I could call their puppets as leaders in Africa. And it did not start yesterday. It started many, many years ago. You know, in Congo DRC, what led to people to a person like perhaps Patrice Lumumba to die. You know, it's Congo DRC that caused the United Nations its second Secretary General, who was an international civil servant, perhaps a person that the West never liked, you know. And there have been talks around his death, and, you know, many people believe that, you know, the West could have been behind the death of the second Secretary General of the United Nations. So there are those conspiracies around the West wanting to have their puppets in Africa, the leaders they can manipulate, you know, or no, the leaders they can deal with in the manner that they want. And, you know, when I listened to Kalonzo Musyoka yesterday raised that issue, I also asked, you know, what is happening that perhaps Raila Odinga cannot become the president of the Republic of Kenya? Who is behind stopping Raila Odinga to becoming the president of the Republic of Kenya? You know, that's a big question. You know, it is for historians, it's for political scientists to analyze and perhaps tell us what's really happening. There could be a conspiracy somewhere to ensure that perhaps Raila Odinga cannot become the president of the Republic of Kenya, seeing what happened in just the last elections, you see, and the way things went. And to me, as a Christian, you know, there are some things you say you leave it to God, because some of us played our level best, and we did our level best to try and push Raila to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. And, you know, perhaps those forces were stronger than us, and that's why perhaps he never became the president. So we just leave it to God, and, you know, we wait for the next 5 years to see how things will work out. And today, today the president and his deputy were in Kitui, and the first thing they said, I remember the deputy president saying that, you know, we saw Kalonzo Musyoka at the Mashujaa Day celebrations, and we thought that, you know, he was going to be part and parcel to us, and the next day we were seeing him in Homa Bay. I don't know what is the problem with having Kalonzo Musyoka going to Homa Bay. And then there was the president himself who said that, you know, he called Kalonzo Musyoka, they sat together, and he told Kalonzo Musyoka that here was the government. And, you know, Kalonzo Musyoka told him that he wants to work in the opposition for some time. And he told him it's okay. And he was even joking and sarcastically, you know, saying that, you know, even opposition is work. So, you know, I don't understand why these people would want Kalonzo Musyoka to really join them. And, you know, I tend to believe that the reason why they are very uncomfortable with Kalonzo Musyoka is that there's a likelihood that Raila Odinga is grooming Kalonzo Musyoka for 2027. You know, Kalonzo Musyoka backed Raila Odinga in 2013, and Raila had promised to back him in 2017, which they postponed, and the same happened in 2022. And there's no likelihood that Raila Odinga will contest in 2027. there's no there's very little likelihood that he'll contest in 2027, and because there's little likelihood because of age, and also because of now the promise. Somebody cannot postpone his dream 4 times. Kalonzo has done it in 2013, 2017, and 2022. So 2027, it will be a fourth time, which I don't think will be even for the supporters. Many of us are feeling that now we need to try another candidate. And some of us are even comfortable saying that we should now try Kalonzo Musyoka. And the Raila should now back Kalonzo Musyoka. And that should be something that should be scaring them, especially when they see Kalonzo Musyoka now trying to reorganize the Azimio One Kenya. And he was in Homa Bay yesterday, and today he was in Kisumu. And he's coming out strongly as perhaps a person who is being groomed. So that could be giving them problems. And especially given what is happening in the world, Bernard, to some of us who understand little economics, we have been looking at statistics, and even the IMF are saying that since the year 2001, the world has never experienced what it's experiencing today in terms of the economy, because we know the world, parts of the world are experiencing drought. Then there is the Russia-Ukraine effect, and also we have the post-COVID effect that have eaten up on the world economy. And the president and his deputy are guys who had promised Kenyans manna, and because they are not because they have not gotten the money to give to Kenyans, they must come up with a way, to distract them. And that one way of distracting Kenyans is by telling Kenyans that we are calling people like Kalonzo Musyoka on the table. And that's why when the deputy president was in Ukambani today, he was saying that you people of Ukambani have no business belonging to the opposition. So it's just a way of trying to divert, to distract Kenya and move them away from the real problems. The problems that are problems of the economy, because the economy is not doing well, and according to the World Bank, to the IMF, sorry, 2023 is likely to be the worst year over the last 22 years. They say since 2001, the economy has never been to where it is today, and next year is likely to be even worse. And given that they are promised us money and they have nothing to give to us, then they must look for a way out. And the way out is to come up with stories that we are seeing, you know. Then we are talking of the cabinet. Yesterday I was not on this platform. In a third world African country like Kenya, it's funny that we have cabinet ministers, some of them who are richer than the United States President Joe Biden. Yeah, one guy has a net worth of 4 billion, another one has a net worth of 1.2 billion, and there are guys who have net worth of 900 million, 700 million, 500 million, 400 million. People who don't own a single industry, people who have not even invented a needle, people who are not known to be creative in any manner. They have not written any best-selling book, and they are some of the richest people. The only reason, and these are guys. Some of them are guys we know. Before they entered into politics and perhaps in government, they had nothing. Some of them are known to us personally. They could even ask for 500 shillings from us. Today they are telling you that they're worth 600 million or 700 million. And if you ask yourself, what type of business have they ever done? And you discover that the only business that they have ever done in their lifetime is to work in government or to be in politics. So, in Kenya, politics seems to be the most profitable business to engage in. Because if you engage into politics today, Bernard, in another 5 years, if your net worth today, let me assume, could be perhaps 1 million shillings. If you got into politics today, at the end of 5 years, your net worth could be 100 million shillings. So every Kenya should strive hard to get into politics so that they can also get money. Because in Kenya, money seems to be nowhere else but into politics. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira kwa utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, tuendelee pamoja. Nashukuru kila Mkenya anayejiunga nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu kama unatufuata kwa Facebook, share in your Facebook groups. Wale ambao mnaweza kutupata kwa WhatsApp, tafadhali share in different WhatsApp groups. Let's all gather here and have a discourse on this great country, which we must salvage by all means. And one way is to begin to talk about what is happening. And so Kalonzo Musyoka is stepping up strong and pressurizing with opposition politics. Kenya Kwanzaa seems to desperately be crying out to get him on board. Is that one way of trying to diffuse the Baba effect by getting the people around Baba so that they leave Baba exposed, or what? Will that work? Has any government succeeded in withering away the Baba effect around the country? Will Kenya Kwanzaa be the first one to succeed? Let's look at it keenly. And Mungatana crying foul that Tana River was the second in delivering votes to Kenya Kwanzaa, but no one from their side has been considered for nominations in the cabinet. Is Kenya Kwanzaa fair on this, ama kuna kwendaje? Karibu, naomba tumsikilize MC. MC namna gani?
Hey, Bwana Bernard. Long
Yeah,
time, my brother.
long time. Nilikuja karibu kwako nikapita tu.
Na si unapiga simu Bernard, unasema pita, niko hapa Kenya, niko hapa Migori County boss. Hata tuongee 2-3 bana.
Nilienda Homa Bay kusafisha safari ya president huko.
Wewe, kwani siku hizi uliingia uko pale kwa president? Mimi unajua hiyo si rais wangu mpaka saa hii. Wewe kama uko na president.
Alikuwa ameenda huko Sunday, mimi nikaenda Monday, so ili ni hakikishe kwamba matambiko ile ilifanywa huko haidumu.
Yaani na ulienda ukainua mikono. Mimi nilikataa, siwezi inua mikono Bernard, siwezi.
Karibu, toa mchango wako.
Siwezi. Shukrani. Kwanza zaidi kabisa kushukuru Bwana Wangira, amezungumza mambo 2-3 ambayo pia yameniguza sana. Wangira, hongera sana. Nimesikiza mawazo yako ambayo umeyazungumza kwa umakini. Kwa wale watu ambao wanaelewa, at least penye Kenya inaenda, na tutatumia juu chini tuhakikisha kwamba tumekomboa Kenya penye imeingia saizi kwenye hili dimbwi. At first sisi kama Wakuria, uliangalia hizo votes ambazo zilipigwa, pia sisi wengi wao, in fact nitasema 3/4 walipatia Ruto kura. Na kwanza kabisa tuka create enmity kati ya sisi na Wajaluo. Na hii nitaisema kwa wale ambao wako hapo, kwa sababu Migori County is occupied mainly with Kurians, Luos na hawa wa Maragori. So sisi Wakuria wachache wao wanajifanya sasa wanajua, wanapigia Ruto kura. Inabidi sasa sisi na Wajaluo tuko na kabifu fulani hapo. Yenye sasa wanaona ni kama sisi tunawasaliti. So we expected, hata wengi walikuwa na expect kwamba wangepewa ministry. I'm telling you my friend, vile tunaongea saa hizi umeona vile imekuwa, kwa sababu sisi Wakuria hatuna mtu akona milioni 300-400. So mimi kitu imenishangaza ni kuangalia vile hizo vitu ziligawanywa, kumbe Wakuria hawana milioni 500, mtu akonazo kwa account akona mali ya milioni 400. Na ninashukuru sana, na mimi hata nilitangulia, kuna siku tuliongea hapa Bernard, kabla sijaenda mute kabisa, nikasema mimi ningekuwa Raila, ningeacha kwanza watu wasumbuke kidogo. For instance, ukiangalia juzi Uhuru alikuwa ametembea, sijui kama uliona hiyo clip. Alitembea, kuna jamaa fulani walikuja hapo wanamuuliza, president, uko wapi bwana? Tumeumia kwa hizi siku chache zenye umetoka kwa uongozi. Unakumbuka kitu Uhuru aliwaambia, no, I want you but hamkusikia. So like now mimi najaribu tu kwa ninasema kwamba si Raila wanyamaze tu na Kalonzo tu. Wacha hizi wajamaa wenye walikuwa wanasema kwamba ni serikali ya hustle. Wa hustle nayo na wasonge nayo hivyo. By now ninashukuru sana vile serikali inaendeshwa na watu wameanza kusikia uzito. Na bado I'm telling you, ushuru ambao Kenya ina generate haiwezi run government. Haiwezi run. Na kitu iko as vile tunaongea, na mimi saizi ndo ninashangaa sana kina hawa ndugu zetu deputy president au wenye walichaguliwa na Venezuela. Nashangaa sana saizi ndio wanagundua kwamba serikali iliumia. Na sijui kama natoka kwa mada, lakini juzi nimeona Ndindi Nyoro akiwon sana akiwon huyu Gachagua na akiwoni Ruto akiwaambia please wacha kuattack sana Uhuru na don't attack sana Raila kwa sababu watu watachoka na sisi. Sijui kama uliona hiyo kitu Bernard. Yeah, I saw it.
Share that if you have.
Yes, nilikuwa na hiyo katute, niliona Ndindi Nyoro alikuwa ametute. Akasema vile tunaendelea tu kuattack Ruto na nani Raila na tunaattack na Uhuru, Kenyans are get tired with us. Na akamalizia akasema kwamba kama hatutakuwa makini, and I think that one sijui kama ni Ndindi Nyoro, but I think kuna nini niliangalia sehemu. If we are not keen, watu watatuchukia kuliko vile walichukia Uhuru mara mbili. Kwa sababu at first Ruto ameingia pale kwa kudanganya watu. Juzi nimefurahi sana. Kuna kama mafulani walikuwa nakimbikimbia hapo kwangu wakati ilikuwa Ruto alitangazwa kwamba ameshinda. Walikimbia kwa shop yangu mbele wakamwaga mboga hapo. Sasa mimi nikawaangalia, juu sasa walikuwa wanafanya hivyo kunionyesha. Nikawaangalia nikasema, hawa mama hana akili. Unakimbia unamwaga mboga zako juu Ruto amepita na hata Ruto hakujui. Sasa walikuwa wanasema Ruto atatupatia hustler fund, hatutakuwa tunalipa na faida. Juzi wakati amekuja akatangaza kwamba unakumbuka, kwani do you think kwamba kuna pesa serikali lazima utalipa na interest, na at first vile tunaongea lazima watu waweke pesa sijui kwa hizo sako zao ndio zikae pale ndio wakope. I'm telling you tunaenda kukopeshana hiyo pesa yetu tu yenye tutaweka kwa shares. Mko hapa Bernard. Utakuja kugundua kwamba watu watakuwa nakopeshana hiyo pesa yao tu. For instance, tutachukua sako tuweke pesa tuambie subiri miezi 2 ama 3 ama 4 pesa yako imechua upewe loan. Wewe umeweka shares 3 months. Ikipita 3 months zingine unakuta mwenye ameweka leo hiyo pesa ndio unachukua unakopeshana. Sijui kama mnaona hiyo. If we are not keen utakuta ni hiyo pesa yetu tu kwa sababu saa hizi itabidi wewe Bernard umeweka pesa yako shares 100,000. Mimi Pitani ama MC Rapezi nimeweka pesa yangu 100,000. Na mimi nimeweka mwezi wa kwanza, wewe umeweka mwezi wa 3. Kumaanisha wewe mwezi wa 3 utachukua mwezi wa 6. Mimi mwenye niliweka mwezi wa kwanza nitachukua mwezi wa 3 yenye wewe umeweka. So pesa yetu tu ndio tutakuwa tunazungushana tunafanya faida pale. So the hustler fund yenye watu walikuwa na enjoy kwamba sasa mama mboga serikali sijui yenye itakuja tugundue hata sisi wafanya biashara bana. Nimeshangaa sana kuangalia kwamba cabinet mzima it's worth billions of money. Watu wako na pesa billions of money. Nimeshangaa nilishindwa si kuona mtu hata mmoja mama mboga hata Ruto naye hajui kudanganya watu. Angechukua hata boda only just one. Hata kale kakijamaa kalikuwa kanaendesha toto ama yule kijana wenye walilazimisha siku ile alipeleka clearing IBC hata weke kama CS. Kwani kuna nini? Kwani pesa anakula ni ya baba yake ama ya mama yake? Ama achukue yule mama mwenye alikuwa na zurura hapo na yeye. Nikisikia jamaa fulani akisema eti unajua boda and mama mbogas hawajaenda shule. Nani aliwaambia hivyo kwamba boda hawajaenda shule? Mimi Bernard nimemaliza shule, niko na diploma yangu, lakini mimi sitaki kazi kwa sababu ilikosa. Mimi nafanya biashara and I'm comfortable with that. Nani aliwaambia kwamba bodabodas wenye wako hapo they don't have that degrees zenye hawa jamaa walikuwa nataka waende wafanye hiyo kazi ya CS? So Ruto naye hajui kudanganya watu. Alikuja tu akadanganya watu akachukua wale watu. Na hii kitu tuliwaambia mapema, kitu inanifurahisha na mpaka saizi mimi ninafurahi Bernard ni kwamba tunajua Ruto ni nani. Ninajua Ruto ni nani. Hata wewe unajua who is Ruto. Na watu walikuwa kidanganya vile walikuwa naelezwa things are going to change thoroughly and watakuja tu kujua. Nikimalizia sitaki kukua mwingi sana Bernard. Ukisonga kwa nadhani Kalonzo is our next kingpin na Kalonzo ndio tutasimama na yeye, na nachojua tu ni kwamba baba anarudi tu ku strategize mambo yake na kuna force inakuja 2027. There's a force, although watu wanaendelea kusema sasa kama Ruto alishinda kura akiwa opposition na saizi ako serikali. I'm telling you Ruto alikuwa serikali vizuri sana. Kwa sababu Ruto alikuwa anaishi kwa nyumba ya serikali, Ruto alikuwa analindwa na hiyo serikali, Ruto alikuwa anakula mshahara ya serikali, nyumba yake ilikuwa inalindwa na askari hao hiyo serikali tu. So Ruto was also part and parcel of that serikali yenye mnasemanga. So kuna force inakuja 2027. I'm telling you Bernard, hao watu wenye walikuwa wanajiita ni mahasala, they will cry more than us. Na kama hujajua kuna kitu kinaendelea kujipika kwa kina Ndindi Nyoro pale. Kuna watu hawajapewa CS position zenye walikuwa wanasubiria. kuna hao mama mboga walikuwa wanadanganywa hapa. I'm telling you, saizi kama Raila angekuwa president, Mungu sijui ni nini ingekuwa. Kalonzo ameongea mpaka hiyo jambo ikanitouch. Kama saizi Raila angekuwa president, hatungekuwa tunaongea mambo na fees. Kama saizi Raila angekuwa president, hatungekuwa tunaongea mambo yenye saizi yanaendelea kufanyika. Saizi Ruto anajifanya sijui ana bundle hii kikosi ilikuwa inaua watu. Amesahau kazi amekuwa akifanya toka kwa serikali ya Moi. And we are much aware about that. Na hatutakataa kusema, hatutakataa kuongea Bernard. Hatutasita kuongea, lazima tuongee kwa sababu sisi ndio tunaumia. Like for now amekuwa akidanganya watu juu ya mafuta. Bernard, pole sana kwa hili lakini nitalisema. Duka langu liko karibu na petrol station. I'm telling you. Watu kila siku wanakuja wakilia juu ya mafuta. Unga tuliambiwa kwamba shusha Biblia chini, unga inashuka. I'm telling you, mpaka leo hii unga haijashuka. So watu ambao watakuwa wanalia by 2027 sana, Bernard, angalia watu ambao wamekuwa sana kwa Ruto watakuwa wanalia zaidi kutushinda sisi, kwa sababu sisi tumejitayarisha. Pia mimi nimejitayarisha akili yangu vizuri sana, najua kwamba kitu kinakuja, people are going to cry. That's why nasema kuna fursa ambayo inakuja 2027. So naomba tu Mungu aendelee kutuweka, Kalonzo Musyoka akue hai, Mama Martha Karua akue hai, and we have the new generation yenye saizi inakuja. Kitu tunasema ni kwamba Raila aisha kwamba ameacha Azimio kwa Kenya Alliance kwa mikono iliyo sahihi, alafu mambo yote yatakuwa sawa. For now, wacha tuachapa. Lakini I'm telling you, Magis, Wangari na wengine wameingia saizi, wenye watalia zaidi juu ya Ruto na serikali ya Ruto ni wenye walikuwa na munga mkubwa zaidi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you mapema. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tutaendelea, tutatekeleza majukumu yetu kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya haitokomei hata kama uongozi wake uko na unayumba yumba. Cha muhimu ni kila mmoja kuwajibika mahala popote ulipo, occupy till I come, vile Yesu alivyosema. Kwa hivyo sehemu yako, kila mtu akae ngangari, hakikisha kwamba unatenda yale yanayofaa. Kuna wale ambao wananishambulia hapa kwa comments, nilivaa t-shirt ya Ken. Ken extra. Sasa wewe shida yako ni gani? Kama t-shirt ni ya promotion na tunapaswa kufanya promotion, wewe kama sio mfuasi wa hiyo dini isikusumbue. Na cha muhimu ni kwamba mimi kuwa pasta si kupigiwa kura, si kuchaguliwa na wananchi. Hiyo masuala yote hiyo ni ya Mungu, sio ya wanadamu. Kwa hivyo usichanganye kazi yangu na vocation yangu na siasa zako ambazo za kujaribu kuharibu kilicho kizuri ili kile kibaya kionekane kizuri. Hiyo ni makosa makubwa sana. Ningependa tu kuhimiza kila mtu mahala pote ulipo, usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu ili wote tukajumuike pamoja. Tunazungumza kuhusu siasa zetu. Kalonzo Musyoka ameweka pressure ya opposition vikali. Ameanza kazi kwa tuseme kwa njia ambayo ni muhimu, and it appears that he's stepping up the pressure on Kenya Kwanzaa, and Kenya Kwanzaa is desperately crying out and looking for how to get him to join the bandwagon of supporting whatever that is available, but he has turned down the offer. In my opinion, that is a brilliant move, because this country needs better people who can stand for what is true, regardless of who is falling for anything that is being offered. So let's ensure that we do what is right. Huu sio wakati wa kuanza kushabikia chama, ni wakati wa kuanza kuuliza maswali ambayo ni vipi Kenya itaboreka na ni vipi Wakenya watapata msaada kwa masuala mengi ambayo yanawakumba sasa hivi. Kumbuka, kila kitu ambacho kinafanyika kina sababu yake, lakini katika hiyo sababu lazima tukue hai na lazima tuendelee mbele, ndio tukutane na hayo hiyo miujiza tunayo haidiwa na yale mambo makubwa ambayo tunaambiwa yanakuja. So please let's do what is right. Dunia iko na mimba. Unavunja sheria. Kwanza ni muhimu uhakikishe kwamba kipindi hiki si cha watoto. So kama mtoto anasonga karibu na kamera, tafadhali you rather get off fast, organize your place, then so that we don't get flagged by YouTube community by violating their rules. Chaga, vipi leo?
Niko salama Bernard. Sana tu namshukuru Mungu siku tumeiona. Pia nimsalimie Mr. Wangira, nimempenda kiasi. Alafu Guru Roda, MC na hiji nyingine nasema ni dunia iko na mimba ama ni Dania? Hii jina nayo haya sawa. Okay. Tukirudi kwenye mada ya leo, kwamba Mungatana analia si nini, amekosa nominations. Yeye pia shukuru kupata hii nafasi, kwa sababu ni muda mrefu amelia tu kurudi kwa serikali. Sasa yeye asimame tu na mrengo aliosimama nao, atengeze pesa yake na yeye aingie katika mabilionea wenye wako. Huenda pengine labda 2027 na yeye atakuwa amefikisha mamilioni, kwa sababu nadhani ya pale qualification ya kuwa CS kwa serikali ni lazima uwe uko na mamilioni, na Mungatana atengeze na yeye kidogo hii miaka 5 afikie ngazi hiyo, huenda akapata, kwa sababu that's the only qualification. Hapa hakuna cha elimu, hakuna cha nini hapa. We don't require degrees or diploma. What we need, ukiwa na D+ na mengine hapo, you are total qualified. Bora tu uwe na mamilioni, usiwe hapo na shilingi zako 50,000 umejiweka account 100,000 useme mimi leo nina pesa za kuingia tu BCS kwenye hii serikali. And then kusema mzee atatingishwa wala kutakuja na mtingishe ni uongo. Unless the time mpe Kalonzo. Hata mimi nakubaliana na Kalonzo kwamba hata simame still bado tutakuwa sisi tuko safe. Kwa hivyo kwa hawa kusema wanamuwinda ama kuna nini kitatokea kwamba labda kitamtingisha au na Raila alitengeneza, alijiwekea jina, na katika viongozi ambao hakika watakumbukwa zaidi kwa kazi ndefu na ya kujitolea na kujinyima, basi mzee hakuna mwenye anamfikia. Kwa hiyo Kalonzo asimame na ameanza vizuri, lakini kile nitazungumzia tu kidogo ambacho utaniruhusu ni speech ya Kajwanga leo. Hiyo speech kama utaweza kuwa na hiyo clip, hakika amezungumza maneno ya nguvu, maneno niliyotegemea na ndio kilio halisi cha Mkenya. Thus hiyo speech imenigusa sana. Then kwa masuala ya Gachagua na Rais Ruto kung'ang'ana ukambani na kuzungumza waliozungumza huko tu, hii ni ngoma ya watoto tu, wakidhania kwamba pengine ndo wanaweza kumvunja makali Kalonzo. Si kweli. Endapo Kalonzo atasimama mahali yupo, ataondoa ile record kwamba anayumba, asimame mahali yupo, Kenyans wanamwangalia. Lakini hawa ni watapatapa, ni wafamaji, hawaachi kutapatapa, kwa sababu wana imani kwamba zile strongholds za baba wakishazishika mikononi, basi mambo yao yashakwenda. Hiyo tu ndio lengo kubwa la ule mkutano wa leo. Sio ni kutoa shukurani kwa watu wa Kitui, no, maana matamshi yote, speech zenye yamezungumza pale Gachagua pamoja na rais ni hizo tu. Siasa tumeziona wakati ule, sijaona kipya pale, na Wakenya wamechokana hizi maneno. kabisa, wamechokana, tunahitaji huduma, hatutaki story hapa. So Kalonzo asimame pale pale mahali yupo, sisi wa Kenya tuko ngange, tuko nyuma yake. Endapo watakaa na mzee amwidhinisha asimamie 2027, hakika huyu jamaa ataipiga hii, ataipiga automatically serikali bila hata kuchelewa. Kwa hii ni serikali tu ya one term, the way ilivyo ni one term, ama hata wasimaliza hiyo one term. Kama hawatamaliza mfumo ni haya, within the 100 days kutakuwa kuna mambo mengine yalipo, kwa sababu watakuwa wamewapa nguvu hawa wapinzani kuweza kuwakosoa na picha itakuwa mbaya zaidi. Kwa hiyo watapoteza imani kabisa. Kwa hiyo mimi sitakuwa mrefu, nipo niwape wenzangu nafasi kidogo wachangie, lakini swala la kuletwa Miguna awe kingpin Nyanza, hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Viongozi wa Nyanza wakisimama vizuri kama nilivyomsikia Kajwang', hakuna kitu hapo. Kwa hiyo wameleta Miguna kuharibu Nyanza, ameingia kwa Kalangu Kitui kwa Wakamba, akitaka kwa kameteka na hizi lugha zake tamu, lakini Wakenya hawaangalia hapa, wanaangalia huduma. Kwa hiyo niachie tu pale kwanza kwa muda, wapishe wenzangu, then nitaendelea kuchangia. Asante bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Chaka. We appreciate that, and it's our duty to see to it that we keep everything in right perspective. Tunapoendelea kujadili, Wakenya wote, karibu wote mnapojumuika nazi katika Mtembei TV, naomba tuendelee kutiana moyo na kuhakikisha kwamba hatufungii ama hatufichi makosa. Tukificha makosa yatatuuma wote na tunaweza kumalizika kwa hayo makosa. Lazima tufungue macho na tuangalie mambo jinsi yalivyo. Uongozi ulioko ni lazima uwekwe katika ratili, na ukipatikana kwamba hautoshi mboga, basi tuchukue zile jukumu ambalo tunapaswa kulichukua, na hilo ni kuhakikisha kwamba we get the required leadership, or we do the necessary to see to it that right leadership is in place. So I want to appreciate everybody who is contributing on the comment sections and elsewhere. Awino Rapemo, nimeulizwa sana hata tangu jana, Mama Selina yukoje? Mama Selina yuko salama. Okay? Nimeongea na yeye kwa simu na anatuma salamu zake. Hayuko katika kipindi kwa sababu mbili. Sababu ya kwanza, job ambaye anafanya saa hii inachukua muda wake mwingi, hawezi kupata nafasi ya kuwa kwa kipindi. Alafu sababu hiyo ingine ni fiche. Tutazungumza kwa kina baadaye. Otherwise, I want to appreciate everybody. Naomba tumsikilize dada Roda tusalimie kwanza, seme mawili matatu ndio turudi kwa mkururo. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. It's a long time ago. I don't come every day because
karibu sana.
Yeah, I have been spending time with God, fasting and pray for my country, because I have to do that. You know, Jesus fast 40 days, and because I have been so painful. Leo sitaficha kitu. Unajua kuna watu wengine wanakuwa hapa wanakujanga wako hypocrite. Leo nitaongea ukweli. Mtu akitaka kunipenda anipende. It have been hurting me, and I have been sometimes I was very depressed because of what happened in elections, because the result was not, it was shortcut, it was not real. And these people, they have been planning for many years. They will punish the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, and we know that. We know the life he's living is not the same he used to be. He have been totally changed. It's not the same. You know, when he used to be a president, he used to be shiny, he is beautiful because anakula chakula mzuri, you know, anatitiwa maisha mazuri. Lakini siku ile alikuja retired, it doesn't look the same. It have been painful. I have been crying to God, you know, so I have been fasting. Like the church of Kenya, kwa sababu kile kitu mimi nimenotice Kenya, kanisa za Kenya wanakuanga wanajificha, wanapenda saida. Unajua something I notice, when you have money people they love you, but when you are poor and when you are famous people they will love you. When you are queen, when you are king, when you are celebrity, people they will love you, but when you are not anymore, people that reject. I know people, they have been spending together with Uhuru, they were coming to State House, they were spending time together, and then they say unajua siku ile walisema huyo Ruto akasema wakasema ati the church they were not around. Who told them? Uhuru is a Christian, he's a Catholic. It really hurt me when people they lie about him. I remember when it was a prayer in Nakuru some years ago. He was praying for Kenya, for the democracy, for peace, and he was praying to split the community. I remember it some years ago. It went 2017 when they have a conflict with Raila. You know, we remember 2017 Uhuru have a conflict with Raila, and enemy have been all the time wanaingilia Uhuru. Kila kitu finger Uhuru. When they will be stop, it really hurt me. Ni siku gani Kenya tuta stop? How about politician wa Kenya Kwanza, UDA, whatever, they leave Uhuru Kenyatta alone. Wamechukua serikali na nguvu, and they are still attacking him. When they will give him, it have been really hurt me. It really have been hurting me. He have not done anything. All the time they are attacking him. Why? Ni mtoto wa Mungu, amezaliwa kama wao, wachane na wao. Unaona, mimi kanisa la Mungu Kenya, mrudieni Mungu kabisa. Kwa nini mtu saida mtu akona sida? That is the way he needs support. That's why when somebody have a soul, that's why you need to catch him. You hold him at a prison, preach the gospel, hold them their hand. When people are crying, cry together. When people they lose their own loved one, go and hold hand together, cry together. This is a God is love. When God was this world, he was a poor, he was not rich. Jesus was be rejected. Nobody listened. It really hurt me. What the Church of Kenya, they are really behaving. It really hurt me. Not the Church of Kenya, they have to stand. Wokovu ni ugani? Wokovu si religion, wokovu si kwenda kanisa, ati mtu anaenda kanisa. Wokovu ni unashikilia mtu akona mashida, unamwombea, unaenda kumtembelea kwake. Lakini kanisa la Kenya ni masi warudie Mungu. So the verse of the Bible I get in the Kenya church, some people they feel ashamed. I post one time the picture and my cousin, he rejected me, and now he's not facing my Facebook, he's in UDA, and he rejected me because he feel ashamed. Those people from the Central, they vote for Ruto, they feel ashamed because they didn't expect that, because they hate right? Yeah, I will never hate Uhuru rest of my life until I dead. Never. I'll never. And by the way, Uhuru Mungu anampenda sana, hata siku ile atakufa roho yake itaenda biguni, kwa sababu Mungu anajua, Mungu akiwa biguni analia pamoja na Uhuru. Ile verse of Bible nilipata kwa kanisa la Mungu. If people, the verse of the Bible, this verse of the Chronicle 7:2-14. If my people called, which are called by name, shall humble themselves, pray and seek my face, and turn from their weakness away, then I'll hear from heaven and I'll heal their land. This is the time, the Church of Christ, we humble ourselves, we cry to God. Our God is not a leader. We cry to him when we are going to the difficult time. Tuwe tunacare about other. The Bible, when you care and you save the soul for the people who have been hurted, let us not forget. Let us see the good thing Guru have done for us. Okay, thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda, for that call that everybody needs to search their hearts and soul and be able to articulate matters accurately. There is a lot that needs to be done. Unajua, ili maovu yatendeke yanahitaji giza. Kwa hivyo wakati watu wanapanga kwenda kuvuruka mahali, watakuja usiku ndio wanatafuta jinsi ya kuzima stima huko kwanza, ndio wakija kuwe na giza. So mojawapo ya njia ya watenda maovu ni kuingia kanisa ambayo ndio nuru, wakazime stima huko kwanza, ndio wapate nafasi ya kufanya vile wanavyotaka, kwa sababu hakuna mwangaza tena. But Mungu sio adhumani. Mungu sio mwanadamu. Anaelewa hii mambo yote na hawezi kutuacha tukaangamia. Hata tukomboa, and it will be in good time. So let us remain focused and do what is right. Respect leaders. And we know leaders and we have people who have leadership position. Those are two different people. We leaders and people who have leadership position. It is possible to have a leadership position and not be a leader. And it's also possible to be a leader without a leadership position. And so and the people who are in leadership position who are not leaders will definitely abuse that leadership position. And one way is like what we are seeing right now, where we are misusing the opportunity we've been given to provide leadership to Kenyans, and now we want to confuse them, mix them, gather them, confuse them, and do nothing as far as solving their problems are concerned. We pray that God is going to come through. The question we are asking tonight is, can President Dr. William Ruto wither away the Baba effect that is strong around the country right now? The country is not moving on. If Mashuja, there is anything to go by, and the companies that are complaining, there is one specific major media house in this country right now, I will not mention the name, that is ailing because the newspaper is not selling. They are considering to lay off their workers. The workers have not been paid for months. It's a major media house. The Baba effect is not something to brush off. Will they be able to wither it away? Will all these gimmicks of visiting Homa Bay, visiting Kitui, and going around the country and laughing, will that be able to wither away the Baba effect? And if nothing is done, can this country come around and recover this economy in the hands of the current leadership? So tuanze kuuliza maswali vizuri na tuhakikishe kwamba tunatenda yale ambayo yanapaswa kutendwa. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, na nashukuru kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha wengine. Hiyo namba inaendelea kuongezeka, nafurahi sana. Kipindi hiki ni chetu na ni lazima tuhakikishe kwamba kinaendelea, hata kama tuko na mshikili hapa na pale, labda tufungiwe, lakini Mungu atakitupatia nguvu na uweza, tutakiendeleza mpaka tutimize malengo yetu. Na cha muhimu ni kwamba Wakenya wasipumbazwe na wasichukuliwe ovyo hivi hivi na wale viongozi ambao wanataka kuwatumia vibaya. Walisema unga ni shilingi 70, tunataka unga ya shilingi 70. Walisema kutakuwa na pesa ya hasla, tutapanga laini tupewe hiyo hela tunataka. Hiyo mambo ametuambia tu kwa group toa kiasi ulipo after 3 months. Hiyo haikukuwa kwa list ya manifesto. Tunataka kufuata manifesto vile ilisomwa. Kama umebadilisha, ufanye referendum ya kureview manifesto, ndio Wakenya wakubaliane na wewe ama wapinge. Lakini hiyo masuala mengine umeanza kuruka kamba, mbuzi aruki kamba. This time around lazima tupate haki yetu. Hiyo hela tunahitaji. Tunangoja hapa market. Nyuma yangu hapa kuna market. Nataka kwenda hapo niongee kwa simu, nipigie Roda tuongee tumalize. Walisema simu haiwezi katika, kwa hivyo tunapiga tu inaenda nywe. Hizo hadi zote tunahitaji, na lazima tushinikize hii serikali ifanye delivery. So hii mambo yao ya mabilionea SESs and the rest, they must deliver. Thank you very much. And for church leaders, I think it's about time we came around and are focused on the ensuring that the right thing is done in the country. we have played politics long enough. We have kind of been drawn into one corner, and therefore we seem to be defeated in terms of calling the country to order, but nothing is lost. Let's step up and do what is required. Ya mambo yote ambayo Mungu amekusudia kwa hii nchi lazima yatekeleze. Mmojawapo ya hayo mambo ni kwamba tutakuwa viongozi katika kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanamrudia Mungu. That's part of the prophetic agenda of the Kenyan nation, and we can't do that by entrenching corruption. Kuna video moja nitacheza baadaye, lakini kwa sasa hivi ningependa kumpatia mzee wetu Guru changie 1, 2, 3 tukisonga mbele. Nashukuru kina nani wamefika. Dunia iko na mimba. Unataka watu wa subscribe. Kile utanifanyia ni hiki. Copy hiyo link yako, link ya channel, alafu niwekee kwa private chat, and then I will share with the public, and we will encourage people to subscribe. That's part and parcel of what we do at Mtembei TV. As much as we are part and parcel, we are in the same business. We are not jealous of your progress. And so kama kuna watu hapa wanapenda Dunia Iko na Mimba channel, unataka kusubscribe na unataka kuwekea hapo link, una subscribe. Na ukisubscribe una hit your notification bell. If you subscribe only without hitting the notification bell, YouTube inaendanga kulala, ikiamka inasafisha hawa subscribers wote kwa sababu wanafikiria ni robots. So to help the channel, you don't just subscribe, you subscribe and then turn on the notification bell. That is when they confirm yule mtu alisubscribe ni mtu, sio robot. Sawa sawa? Hiyo ni siri nimepeana bure, mtanilipa baadaye. Asante. Lakini Mr. Guru, vipi le? Karibu.
Asante sana. Nasalimu wote waliofika hapa kwa hii manda. Unajua hii manda ya leo ni ya muhimu sana kwa sababu Wakenya wengi labda hawajawahi kuelewa kwa nini mzee Raila Amolo Odinga ndio kinara wa siasa ya Kenya na wale wasomi wakuu wanamuita the enigma. Sababu ni kwamba watu kumuunga mkono sio kitu ya muda tu, ni kwa sababu amekuwa akieneza sera za siasa ambayo watu wameelewa kwamba sera yake ni ya kutunza wananchi na kuangalia kwamba maneno ya wananchi naenda mzuri. Na hii mambo ni mambo ambayo huwezi wewe kujiwekelea ama kujituma na njia ambayo ni kama msukumo. Lazima iwe ni kitu inatoka kwa roho yako. Kwa hivyo watu wameelewa na Raila kama mzee ambaye kwanza anapenda watu, pili anapenda nchi hii zaidi sana. Sababu mtu kutumia muda wake hiyo mwingi namna hiyo kiasi kwamba mtu anafungwa karibu miaka 10 si jambo la kawaida. Hasa ukiangalia ile kujipenda ambayo iko Kenya ya leo. Wale wako pale juu leo wanajua kwamba hakuna lolote washawahi kufanyia nchi hii, na wamepata vyeo kwa njia ambayo wanajua wamepata namna gani, na ile wembe walitumia kufika hapo juu wanajua hiyo wembe ndio inaweza kuwakata. waliweka matarajio kubwa kwa vijana ambao wako desperate, wanataka kazi, wanataka kuweka biashara, na basi wakaweza kuwaonyesha kwamba wao ndio wataweza. Lakini angalia vile imefanyika leo. Wewe unaenda Kitui, unaenda kuongea mambo ya siasa, kwamba kinara wa siasa wa eneo hilo Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka ajiunge na serikali, ilhali wiki zilizopita kadhaa alisema hataki handshake, hataki kugawanya serikali yake na chama kingine chochote, wao wanatosha kama Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo ni nini hapa imebadilika? Ile imebadilika ni hii: hao watu wanapewa ile inaitwa intelligence report ya vile watu wanahisi, vile watu wanaona, na mwelekeo ile watu wanaenda, na si ngumu kuwa kwamba wameambiwa kwamba kulingana na vile Wakenya wengi wanaonelea ni kwamba wakiendelea namna vile wanaendelea sasa kuendesha serikali, basi Stephen Kalonzo atakuwa pale kuwasukuma nje. Kwa hivyo wangetaka kummaliza mapema. Unajua Bernard, unawekea you use sweeteners, unaleta yule unaona kama ataweza kukuangusha pale yuko, unamleta karibu ili hata ummalizie akiwa karibu, ama umfanye mdani aanze kuimba wimbo yako. Nayo Kalonzo akiwa si mtu ambaye anaangalia siasa kwa undani kama mzee Raila, basi ataanguka kwa hiyo mtego na mambo yake itakuwa imekwisha. Sasa hapo ni kutegana, hakuna lingine. Na pia wanaona kwamba Wakenya wengi kama vile Kalonzo alisema wanaumia, watu wanaumia roho. Ni kwamba mzee Raila akiitana leo aseme tukutane pale Kamukuji, itakuwa njia ingine haijawahi onekana, na basi unajua ile itatokea baadaye ni kwamba watu watakuwa wamemalizana na hii serikali, na hilo ni jambo ambalo hawa jamaa wawili wanaonekana kama wanatetemeka. Sasa wangetaka kuacha Raila akiwa peke yake, ile inaitwa isolation, kwa sababu akichukua Kalonzo wanaanza sasa sema Raila akiitana mkutano anasema hiyo ni mambo ya Wanjaruo. Hiyo tunajua sana, hiyo ndio siasa inachezwa hapa Kenya. Sasa mtu akikuuliza ati tulikuwa na fulani kwa Mashujaa, halafu tunamuona Homa Bay. Kwani Homa Bay si pahali ya Kenya ambayo mtu kiongozi wa nchi kama Steve Kalonzo hatakiwi kuenda? Unajua, lazima tukaangalia hii mambo kwa undani. Hii ni siasa ya ukabila, ni siasa ya kutenga watu fulani na kuwaweka kando na kuonyesha zile jamii zingine hao watu hawavai, ambayo imepitwa na wakati. Ama hamkusikiza kusikia hiyo matamshi ya Rigathi kwamba hawaelewi na Stephen kwa sababu alienda Mashujaa alafu akaenda Homa Bay. A very unfortunate statement if you ask me. Lakini pia unajua kuna watu wanasema kwamba sijui kama ni ukweli kwamba Kalonzo alikuwa ameenda pale Mashujaa, labda walikuwa wameanza ile inaitwa backroom talk, lakini kuenda pale akaona viti ni wazi, akaanza kujiuliza labda kwani anaingia mbazi ambao watu wamekimbia, akabadilisha nia. Sijui kama ni ukweli ama ni uongo. So ndio watu wanasema labda
that could also be true because the
Ndio hiyo
Bible
sasa
the Bible says a wise man sees a problem ahead and takes another route, but a fool walks on until he gets into the trouble. So
kuna watu wanaiangalia na njia hiyo kwamba labda alikuwa na backroom talk, lakini kuenda pale akaona ile viti ni wasi, na pia wale walikuwa pale, unaangalia uso, unaona mtu hana furaha, ameenda tu kujiuliza hii ni mzigo gani tulijiwekelea. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo ana nafasi kubwa sana, lakini lazima acheze karibu na mzee, na akicheza, wacha hiyo mnaita mzee, labda ndiye atakuja kuchukua. Kwa hivyo asipocheza siasa yake kwa utulivu na njia ina mwafaka, na afuate mwalimu yake ambaye ni Raila Amolo Odinga, basi atakuja kupotea kama akina Mudavadi na Weta. Sasa wao wako kwa mikono ya Ruto. Kutoka hapa itakuwa ngumu kuenda kuambia watu siasa tofauti. Kwa hivyo mambo iko namna hiyo. Ukweli ni kwamba after 100 days baba akisema watu wakutane Kasarani ama ni Kamukonji sijui wapi, itakuwa kitu ambayo itatetemesha uongozi ambao uko saa hii, kwa sababu hata wanaumia wamekimya nyumbani. Kama sasa unajua Kitui ni pahali ya njaa na pahali pamekauka, pahali kwanza maji kupata ni ngumu. Wewe unaenda kuongea siasa badala ya kuambia wale watu ile mpango ama mpangilio unayo kuwasaidia kukimu maisha yao saa hii. Sasa siasa kama hiyo mwishowe tuliona wakati ya Moi in 1980s and 90s. Ni kila pahali kwa vijiji ni siasa tu, kutoka mwaka ya kwanza mpaka mwaka ya 5, na ni siasa ambayo Kibaki hakucheza hiyo siasa, Uhuru hakucheza hiyo siasa, lakini tumerudishwa pale tulikuwa 1980s and 90s, ambao rais kazi yake akienda kutoka mwaka wa kwanza mpaka wa 5 ni siasa peke yake, na ni siasa ambayo haisaidii mwananchi wa kawaida. Sasa hata Kalonzo akirundi upande ya serikali, sasa jamii yake itasaidikaje? Itasaidika namna gani? Hata ingawa nilisikia kama deputy president alisema jamii kama hiyo haitakiwi kuwa kwa opposition. Another very unfortunate statement, kwa sababu kila Mkenya ana haki ya kupiga kura pale anataka, na si makosa hata kuwa kwa chama ambayo iko kwa upinzani. Ile ya muhimu ni kwamba upatiwe huduma kulingana na ile ushuru unatoa, ama kulingana na ile kiwango ambayo imewekewa kama county ama kama constituency. Kwa hivyo hii kuongea siasa ambayo ni siasa duni ambayo haisaidii watu, sijui watu wale wanasupport UDA hapa watasemaje, because some of these things you can't defend them. Huwezi defend hata kidogo. Kitui ingekuwa mwafaka, angewaambia vile watapelekewa chakula, vile maji itapatikana, vile watoto wale wameondoka shule kwa sababu ya shinda ya njaa, na ile vita iko pale, na wale wameleta ngamia kule chini, vile wanaweza kutatua hiyo matatizo. Lakini sio siasa ya kusema viongozi watoke chama hii waende chama hii ingine. Hiyo haiwezi saidia wananchi wa kawaida. Asante.
Okay, thank you Bwana Guru kwa huo utangulizi. Tunashukuru na uchambuzi wa kina. sababu ya kutafuta uongozi ni kuongoza nchi. Inaonekana Kenya Kwanza walitafuta uongozi kuongoza siasa. I think this is not the time for looking for political support. This is the time to provide solution to Kenyans' problem. And so, like you are saying, it seems that since there is no way to lead, let us confuse them, let us take them for a ride, let us keep politicking. Na kuna hii excuse inaendelea kupeana that the president and his deputy are still in election mode. It is not election mode, it's not campaign mode. In my opinion, after 30 days of assessing them being in power, they don't have another way of leading this country isipokuwa hiyo. So kile mnachoona msitarajie kingine. That's the conclusion I can make. I don't think they know what to do in terms of providing really leadership. They can only succeed in politicking and trying to buy political support as their nature commands them to. And the way I see it, I don't think they will change the approach nor change the style. It will just be an issue of buying people so that they can dominate the political sphere by keeping Kenyans impoverished and therefore beggarly and so easily manipulatable and easily controllable. I think their intention is to break the soul of Kenyans so that they don't rise up to revolt. Because it looks obviously that if answers are not provided, they're going to be a revolt against the leadership. And so they're looking on how to break the spirit of Kenyans, to make Kenyans helpless. And so Kenyans say, okay, malizeni muende. Okay, they are looking for that maliza muende, the way they told Uhuru Kenyatta. But in my opinion, I don't think they will succeed on that venture. If I were Kenya Kwanza and an advisor to the president, he just have to roll the sleeves and face the job he signed to get and work. This country requires better than what they are offering. Okay. Naomba nicheze video. Kuna video moja hapa nimeona hii. God have mercy. Hebu nione subiri tu kidogo tu. Sijui kama hii ni drama ama ni kweli, lakini ningependa tu watch alafu uamue mwenyewe vile kumeenda. Okay. Hii maneno ya Kenya Kwanza ni ngoma. Okay. Okay, it's a very short, brief one, so just watch and you will help me judge it, whether it's drama or it is real.
Aje nikamwambia kwa sasa sina, nimepatana tu na wanaume, kumbe niko na deni yao. Wakaniuliza deni yao ndawalipa aje, nikamwambia kwa sasa sina pesa, lakini Ruto amesema tarehe 1 December anatoa Hustler Fund. Hata sikumaliza Hustler Fund, kumbe watu wako na hasira hadi na serikali.
So hapo mtaniambia ni kweli ama ni drama? Dunia iko na mimba.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes,
About
Hustler Fund italipa deni ama italeta deni?
yes, habari zenu wote. Aya, kwa hii point ya baba ameeffect hii economic ya Kenya hii, mimi nataka kuguzia kidogo. Najua kwa Eastern Africa au East Africa, Kenya ndio nchi ambayo kila kitu inaendelea ni ya private. Unajua system tuko nayo ambayo lililetwa na hawa former president Kibaki alipea private sector nguvu sana hata kuliko ya serikali. Sasa hebu niambie kitu gani ya serikali ako nao Kenya? Kenya unajua sasa hii serikali hana kitu. Kwa manyumba ni private. Hospitali ni private. Kwa mashule ni private. So serikali vitu imebaki nayo, hata kwa agriculture hizo wanaongea juu yao kulimo zinaenda kwa private. Serikali kitu ako nayo anafanya ni kurokota nini? Ushuru. Hiyo ndio kitu serikali imebaki nayo. Unarokota ushuru. Alafu kurokota hiyo ushuru kuna shida hapa. Hiyo ushuru inaibiwa. Kuna wale business people in Kenya tunawajua. Hawapeleki pesa kwa bank. So hii pesa waje kurotate. Watu waweka pesa kwa manyumba zao. Wengine wananunua dhahabu. Wengine wananunua vitu ambao muhimu. Au wengine wameweka pesa wamejenga na manyumba au wameweka pesa malingine. Alafu kitu tena worst. Unapata mtu akona business. Akona kampuni kama 5, 3, 4, 2. Kampuni moja ndiye ameandika jina iko kwa KRA. Hizi kampuni zingine haziko. Akona kampuni moja ukitaka kulipa check, kwa sababu unajua kuna wale wanalipa check walipi cash. Kuna wale wanataka VAT waandikwe VAT receipt. So ile kampuni yake ambayo iko na jina ambayo ya KRA ndio anatumia. Akona kampuni kama 3 au 2, pesa zao haiendi bank, pesa zao inabaki kwa nyumba. Na hii tabia nataka kuambia ni watu gani sana sana wapeleki pesa kwa bank. Watanisamea kama wanasikiza wako nje, watanisamea. Kwanza inakuwa Wahindi apeleki pesa kwa bank. Wahindi wanakuanga na bank moja, wanakuuliza unataka VAT au unataka kawaida. Wanakundikia ile ya VAT. Sasa ingine kuna kampuni kama 3 anda ile kampuni kubwa ambayo haijulikani. Jina ni tofauti. Kama niseme saa nyingine inaitwa Gaddafi Limited kampuni. Kuna kampuni zingine chini zake saa nyingine inaitwa jina ya mtu lakini iko chini yake. Ya pili, Wasomali apeleki pesa kwa bank. Me I'm telling the truth. Ya tatu, watanisamea. The business people wanajiita business community ambao ni Wakikuyu, business the big one. Wengi wapeleki pesa kwa bank. Kwa sababu gani wapeleki pesa kwa bank? Watauliza hizi pesa umetoa wapi? Watu wako na pesa kwa nyumba. Au wananunua kitu kama example Wahindi wananunua magolds manini, mabangli hizi unaona wanawake ukienda unapata sanduku ako nao kwa hiyo nyumba ameweka mabangli. Wewe unagani hizi ni vitu ya wanawake maradadi ya nyumba? Hapana. Pesa yake imesave hapo. So siku anaama anabadilisha hizo pesa kwa nchi za nje. Example, nako matilimalizwa aje? Si nako matilifelo hawana pesa. Ni game ulichezwa hapa. Walipeleka pesa zao zinje. Walipeleka pesa wapi? Sana sana unajua Wahindi wanapenda kwenda UK na Canada. Example nakupea. Kwa nini president ya
Samahani, dunia iko na mimi.
Yes.
Naomba hivi. Tukae katika mjadala.
Aya, sawa basi. Sawa.
Mtu akiklik anataka kusikiliza masuala ya power effect.
Sawa.
Thank you.
Sasa kitu muhimu kwa affect hii economic ya Kenya bila nafaka. Ni kitu iko ni private sector imechukua nchi ya Kenya. Hiyo obvious lazima tujue hivyo. Serikali kazi yake ni kurokota ushuru. Na hiyo ushuru pia kwa sababu vifanywe uchunguzi mzuri, kuna wengine alipi ni hayo tu. Alafu ya pili, tena nataka kusema unajua watu president na deputy yake bado wako campaign. Hawajamaliza, sijui bado wako na sijui elewi kwa sababu kila mahali wakienda wana campaign. Bado watu wacha jamaa wa campaign bado. Si walituambia 100 days vitu watafanya. Hatukatai. Tunawapea muda. Sasa 30 days imeisha. Almost imebaki 70 days. Si leo ni tarehe 22 au 23 kesho inaingia. Hii 60 days hakuwa imeisha, imebaki 40 days. Hiyo ni 1 month na 10 days. Time inaenda. Sasa hiyo 100 days kama hatujaona kama hizo vitu walitupromise, kwa sababu walitupromise lazima tukue na wifi bure kama saa hii natumia ya mtu, sasa nitakuwa na yangu hiyo ikiisha. So vitu kama hizo pia ina mchallenge. Ya pili, wale ambao sasa walikuwa na msupport, unajua Kenya lazima usupportiwa na business people, so business walimwepa, so lazima sahii watongoze tena warudi kwa sekta, kwa sababu sahii bado wana hold pesa zao, wanataka kuona huyu jamaa ako aje 2 years 3 years tunaweza fanya no biashara, kwa sababu hii serikali mimi naitanga serikali ya GMO, yani serikali ya chakula ambayo hatuelewi, kwa sababu alituambia state capturing ambao walikuwa naiba. Sasa hii ndio sasa wako na president capturing, ameka church security, so sijui ni kitu gani tena atashika, kwa sababu church na security umeshika. Sijui kama Bernard wewe uko ndani, tutajua mwanzo tukienda mbele, kwa sababu naona makanisa yamewekwa kwa mfuko waongei ma security ndio hiyo imebadilishwa majina, so tutajua bila ataendelea, lakini wacha tumpe muda, hatumpingi kwa sababu wanatetemea, wanalalamika, wanasema bado mtoto ni mdogo, bado wanasema mambo nyingi, wako na excuse nyingi, bado atupea muda. Hata kama unga bado wataongeza, tunampea muda, lakini kitajue everything ambayo iko Kenya ni private. Sasa aangalie ni kitu gani anaweza pea serikali pesa, hiyo ndio kitu kwanza angalia. Kama ni vitu ya private atabadilisha zingine ikuwe ya serikali apate pesa, ni sawa, kwa sababu kitu serikali akipata no pesa Kenya hapa ni manyumba. Nyumba sana sana iko na pesa sana, inaweza inue uchumi ya Kenya nyumba, lakini nyumba imewachia mabato wa private, wanapiga bei, wananunua bila wanataka. So wacha tumuombee Mungu, kwa sababu yeye pia ni president ya ni pastor. Maombi zake iweze enda bure, lazima itafanya kitu. Wacha tumpea 100 days, tutakuja na jibu zaidi, kwa sababu sasa hivi siwezi toa jibu, lakini wacha tungoja 100 days, tuko na jibu 100 days. Ni hayo tu.
Asante. Mute your mic, please. Mute your mic, dunia iko na mimba tafadhali. Thank you. Mute your mic. Asante. Ni vizuri umeleta sura. Kulikuwa mtu kwa comments anataka kuona vile unakaa. Karibu. Na nakubaliana na wewe kwamba siku 100 zinaendelea kuyoyoma na watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanaonekana hawana plani yoyote ambayo itasaidia wa Kenya katika hizo 100 days. They are looking for an excuse and who to blame in the meantime. Serikali ya Kenya haina chochote. I don't believe so. Wako na mashamba, hospitali nyingi za public zinasimamiwa nao, nini ingine, wako tuna mambo mingi, the ports, all this. The government of Kenya is still owns a lot. What they are calling about privatization, it's part and parcel. The problem in Kenya is what I said, and this became rampant, especially Kibaki time, when everything was turned into business. Health was made business, education was made business, and things began to fall apart. That is what you're complaining about, privatization. So hakuna ile tunaita basic service that needs to be, at least the government should be held responsible for the same. Anasema we are in a free market, so wagonjwa wakiwa wengi, bei ya kutibu wagonjwa itakuwa chini. Wakiwa wachache, bei ya kutibu wagonjwa itakuwa juu. We cannot live in a country like that. We need to have some sectors that are all under the control of the government, and the government is to be held responsible. And so the path that the Kenya Kwanza have taken right now, in my opinion, is the wrong one, and is going to backfire against them if they don't roll their sleeves and face the job that is, they are faced with. Hakuna kuruka kamba. Wakenya washasema. Hiyo Mashujaa Day, that was, for example, okay? The really response of Kenyans is coming, and is being seen everywhere. Let's listen out to this video, and then we can bring in Francis. And I'm happy that he came early. Let's start where? Let me see if it is here. 2 quick videos.
Saidia tu kitu moja, kila mtu alipe ushuru. Kila mtu tu alipe tax. Kwa sababu hii kazi yote haiwezi kufanyika bila ya pesa. Na pesa, hakuna mahali serikali inatoa pesa. Pesa inatoka kwa ushuru ambayo kila mwananchi analipa. Na mimi nataka niwapongeze wananchi wale wadogo. Mama mboga anang'ang'ana hapa Kitui town mpaka analipa shilingi 50 ya ushuru kila siku. Lakini sisi ambao tuko juu hapa tunahepa kulipa ushuru. Na mama mboga anang'ang'ana analipa. Kama mama mboga analipa, jameni, sisi hata sisi tulipe. Ama mnasemaje? Kila mtu alipe ushuru. Mimi nawaomba kwa unyenyekevu wa Kenya wote, the only way we can truly be an independent nation is when we can support our development with our own resources. Biblia inasema the borrower is a slave to the lender. Hii mnaelewa? Yule ambaye amekopesha ni mtumwa ya ule mwenye ambaye anakopesha mwenzake. So we do not want our nation to be in debt. Saa hii tuko na madeni, tunalipa shilingi trilioni 1 karibu na bilioni 400 kila mwaka. So lazima tusimamishe mambo ya kukopa mapesa ya watu wengine na tuanze kutafuta pesa zetu wenyewe kama Wakenya. Mimi nawaomba Wakenya wote, inawezekana. Saa hizi tunakusanya trilioni 2. Kufikia mwaka ujao tunataka kukusanya trilioni 3. Before the end of 5 years tusanye trilioni 4. Na ndio tutatengeneza mabarabara, tutahakikisha kwamba watoto wetu wako na masomo ya kutosha, tutaweka maji, tutaondoa njaa, na tutahakikisha Kenya inaenda mbele. Na mimi I want to promise you I will lead from the front kuhakikisha kwamba tunaondoa Kenya katika ulingo wa madeni. Sehemu ya Kenya itabaguliwa, hakuna jamii ya Kenya itabaguliwa, hakuna sehemu ya Kenya ambayo itabaki nyuma. Tutatembea sambamba pamoja. Hawa viongozi wote ambao tumewachagua, hata ingawaje mnasema Monica anatoka huku kwenu, huyu Penina anatoka huku kwenu, huyu Mutua anatoka huku kwenu, lakini hawa watafanyia kazi wa Kenya wote. Vile wale wengine wote watawafanyia kazi wa Kenya wote. These cabinet ministers will serve all Kenyans equally because we want to grow this nation together. And there is no way Kenya can move forward if other parts of the country are left behind. We're going to work together and we're going to go forward together. Mumeniambia kuhusu maneno ya ndugu yangu Steven. Steven ni ndugu yangu mkubwa, na akiwa tayari kufanya kazi na mimi niko tayari kufanya kazi na yeye. Unajua, niliwaambia wakati nilikuwa hapa, kama mnakumbuka, niliwaambia Mungu akinijalia niunde serikali, nitatafuta ndugu yangu Steven nimshirikishe katika kuendesha hiyo serikali. Si namna hiyo? Na mimi nataka nimjue. Mimi mwenyewe nimemtafuta huyo Steven, nimeketi chini na yeye, nikamwambia ndio hii serikali tuende pamoja. Akaniambia kwanza anataka kujaribu ya upinzani. So wacha jaribu kidogo, alafu tutaona vile so si namna hiyo. Wacha jaribu hiyo ya upinzani kwanza tuone vile mahali itafika, alafu tunaweza kuongea tena baadaye. So there is no problem. Hata hiyo ya upinzani ni kazi pia, so there is no problem. Si tulisema kazi ni kazi. So tungangane tu namna hiyo. Na vile nimewaambia, hata hii ya upinzani inatusaidia pia kurekebisha maneno ndio Kenya iweze kwenda mbele. So mimi nawashukuru sana, mjue ninawapenda sana, nawatakia baraka ya Mungu, na niwahakikishie tutatembea pamoja na watu wa Kitui na watu wa hapa Ukambani. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. God bless.
Their own society. Globally, corruption is the norm. I was surprised that some cultures had found a cure. My first experience of a culture of trust was in Holland. My host took me to a dairy to buy milk. I'd never heard of machines milking cows. No one was selling the milk. My friend just opened the tap, filled his jug. Then he grabbed a bowl filled with cash, paid in 20 guilders note, took the change and started walking away with his milk. I was stunned. I said, man, if you were an Indian, you would take the milk and the money. He laughed. In a flash, I understood a basic cause of my nation's poverty. If customers took the milk and the money, the dairy owner would have to hire a sales girl. But if the consumer is corrupt, why would the supplier be honest? He would add water to increase the quantity of milk. Frustrated by watered down milk, the consumer would ask the government to appoint milk inspectors. But why should the inspector be honest? He would take bribes and allow adulterated milk to be sold. The consumer will have to bear the cost of the milk, the water, sales girl, the inspector, and the bribe, none of which add any value to the milk. In paying for them, the consumer pays simply for his sin. Paying for all this means that you don't have money left to buy products that actually add value, such as milk turned into ice cream or cheese. How did Holland create a culture of such integrity? Transforming a nation requires cultivating character. That is why God gave us the scriptures. Apostle Paul wrote, all scripture is given by God's inspiration and is profitable for correction and instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work. Poverty does not cause corruption. Corruption causes poverty. To combat both, our nations need more than aid, investment, or protests. They need hearts and minds that are transformed by God's word and spirit.
Thank you, everyone. I trust that has added some value on you. Naomba tumsikilize Francis mbio mbio tukisonga hivyo.
So thank you, and I want to start with that of William Ruto trying to outsmart Raila. It is difficult because we support Raila because of ideology and not. Ama kuna mtu amefika kwenda kupigia kingpin wa Nyanza kura. Kumekuwa na uchaguzi kama hiyo, so that we see if we can hold another one. There have never been. That one comes as a result of what you do as an individual. So Raila has done something good. We are impressed with it. We followed him. We listened to him. So whoever wants maybe to get in touch with the masses that Raila supports, he should be able to follow the same ideology, the same policies, and will not resist. Because as much as ideology brings us together, we will be good to go. but there's nothing like outdoing anybody. Look at even the death of people like Masinde Muriru, Martin Shikuku. Western has never gotten a clear leader. Has never gotten a clear leader because the way these people were speaking, the way these people articulating their issues about their region, nobody else is doing such way. Therefore, the people felt they were shortchanged, and that's why you see they speak with different formation and different languages. So it is there. So you cannot outsmart Raila. Even if Raila will be as low as 100 years, you will still have a say because the policies and the knowledge does not get old. It's only the individual who gets old. So then the other issue is about that one of Kalonzo. Kalonzo should be very careful. I find Ruto to be one of the person who I can call a pathological liar. You remember when he said it clearly that hii serikali ya handshake sijui upinzani kuingia kwa serikali ndio imeharibu uchumi, ndio imeharibu nchi. Kwani sasa Kalonzo anaitwa afanye nini? Aingie kwa wapi? Kwa msikiti ama kwa kanisa? Or is not the same individual who say that opposition kills the government? This is a pathological liar, somebody who speaks with different mouth. So what I know is that very clear is that it is clear to them that Raila will not be there in 2027. They are looking at somebody to become a blame game for them. And the only person who can carry that close is Kalonzo Musyoka. Because Ruto knows very well, once Kalonzo gets in there, he will create a confusion between him, Mudavadi, and Gachagua. As a result of that confusion, it will be very easy to tell Kenyans that I did not be able to deliver because so and so created confusion. And Kenyans will be told, add another for 5 years so that we also be able to correct what this man brought. And I told you that you fear a nation that has majority of videos. These are the people who don't make decision based on knowledge, but make decision based on emotion. They will go and vote and give the man another 5 years to correct the mess that they have created. So Kalonzo should be very careful. The other issue also, you look at it this way. There is no opposition, there is no opposition, or there is no government. The government has an opposition and the government within. The people who should check the excesses of the executive is the parliament. These are the individuals who pass the laws. So wherever the president wants to do something that is not good to the citizen, and because we the citizen, we have delegated our responsibility to the MPs. The MPs are the one to speak on our behalf because this one is a delegated form of democracy. So then when you look at it, so the parliament is supposed to be the checkpoint or what you can call as opposition to the executive because these are the people with power. Mimi leo hii ninaweza ongea nikatai GMO, lakini parliament ina uwezo wa kupitisha bill iban GMO. So between me and the parliament, who has enough power to prevent that is the parliament. So these are the people who are in the better position to act as opposition, not us. As we are there just to what you call the public opinion. So whatever he's saying that the people have decided to stay in opposition, I want to ask those who are in government, how much cash transfer do they receive at the end of the month? Because I've not understood when he says that somebody is in government, we are in opposition. I wonder because nobody receives cash transfer, nobody receives pension, nobody receives anything. We all buy the same unga, we are all governed by the same police. Kama ni kuchapwa na polisi usiku tunachapwa kichapo ile wote, atuulizwe majina, atuulizwe wenye tulipigia kura. So I wonder when he's saying these are opposition, these are the government, what is he trying to do? That is something that people should be aware of it. So yeye hakuchaguliwa na wananchi aende atafute Kalonzo. Alichaguliwa na wananchi arekebishe uchumi. Kazi ya kutafuta Kalonzo aachane nayo. Akona Rachel, somebody she can talk to. Yes, Musalia, yes, Rigathi, yes, so many of them. Let him consult them. Kalonzo ako kando. Kalonzo is just an ordinary citizen with a popular following. It's just simple as that. So achane na Kalonzo. Kalonzo hana budget yoyote. Si treasurer, si nini, si judicial, si nini. Hakuna mahali anaweza muaffect. So afanye kazi, achane na Kalonzo. And then this man, I'm telling you, is a political lie because the moment alikuwa anaongelea kuhusu expansion of the government, kwani Kalonzo akikuja hata lipo mshahara na si ndio alikuwa anasema hii mshahara imefanya uchumi kama mbaya. Anyway, I'm used to it, but I think we need to look at it in a deeper high. He wants to finish Kalonzo politically, if I'm just direct to the point. Then when you look at Gachagua, and I'm telling you here, Gachagua has never accepted the fact that he's the deputy president of Kenya. Gachagua behaves as a 1978 DEO who used to implement the Kipande system during the colonial era. He still believes that those people who supported Kenya Kwanzaa should be the only people to benefit on whichever circumstance. Then he forget that all of us, we pay income taxes, we pay VAT, the value added tax, we pay the excess tax, we pay even some of taxes that are not even supposed to be there, such as withholding taxes. We pay. So if then the development is supposed to go to those who voted for Kenya Kwanzaa government, then let us have our own country so that we have our own president who will give our taxes and do job for us. Because if we are paying the taxes and we are not enjoying the benefit, so why is it that, what is the essence of that government being there if you are paying taxes and the development is taken elsewhere and you are being mistreated? What is the essence of it being there? They should give us our own right so that we go and establish our own. Hata ukikaa kwa nyumba uone unateswa na maybe chenye mliagana na bibi mkioana atimizi, ana essence ya kukaa pale. Go and look for another person you can agree. So for us, because you have seen that anaona development haifai kwenda kwa watu wenye walipigia Raila kura, basi aturuhusu basi tugawanye Kenya tu vizuri, wao wabaki nchi yao na sisi tukue ya kwetu, so that at the end of the day hata sisi tu enjoy benefits zenye wengine wana enjoy. That's what I can say, So these are the things you look at it. Then there is that issues of profiling the Luo community. I want to ask, today can you speak of the new constitution without mentioning that community? Can you speak of devolution? People like the Crispin or the Ambombai, can you mention devolution without mentioning them? Today can you talk about the Kenyan economy without mentioning Tom Mboya? Today can you talk about foreign policies, foreign affairs policy without mentioning Robert Auko? If there's a community that has paid a heavy price for Kenya to be where it is the Luo community. I hold them in very high regard. These are the people, wherever other community are fearing, wanaenda wanakaa, wanakuwa waoga, wanakunja mikia, wanaingia chini. These are the people who come out confront a problem. Then we come here to enjoy benefit. But when they are confronting, we are there to label them names and to profile them. Oh, wanapenda vurugu. Sasa kama ameenda kuandamana basi unga ishuke, ikishuka 100. Wewe uende huko useme basi unga yako uziwe 300 basi ndio tujue kwamba benefit yao uenjoy. Why should you be willing to partake the benefit but the cost you are not ready? No, these are the issues that Kenyans have found them very ridiculous. Mtu anajitoa mwanga, badala mshukuru amejitolea maisha yake ndo awasaidie, mnaanza kumuita mjinga ati apendi maisha yake. Sasa angependa alafu mununue unga 200 ama 500 ama 700. Hiyo ndo ungekuwa sasa muone ni mzuri. Anyway, but we need to revolution our mind before we go to the actual revolution about the government, because it seems that our mind are more clogging with some kind of era, the colonist era politics. Then finally, when you look at the 100 days, this one, we are playing with fire. And the fire it is, 100 days is enough to make Kenya to collapse economically completely. It is enough. Siku moja mpaka 70 inatosha kuangusha uchumi ya Kenya ikuwe flat. So sijui siku 70 yenye mnangojea, mnaambua siku 100, sijui hapa katikati mtaenda under hibernation kama vyura ama konokono, ndio hiyo siku 70 mjitokeze, ama itakuwa namna gani? Because these 70 days are enough to kill the economy. Hata siku 100 ikifika ukuta hata sauti una ya kutoa. The country is a constant work in progress that need to be built each hour, each minute, each second. We have no time to waste, as same as life. Huwezi sema ati mimi leo sifanyi kazi na ngojea nifike miaka 20 ndo nianze kutia bidii. Alafu sasa juu sasa yuko 15 miaka 5 ufanye nini? Tukuzike alafu hiyo miaka 20 tukufufue. So these are the things that mimi hata sijui, they are supposed to be working in the first day because this is Kenya. Tunalipa ushuru the same way, tunalipa VAT haikusimamishwa, tunalipa income tax haikusimamishwa. Mbona sasa tusimamishwe maendeleo tuambiwe tungoje siku 100? Alafu sasa ndio hiyo nini sasa? You are being cheated. This economy will collapse. Mtafika hapo mwanze kusema hatukujua na siku 100 imefika, haya nchi imeharibika. Mwanze kuongelea venye mtaanza sijui kufanya nini. These are just, hii ni mitego mnaekewa tu. Inastahili kuanza saa hii right now. We have no time to waste. 5 years ilianza kucount siku ile William Ruto aliinua Biblia juu hivi akaapa. Haitaanza baada ya siku 100. So kama mnaanza siku 100, hiyo itakuwa miaka 4 na mtolee kama miezi zingine 3. So these are the things that we need to get them very clear, that this country needs to start now, not 100 days. 100 days anastahili kuja kutupea improvement ama track record. Unga ilishuka mwezi jana, mapetroli ilishuka 2 months ago, ilifanya hivi. Si siku hiyo 100 aanze ati kuamka ati petroli itashuka wiki ijayo. So I think you are getting it very clear that we need to start working immediately, and not just immediately. We should be in working mood right now because you already swear the new government, the campaigns are over. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Francis, nashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunaamini kwamba ujumbe unafikia kila Mkenya. Asante kwa wale ambao mnajumuika nasi. As you join, please don't watch alone. Make sure you are inviting 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. This is one platform where Kenyans are free to air what they feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We are looking at Kenya Kwanzaa and their attempt to wither away the Baba effect in the country. Are they equal to the tax, or they are biting more than they can chew? Baba has been a thorn in the flesh for all the 5 successive governments. And successfully for that matter. And so will Kenya Kwanzaa make history by diffusing Baba's effect and render him obsolete? I don't think so. And then the approach. Francis, you brought up one point. Let me just say that before we bring in tutaleta mama Mary kwanza, alafu tuende kwa Juliet ladies, then tuendelee na Mkururo. Cinema nimekuona mapema, lakini tulia hapo hapo. Wanaume ni effort. Wanasema. So kina baba tutangoja kwanza, kina mama waongee. But I want to say something. When Kibaki inherited the Moi in 2002, they did not even tell us what was in the coffers because there was nothing. But he went to work right away. And what happened? 100 days down the road, things were beginning to look up. A year down the road, the collections and all the development agenda was rolled out. The CDF was released. The money we had never seen for 24 years began to be seen at the constituency level. Education, free education was rolled out. The country began to feel a new presidency right away. What is wrong with Kenya Kwanzaa approach? Do they have anything to offer this country, or they are just here to diffuse politics? Because what they are doing right now is get rid of every stumbling block to their political agenda, which is to paint the country yellow by buying political favors. Is that how to do democracy? Is that how democracy thrives? I don't think so. And so these people are hell-bent to introduce dictatorship, and by silencing every contrary voice around the country. And if Kenyans don't sit well and look into these people and see them for what they are, we may just end up having a one-party state in the shortest time possible. I think Magufuli was succeeding at the second term, but this one seems to be determined to be ended within the first term. So hii maneno ya kukimbilia Kalonzo kuja kwa serikali, sijui nani kuja kwa serikali, it is part and parcel of the agenda. to diffuse every dissenting voice around the country, then everybody can now sing yellow and kazi ni kazi. We must be watchful and be able to do what is right for this country, not for ourselves, but for our children and our children's children. Anybody who is afraid of democratic space is not qualified to be in that seat in the first place. We can't be a democratic country that is hell bent to destroy and kill other political parties, other political dissenting voices, simply because we can only work in uniformity and one single opinion approach towards providing leadership. Lazima tukubali kwamba sisi ni tofauti, na katika utofauti wetu kuna faida, na katika hiyo faida kuna maendeleo, na hayo maendeleo ni lazima kwa kila mwananchi, na si tafadhali, ni lazima kwa kila mwananchi. There is no favor the government does to any Kenyan anywhere when they take development to any quarter of this country, because every Kenyan is Kenyan by right. Nobody is a Kenyan by accident. Thank you very much. Naomba tumsikilize Mama Mary, alafu Juliet, umeenda nyuma ya curtain, hiyo ni makosa. Naomba urudi ama tukuweke pembeni kwanza ndio utarudi. Asante. Mama Mary, mbio mbio tu Juliet, alafu turudi kwa Mkururo. Asante.
Thank you. Habari zenu wote, na waona mko timamu na tuko pamoja. Na kitu cha kwanza nitaongea habari ya Rhoda. Rhoda, wherever you are, I'm with you and I feel the same, and the pain is overwhelming. Thank you for feeling that for our country. The other thing is Ruto will not outwit Raila. Remember, he was, if he was elected by 4 million, and the rest was for Odinga. So he should be watching over his shoulders. He shouldn't be thinking that he has carried Kenya in his basket. We are here and we are still listening and watching. The other thing, Guru mentioned something about separation. That is something that even me, I noticed, especially when Gachagua alikuwa anaongea kwa mkutano huko sijui ni Wasingishu. He mentioned that ati Wakikuyu na Kalenjin washikane, waoane, ndio watoe good breed. So what does that mean? People really, don't we have brain to think? Don't we have ears to hear? This is very bad. And it is something that really makes people feel like, what is going on here? Is it a joke? And furthermore, it wasn't a joke because he was talking in a congregation where there were many people. And that is something he ought to control his tongue, how he talk. And when we see them trying to lure some people from the Western, that is from Nyanza, from Homa Bay, all that. He is trying to create something like hata kama hawakunichagua wacha nijaribu nione kama nitapata wawili watatu wanifuate. Now, this game should be over. We don't want to be divided. We don't want to lose our brothers and sisters because we are used to them. We live together. We cannot manage living without them. We can't. The other thing is that there was one time Museveni was being interviewed and he said Ugandan people are lazy. That's why he have ended up being ruling the country for this long. Could it be that is the same thing Ruto want to do to our people? Creeping them because of hunger, creeping them because of poverty so that he can rule? Why do you want to rule poor people? Why can't you be a president who want to meet his people and, you know, have high five because people are enjoying life? We are not created because of him. Everybody is created for their own way and for their own life. We are not going to accept it to be controlled the way he thinks. The other thing, Ruto is playing a game of all these Thanksgiving. Do you know how much he is spending when he is going all this Thanksgiving all the time? Does he sit down and think that, what am I doing with the people dying because of hunger, and I'm spending money on this route, which is not even necessary at this juncture? This is the time that he ought to sit down in his office and think, how am I going to lead this country? Which he never won. Actually, he's not somebody is winning. He should be very careful now that he got it. He should work to see that people are happy of his work, so that now we can see, even if he's told, he is capable of doing something. But now it's like, unajua wale watu wanachukua kitu wanaanza kukitumia tu vibaya. That is the way he is doing it. Alichukua mpira wa wenyewe, akaenda akaupiga teke mateke, akautupa kwa matope, akautupa kwa anything, kwa sababu si kitu amechokea, si kitu alipata, alichukua, alinyakua, alisnatch. The other thing is, when you look at this government, they are very thriftily spending money for no reason. Pesa ambazo ndizo sasa unaona anakimbiza watu kwa every corner. Ndio you cater for all his expenses, this extravagant government. Come to think how much money these people are going to be paid, and how much money they are going to spend doing all these luxurious things. We have not seen it yet, kwa sababu hata hawajaingia kwa maofisi. Labda wataingia kwa maofisi, waandike watu wa kupika chai 10, wengine wataandika watu wa kufagia hiyo ofisi 20. So all this money will be taken care of by Kenyan people. Now watu Kenyan people ambao they are catering for this, they have no food to eat. Tell me how we're gonna service this. It is a terrible situation. We don't know what is going on. And I pray for Raila to bring up the shadow cabinet. I'll be one of them. And I will be very happy to see that he does the best thing in the country that people are waiting. Many are willing, Baba, to say something, and then we can see which direction we can go. We are not sure of this government. We are not confident at all. We are feeling just in the air, just about to fall down and splash. Thank you. That's all I had.
Asante sana Mama Mary, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako ya muhimu. Naomba kila Mkenya atilie mkazo na atilie maanani. Hii nchi ni yetu na tumepewa nafasi na Mungu kuilinda kwa ajili ya vizazi vijavyo. We can't make a mistake now by letting it be destroyed, because we are destroying the future if we let this country be destroyed. And so every Kenyan must be vigilant, and we do the right thing, no matter how much that wherever may place ourselves at risk. Naona kuna debate fulani na develop huko kwa comment section. Tafadhali, let us not profile any community. It is important that we respect each other. We are not, let's not refer to each other as Luos, as Luyas, as Kenyans. People commit whatever they commit individually, but also achieve whatever they achieve, either communally or individually. But at the end of the day, we need to honor those that deserve honor, as the Bible requires us to do so. And so let's not get into the profiling of communities. It is wrong, and it should be condemned as rightly it is. It's wrong to do that. So please, let's refrain ourselves from the same. Thank you. Juliet, karibu.
Greetings, Pastor Bernard and everybody. Joshua, I can see you. Mary, Walter, Francis, and Guru. Lovely to see all of you. So, yangu ni machache, but I'm listening keenly in the questions you're setting. And I think I want to start off with what you're saying, Bernard. mambo ya ushuru. Jana tumekaa and nikaona watu wengine wa Kenya ni kama wanadhani Kenyans hawalipi ushuru, na kwa kweli hii kitu inaudhi. Hata leo nimemwambia tena Joshua, kwa sababu mtu kusema ati Mkenya halipi ushuru, kwanza Mkenya mama mboga ama Mkenya kama wewe, kwa kweli yule mtu ni kama anatutusi sisi wa Kenya, na hayo ni
Juliet, just one moment, please. One moment, please. Thank you. Let me address something on the comment section. There is this person he's nameless. He's using an account called Facebook user. Please, if you are not revealing who you are, your comments and your confrontation is not becoming very good. So we will either do away with you or we want to have your name. Hakuna mtu anaitwa Facebook user. Okay, that is those are the accounts that commit issues and then disappear. So umekuwa hapa very active, unapeana ma comments ambazo na utaki kujulikana kwa jina. So naomba tafadhali, kama unanisikia jitokeze, kama utaki kujitokeza, kwaheri. Carry on, Juliet.
Thank you so much for that. And you can tell these are sometimes what you call criminals, because if you can't speak and you cannot come out properly, then I suggest such people should not be coming to such platform anyway. So yeah, so ninazungumzia mambo ya ushuru kwa sababu mambo ya ushuru kweli ni mambo ambayo inaletea sisi wa Kenya mambo ambayo hatujaona tunafaidika. Ushuru tunalipa siku zote, na jana nilisema mimi kama Mkenya nikisikia mtu yeyote kwa barabara, kama Mkenya yeyote, hasla yeyote, hakuna ofisi yoyote ambayo unaweza kwenda, Pastor Bernard, in Kenya today ambayo hulipishwi hela, whether ni ushuru, whether ni rates, whatever names you want to give it. Yeah? What is happening is, ukiwa na pini, ukijaribu kufanya chochote, hela zako zinaangaliwa ni kama you're paying sometimes even treble. Hata kutoa hela ambayo una save in your own money, which you've saved, which you should not even be taxed, because that's a saving that you have actually put in your own bank. That becomes your saving. It should help you during your pension. It should help you enjoy your life and have happiness. Lakini kweli unakuta Mkenya kweli is grounded. Okay, so mambo ya ushuru mtu akizungumzia kweli, mimi naudhika, na nitasema kwa kweli naudhika kwa sababu mimi kama mdiaspora najua ni watu wangapi kila siku reach out to me kuwasaidia, hela hapa, hela pale, pela whatever. And hapa pia diaspora bado unakuta watu wanafanya kazi 24 hours blue economy, and these are things that need to be really thought through, Pastor Bernard. So kwa hayo ninaona tukizungumzia mambo ya ushuru, wacha tuzungumzie ushuru kwa wale those big men and bosses, and look at their track record and how they have, some of them how do we say, not been accounted, and we look at really the seriousness of some of the issues that we see in our country and understand how to really get rid of this horrible leadership that sometimes is elected because of lack of good contest, lack of good credibility of good elections, lack of good Kenyans awareness, where Kenyans, sadly, some of them are given handouts to elect leaders who have let us down for the last 59 years because of eating today and not thinking about the generations and generations, and we are where we are because voters have chosen corruption instead of honesty. And that is what is painful in our government, Bernard. And so I love what you've shown us here tonight, that video, and it allows us to reflect and have a different mindset. Let me say that as well. So in terms of Kalonzo, Angalia, I can't remember all the figures, but if I'm right, William got 143, ODM got 89, that is at National Assembly, and a Jubilee government got 28, Kalonzo got 26, and Musalia Mudavadi 8, Ford K was 6, that was Moses Wetangula, and Gideon 5, Independent 12. Hoping that those are the figures, I still need to check. But assuming that is the figure, you can see that actually within the constituency, Raila and Uhuru Jubilee government are actually doing well. And of course, Kalonzo, because they were partners, the three of them. So of course, William would need them. And a good country needs a good opposition, Pastor Bernard. That's what you're saying. Without having a good opposition, usipokuwa na good opposition, Kenya itaenda wapi? So I want to empower and sort of say to Jubilee government, and of course Wiper, and of course ODM, to fix up and stop getting demotivated by just because they feel they feel demoralized because of what has happened in our country. And what we need to do is to get back there and make sure that their governments are working and holding this government into account, and making sure that this government will not get away with their promises that they promised, horrible and unrealistic goals that were set for Kenyans. So they did say within 100 days, they would be meeting the plans of Kenya. And as we can see, somebody, I think Francis has elaborated, 30 days, nothing so far has happened. So why did he say he was running? And I quote in his own words, "Why am I running for president?" That is what President Ruto said. And he gave his quotation in his exact words: "When elected president, I intend to empower the judiciary and the criminal justice immediately as required by the Constitution as your president." Is that happening or it's not happening? That was his exact words. My second agenda is to institutionalize our politics, which is to say, and personalization of political power and governance generally. So what is happening? If that is supposed to be asking other people to not have an opposition, is that promoting good governance, or is that promoting I don't know what, right? And for the young people, he said that he will be improving the livelihood of hawkers, casual laborers, and subsistence farmers. Has that happened? That is what hustlers are asking. And yesterday, I saw a video of Nandi people, his own community. They say, ukikosa kuanzia kwenu nyumbani. Yeah, and I know it sounds funny sometimes when you say that, watu wanasema huwa ameenda tu kwao. So sometimes as Kenyans, we are scared even to go back home. But good leadership is all about starting where you are, right? And understanding that you care and you're able to help every single one of the Kenyan people. Is this country ready for change? I think that this country at the moment, I'm hoping that we're ready for change, but I think it takes all of us as Kenyans. I believe that Kenyans wanaumia saa hizi. They talk about prioritization, and I think the prioritization was given to agriculture, micro, small, and medium business enterprise, housing and settlement, healthcare and digital superhighway, and creativity and economy. So wacha tuende kwa agriculture, ukulima. Ukulima kweli, so far tunaona any changes? So far Wakenya discussion, anaenda huko Uganda, ako anatafuta chakula Uganda na sisi wakulima tumewachwa hapa. In other words, bado sisi tuna njaa kwa sababu ukulima wetu haujaongezewa vifaa na matunda ambayo wakulima wanaweza kwenda kujipandia na tuweze sasa kuwa na unga bei nzuri. Kwa nini Wakenya wanataka kwenda Uganda ama Rwanda ama Tanzania kutafuta chakula ama Ethiopia? Kwa sababu bei yetu ya unga ni bei ghali sana. So Mkenya anaanza kusafiri mbali ndio aweze kupata chakula ili aweze kulisha familia yake. Micro, small and medium enterprises economy yetu ya Kenya iko wapi saa hii? Wakenya ndio au ukiongeza ushuru kwa Wakenya ambao wanataka kukuandikia hustlers kazi, hata hawa watu watakuepa wote, kwa sababu watasema hata afadhali Jubilee government. Na Gachagua tusisahau, katika previous government alikuwa amekimbia na tikiti ya Jubilee government. Kwa hivyo si ati Gachagua is not part of Jubilee government previously, ametoka Jubilee government akaenda opposition. So mtu anaweza kusema ni nini hapo, ukapita kutoka pande hii nyingine ukapita pande hii nyingine. So that is something that we need to think about and what's happening there. Housing and settlement. Housing and settlement ndio huu unasikia wanataka kubadilisha kila kitu. So kumaanisha kama wewe una nyumba yako na unajaribu kujenga, hata ukijaribu kujenga ni kama unanunuliwa. So right, left, center, those who even want to buy houses, the question is, what would interest you to buy a house right now in Kenya if your real estate is becoming the hot shot of those big business of those politicians who want to finish Kenya in a way that ukinunua kila mtu, nobody is going to be able to really maneuver, because you will have no cash, you will have nothing. So we end up in a dictatorship country and stuff like that. Healthcare, I don't know about yourself, but privatization is rapidly happening.
Juliet, you need to conclude.
Okay.
You're way far from the 3 minutes. Somebody has has already noted it is 17 minutes. But
okay, let me finish.
We love what you're sharing. Is a good reminder for us and a good watch list that we will keep up. I think reserve the rest for the next bunch so that we don't keep people on hold for too long. Thank you.
Let me just finish in the next one. Yes. So the healthcare system. So healthcare system privatization is happening. And I think we need to be very careful, because people were promised free drugs. And you can see that Kenya is even becoming very expensive in going into healthcare. And the last one is digital superhighway, which I think Francis has touched on. Where is the free internet services that were promised to Kenya? Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, lazima tuangalie Kenya kama wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo naomba kweli kabisa we all get involved to build our country. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Juliet, we appreciate that. Na tulikuwa tumepeana hiyo nafasi kwa kina dada ili tuwafungulie kina baba, na sasa tukirudi kwa kina baba, si mnajua sheria mpaka zirudi mahali zilikuwa. Kwa hivyo ukipata nafasi, kumbuka kuna watu wamengoja. This is we are already in the 3rd hour, and so we must move with speed. Thank you those of you who are following from wherever you are following. I trust you are enjoying the show. Show it by either commenting and also inviting somebody to join. And if you have not yet subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do. And every time you subscribe, make sure you turn on that notification bell. If you don't, you will not be recognized as a subscriber by YouTube. Eventually, when they do their cleaning, they clean out all those people who have subscribed and did not turn on the notification, because you are assumed to be a robot. So please make sure that you do that. And then also we are promoting Dunia Economy Mba and that channel on request. I shared the link. You can also do the same to that particular channel. We're here to support one another, kuna vile tunasaidiananga, okay. Kuna time I was watching Dunia Iko na Mimba, nikakuta huko wameadvertise hii show kwa huko kwa Dunia Iko na Mimba. So let us support one another and also keep it sane. The people coming here with pseudo names, pseudo names za hiyo channel hiyo unasema when Facebook user, hao ndio hackers, wanatafuta jinsi ya kuhack na kuingilia na watu. So let's beware of them. Kama utaki kujulikana kwa jina lako ama kwa at least a name that is known, then you are part of the problem and we will not entertain you. Please don't put the lives of the people coming to this channel innocently at risk by you perpetuating your ills in a public platform that is healthy like this one. Please, let's adhere to that. Thank you very much. Naomba twende mbio mbio. Walter, alafu Joshua, and then tusonge mbele. Dakika mbili tatu. Walter, huko ama umenyakuliwa? Okay, inaonekana sinema ametoka kidogo. Osolo, karibu.
So mjambo wa Kenya wenzangu popote mlipo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante. Juliet Waingo, habari yako? Alex, naona mwenzangu Guru Francis, mwingine anelala sijui anaitwa nani, pole. Wengine habari zenyu, na Bernard hapo pia. So kwanza acha ni wasalimu, na pili wacha nianze kwa sababu mtu wa kwanza kumsikia kizungumza ni dada yetu hapa. Wacha niseme yote ambayo anasema ni ukweli, na tunachezewa sheri na serikali ambaye inaingia ya bwenyenye. Wacha niseme serikali ambaye ni kwangu mimi ni fake. The live TV wacha niseme is a fake. Hawakuchaguliwa na wananchi, hata wakisema sijui nini waseme sijui UDN waliwachagua, sijui watasema wananchi waliwachagua. No, walichaguliwa na watu wengine tofauti. Hapali walitoka mimi sijui. Mimi ni Mkenya asili, na wale wako hapa Europa ambao ni wako kwenye group wanapiga kelele kwa sababu serikali ambaye iko walipewa bure. Kwanza acha niambie wenzangu hao majudges ambao walikuwa wakisema wote shame on them, because hiyo ilikuwa makosa. Wacha tuingie hapa kwa rais wa ushenzi ambaye anasema mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka, anaweza kumpatia sijui watashikana wafanye kazi pamoja na wengineo. Mkikumbuka kuna wakati huyu mzee, wacha niseme bwana Mashamba, hiyo jina ni kubwa sana kumuita bwana, Profesa Mashamba, wacha tumpatie Dr. Tushapita. Huyu mtu anacheza na watu, anayesema nitawapanga, alisema atawapanga. Hapa mambo ya kuchezea watu karata. We Kenyans, we are not cards. Pata potea, nani wapi kikombe, pesa iko chini. So hivyo ndo anacheza na Wakenya. Ruto ni mtu ambaye ajali masilahi ya wananchi. Hiyo lazima niseme kwa ukweli. Angekuwa anafata sheria na anapenda Wakenya, angeanza kupeana mbolea. Hii mbolea kwanza pia ni fake, ilikuwa isha expire. Angeanza kupatia watu chakula. Hakuna mtu mbaya kama njaa. Mtu mbaya si mtu mbaya ni njaa. Iwe ni mnyama, iwe kitu chochote kinaishi. kiumbe, hiyo lazima iheshimiwe. Na hiyo ninaona hapa video ambaye sijui Mungu asifiwe kila siku anaimba ghost worshippers. Kuna kitu katika kitabu cha Mungu ambaye sijui hata ndasemaje, First Genesis inasema tu vizuri vile Mungu aliumba ulimwengu mpaka ikafika chakula, tunepewa nguvu hii na hii, lazima tulime, tufanye hii na kile. Akiwa ni mtu kweli, ni mtu ambaye anaamini Mwenyezi Mungu, asichukue mahali ingine, achukue tu hiyo Genesis, animaliza topic yote ya njake. Aache kuchezea watu sheri. Kuna watoto wanakufa, kuna watu wanalala njaa, na kuna watu wengi sana wanafanya madhara ya kubaka watoto wadogo. Hiyo asisahau. Na anikosea kina mama wazee ambao walipiga kura, wanatolewa manyumbani na stretchers ama vitanda ama ni nini. Hiyo tunasema kwa mila ya Kiafrika ni mbaya sana. Ya pili, hiyo mambo ya cabinet, sijui wanajaribu kudanganya watu mambo ya pesa na rates na nini na nini. Hakuna mtu yoyote yule, hata mtoto mdogo akienda kununua ile peremende nyeupe, kwa hiyo peremende peke yake analipa ushuru. So asije wakaanza kusema ilikuwa kila mtu lazima alipe ushuru ndio inasaidia serikali. Hao ndio waliiba pesa za serikali, na serikali ni nani? Ni wewe na mimi pamoja na Alex na wengine ya. Sisi ndio serikali ya Kenya. Kikiumana, hao ndio wataumia, na wajipange, kwa sababu hizo 100 days they are coming. Na macho ya Kenya, wacha niseme ukweli, hata Alex pale anaweza kunisupport, ni sisi ambayo tuko nje ya Kenya. Sisi. Asante.
Bwana Solo, chunga muda. Sawa, nashukuru kwa hayo na mengine tu ambaye yanakuja. Tunashukuru kila Mkenya. Tafadhali tujitahidi mahala tulipo kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya yanayopaswa kufanywa ili nchi isimame imara na tusibebwe kijinga na viongozi. The purpose of acquiring leadership is to provide leadership to the country. I'll be very happy if Dr. William Ruto and his team have rolled up their sleeves. They are checking out county government. They are checking up semi-arid areas. They are looking where the irrigation can be, where boreholes can be done, so that they solve the food security problem, so that they make life easy for Kenyans. But now they want to make life easy for themselves by diffusing any contrary political stance, by attempting to buy Kalonzo Musyoka and trying to impose or rather bring Miguna as a Nyanza Kingpin. It's just madness. These people don't have their priorities right at all. Mi nilikuwa nafikiria ni mchezo, kumbe inaonekana wazi hakuna plan hawa watu wako nayo. Na Wakenya tusimame imara, tuhakikishe kwamba we don't take this nonsense. It must be rejected, and let it be clear, we can't take this sitting down. The people in authority must behave like people in authority, and you are in authority to safeguard the livelihood of Kenyans, not to drive around cars and laugh and mock other leaders in the pretext that will tengeneza serikali. Na kwa hivyo, there's no need of having a government if that government is not safeguarding the livelihood of Kenyans. It's immoral. It's evil. So let's tell each other the truth. Hey, Bwana Solo, iko nini na ni wakati wa Kevin? I'll give him a minute. Don't worry, Kevin tunakuja.
Even not a
So,
minute.
half a minute.
Some second.
Yes.
Bernard, nilikwambia jana nini? Hao watu huota usiku, mchana wanakuja, ile waliota usiku ndo wanakuja kutuambia everyday new things. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. Penny Nyagaka, mzee wangu, sikiliza. Hii sio chuki kinyume na William Ruto. Mimi naheshimu watu wazima, haswa viongozi, lakini ukuwe kiongozi unayepeana uongozi, sio kiongozi anayetumia uongozi kufanya vitu zake. The lives of Kenyans is a priority here for any government. We cannot relegate the livelihood of Kenyans at last, and then we begin to safeguard ourselves politically. And then Penny Nyagaga, we ni mzee, unapaswa kuwa unatetea wajukuu wako, sio kushabikia maovu. That is where hapo tutakosanianga, okay? Wakati wewe unaanza kusimamia maovu, mimi hapa hapana, hatuwezi kubalika. Asante. Kevin, karibu tafadhali.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. We can get you. Go ahead.
Nimeshukuru sana kuingia Mtembe TV for the first time. Mi kitu ambacho ningependa kuchangia mada ya leo ni vitu kama 3 hivi. Kitu number 1, William Ruto alikuwa anajua kwamba kuongoza serikali ukiwa chief commander, you are the control of everything, other decision making when you make. Kwa sababu kama unakumbuka during their campaign, kuna mahali wananifurahishanga sana, mahali wanasema ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anapandisha mafuta mchana, Raila akipandisha usiku. But surprisingly enough, saa hii hakuna mambo ya handshake. Kitu ambacho iko, yeye ndiye amecontrol serikali, kila kitu ndiye anafaa kuwa chief commander, asema ya kwamba mahali imefikia kila kitu nimeteremsha bei. But kufikia saa hii bado Wakenya wanalia njaa na hakuna solution. Na kitu ingine ukiangalia, kuna mahali wanasemanga kwamba wanatafuta the long term solution. Saa hii Wakenya wanakufa njaa, unataka ulete fertilizer, tuseme unataka kupanda mahindi. Unafaa upande mahindi kwa miaka ngapi ama miezi ngapi ndio ufune hiyo mahindi, ndio Wakenya waache kukufa njaa. Hivyo kuna mahali anatubebanga ufala. Kitu ingine ukiangalia, wakati walikuwa east za Kitui, mahali anasema amepatia Kalonzo kazi aingie kwa serikali, but Kalonzo amekataa, ameingia opposition. Na ukiangalia maneno yao wenyewe, wanasema wanataka strong opposition to oversee the government. Swali ni kitu gani ambacho anataka sasa atoe kutoka kwa Azimio aweke kwa UDA ndio sasa strong opposition ipatikane, wakati anachukua watu wote kutoka opposition akileta kwa serikali? Kama anajali maslahi ya wananchi, kitu ya kwanza venye alisema ya kwamba ati serikali ya mama mboga. Kama umeangalia hii mambo ya CS walikuwa vetted, ando uangalie kila mtu mwenye ako kutoka chuo, anzia Mithika Linturi, ukimsikia net worth yake ni 1.4 billion, Musalia Mudavadi 4 billion. Kila mtu, hakuna hata Mkenya mmoja mwenye alichagua kuwa au CS mwenye alikuwa less than 100 million. Swali ni hao watu wote wamesoma, wako na madigrii, wako hapa nje na ni maprofessional, wanafaa kupata kazi wapi kama kazi inapewa watu kama hao? Number 1, tuseme kama mtu kama Ezekiel Machogu, mimi ni Mkisia, amepewa katika hiyo kazi ya mambo ya education. Tuseme enyewe mtu amesimama, amekaa kwa uongozi, amesimama, tumesema kama sisi wananchi ya kwamba haufai, enda nyumbani upumzike. But katika serikali naona kwamba tu mtu ndiye anafaa aongoze. Does it mean hakuna maprofessors wengi ama hakuna mtu mwenye amefanya education ambaye atabadili hiyo kiti naye aendeleze mambo ya education? Lazima abadili mtu mwenye wananchi wamekataa, like Aisha Jumwa ndio waingize kwa serikali, waongoze serikali. Itabidi sasa tuseme ya kwamba kwa sababu hii serikali wenye walikuwa wanaisabikia wanasema ya kwamba inajali mambo ya hustler. Hustler ilikuwa slogan. Wacha sasa tupambane na hiyo slogan. Wacha sasa tulia sote, lakini wacha tulipe ushuru tujitegemee. Asante sana Mr. Bernard.
Okay, Kevin, karibu sana, nashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tutajitegemea. to sisi ni wa Kenya. Kenyans are resilient and are good fighters. But for now, we must not let our leaders take us for idiots. No, not this time round. This time, somebody must own up to what he has signed himself
Yes,
into.
Steven.
The moment you say I do, you go and do. You don't say I do and say I'm not prepared for marriage. The moment we ask you, do you take this woman? And you say you do. And then she says I do. Then from there you go and do. You don't begin to come and now explain to us, I was not prepared psychologically, there's still a child. Kenya will be celebrating 60 years of independence. So nobody should say serikali ni ya watoto ama serikali ni changa. That's an excuse. We don't want it. The Bible says, woe unto you if thy king be a child, and that they eat in the morning. So watoto tuliwapatia serikali lini? Kama wanajiona watoto, wang'atuke, waachie wale watu wanaweza kuongoza serikali iongozwe vizuri na Wakenya wahudumiwe. Wakijiona wachanga, waondoke moja kwa moja. Uongozi si kwa wachanga, uongozi ni kwa wazee. That is African traditional setting. So the moment you begin to see yourself as a child, you have already declared yourself a minor. You don't have contractual capacity. So that means you are in the same group with lunatics and the other group that don't have contractual capacity. So the moment you sign, you are going to take government leadership, then develop a capacity to deliver for the people. Lakini ukiona kazi imekuzidi, ondoka, mtu mwingine afanye nini, apate hiyo nafasi, atekeleze majukumu ambayo anapaswa kufanya. Hiyo ndio sababu tunakaa hapa, hiyo ndio sababu tunaongea. Hii mambo mengine ya kusumbuana ati I must build my political wherever. Who cares about your political backyard and your political capacity? You either have it or you don't have it. We saw it on Mashujaa Day. You don't have it. You are beginning to build it. How do you get in office to begin to build your political wherever? Clamor. No. Kenyans need answers to their problems, and you must be in that office to provide those answers. Tuache mchezo. Asante sana. Alex, ni muda wako. Vipi huko?
Ya Bernard, nimeingia huku kwa sababu ya ndugu yangu Francis.
Thank you for the videos. Leaders eat last. These ones are eating fast, so they are not leaders.
Yeah, I wish it did not have a copyright. Dr. Shingi is a pastor, but he made significant changes in Zimbabwe that I so much admire. Anybody who has known Zimbabwe for a while and will tell you that Zimbabwe has one of the best educations in the world. Today, if you go to London, in Oxford and other best universities, you will find that the professors over there are Zimbabweans. And in as much as we may castigate our befallen leader called Mugabe, Mugabe did a lot until the situation that we are facing right now. And I think Kenya, if we agree or not, we are going to be like Zimbabwe. The conversation has already started. The other day in Ausingishu, you saw Mandago and the governor of Kericho start talking about the white settlers. And we took that as a petty thing. The truth is that the white settlers pay only $100 per acre in our country for 1 year. $100, while some of us, and yesterday we had that topic, Bernard, whereby we were talking about land rates, taxes, and where those land rates and taxes are going to go to. Are they going to come to the community? Are they going to go to the federal government, which is the national government? What are they going to do? Are they going to improve our security also, or are they going to improve our school districts? Are they going to improve our roads? What are these taxes that Ruto want to tax landlords going to do? And that is how it started in Zimbabwe, to a point whereby our elder called Mugabe had to chase the white settlers from Zimbabwe. And I think I give him a thumbs up. Mandela was a coward.
and I still insist that Mandela did not do the people of South Africa anything good, because before the white settlers came, Bernard, we used to have tribal fights within KIES, Maasai, KIES, Kalenjins, and even the Luos. But when the white settlers came, they took our land. We had a collective problem, and that problem was what? We needed our land back. So we converged together, we fought, and if today we still have the white settlers in the way the Mandago said, that if you take a plane somewhere in Trans Nzoia and Uasin, you find that somebody has huge tracts of land and nothing is there, and it's called multinational. That's very wrong. And I think we are headed the Zimbabwe way, but that's not what I want. So I wanted to tell my friend Francis, power is a contact sport. Power is a contact sport. And I hope you understand what I'm saying. If today you as Francis, a mere man, was to be given power, just a little bit power in the Ministry of Agriculture, that sport of agriculture, you can change so many things. So the question comes in that, how do we access that contact sport? And I think Raila has shown us the way. He worked with Moi, he worked with Kibaki, he has worked with now the former president, because he understood that power is a contact sport. And we must be very vigilant and understand how to get to that spot. If we are not wise enough to get to that contact spot, we will be making noise in Twitter, in Facebook, in YouTube, whereby we are not accessing that contact spot. And I wish you could go to Conversations with Trevor and you type Dr. Shingi on the second part, and you understand what Dr. Shingi did, so that the man called Mugabe could a little bit be solvent, so that changes could be done within Zimbabwe that could help the normal wananchi. We are facing dictatorship, real dictatorship, Mr. Francis. And this dictatorship, the only thing they want is retaining power. You need to know that. And when it comes to retenance of power, it gets brutal. That's why things like CID special branch were created. That's why things like Nyayo chambers were created, so that they could thoroughly deal with those people who wanted to take power from them. So I will take an opposing view from what you are saying on the issue of what we ought to do as a people. Because for me, if we go to the route that you want us saying that time is running out, we are going to create something called anarchy, like Somalia, and we will never be able to come out of it. My question is, I've seen Raila being able to work even with his worst enemies, but for the sake of you and me, even by the time Uhuru came out of power, a man that was voted 3 times, the third time that they told us that was his birthday present they gave him, but somehow Raila, through his ingenuity and magnanimity, was able to work with his people to a point whereby by the time Uhuru comes out of power, we are able to call him a friend. So my question is, how are we able to work with this man called Ruto so that we don't put our country in a state of anarchy? Once a country goes to the state of anarchy, my friend, there is no coming back. We are done, Mr. Francis. We are going the Somali way. We are going the Zimbabwe way. We don't want to be carrying a bunch of money. Hyperinflation. Kenya is a beautiful country. Where we are, so many people loathe and want to become like us. So we don't want to be radicalized, but at the same time, we don't want to give these people the opportunity. The cardinal principle of life is balance. How do we balance this so that we get to a point, Mr. Francis, we don't destroy our country? If we have to take over, we have a place that we start from, But at the same time, we are dealing with these people. It can't be through radicalization and saying that time is running out. No, I think there is a better way, because Raila has shown us he has been able to work with these people, even when it was impossible. So, Mr. Francis, I want you to think better so that we can have a conversation whereby we don't take our country in a way that when we take over, we don't have a country. We have had 4 Somali presidents come in, but they don't have a country. They operate through Kenya. Their offices are through Kenya. You are a president of Somali, but your office is in Kenya. We don't want to operate that way. So, and that's why I'm asking you, Mr. Francis, if we go that way, are we going to achieve a place and a position in our country whereby we don't have toxicity and polarity? The way we are seeing right now, we cannot even sit down and talk to our brothers, some of our brothers in Kenya Kwanzaa, because they are so toxic. And you have seen it. The polarity is too high. Okay? Now, how do we meet? How do we mitigate and meet in the middle so that people can understand that we have a collective problem and we need a collective solution? Hii unga ambayo si ati wao wanauziwa kidogo, sisi tunauziwa juu. Hii unga sisi wote tunauziwa the same money. But these people are not understanding. How do we meet in the middle? Mr. Francis, can you help me?
Thank you, Alex. Before Francis respond, let me pick that, please. Alex, I get you clearly. I understand you. But there is a scenario in the Bible, and this came up at the Supreme Court. We have 2 women. They gave birth the same time. One akalalia mtoto wake akakufa. Mwingine alipoamka usiku akakuta wake amekufa, aka-exchange. Akachukua yule ako hai akamweka kwake, kwa yule mama, yule mtoto wake ako hai alikuwa amelala. Aka-switch. Haya, walipoamka akasema mtoto wangu amekufa. Kuangalia akasema huyu sio wangu. Huyu amekufa sio wangu. Anaangalia yule ako hai akasema huyu ndio wangu. Yule mwenye mtoto amekufa akasema hapana, huyu aliye hai ndio wangu. Hiyo kesi ikafika kwa nani? Kwa Solomon kuamua hiyo kesi. Na ningependa ufuate kwa kina, kuna kitu ningependa tushike hapa. Yule mama mwenye mtoto amekufa, okay? Wakati Suleimani alisema niletee kisu, nikate huyu ako hai, kila mtu aende na nusu, kwa sababu hakuna mtu anakubali kuachia mwingine, okay? Yule mwenye mtoto wake amekufa alikubali mara moja mtoto akatwe ili waafe wote, then they suffer all losses. Negotiating and dialoguing and salvaging of a situation requires a common interest. And this common interest is called common good. Kuna watu ambao hawajali kama Kenya itaisha, ama Kenya itaanza, ama Kenya itaendelea. They don't care. All right? Then we have the other team that cares so dearly about this country that they would rather die than put Kenya at risk. Then you come on the table. Where do you get middle ground? Kuna mtu anataka mtoto afe, na kuna yeye anataka mtoto awe hai. How do you negotiate with such a person? Kuna yule ako tayari kumaliza Kenya, kuna yule ako tayari kufanya nini? Kuokoa Kenya. Tutaokoa Kenya tukiacha mikononi kwa wale ambao wanataka kuimaliza, ama tuachie tu wafanye vile watafanya, wamalize miaka yao 5, wakienda kile chochote watakuwa wameacha, tutapick from there and build. What if they finish everything while we are waiting for the 5 years to go? Kenyans, I believe, need to ask themselves serious questions. Wakati umefika ambapo kama vote zetu haziwezi chagua rais, decision ya Kenya ya Wakenya haiwezi kuheshimiwa. Desperate moment calls for desperate measures. Francis, pick up from there.
So, one of the things, Guru, do you have anything to say? So
Okay, wewe ongea tu.
so as Alex was saying, one of the issues is that we have a deputy who is spilling venom left, right, and center. We have a president whom doesn't have a negotiating point. For Uhuru Kenyatta, if you could bend your demand, at least he could have given you a small year, like, what are you saying? What are you doing? This and this. That's why you see when Raila went to Uhuru Kenyatta, at least Uhuru understood Raila who he is. They came together, they worked together. But this is an individual, when you go there, you become an object of ridicule. You become an object of something of sort kind. So what is here now, right now, is that the only thing that now that is you're saying that let's not take the country to a state of anarchy where that there's no law and order, is the parliament and judiciary to be more alert than any other time, because these are the only individual who can hold the excesses of the president without causing any harm to the citizen. These are the only individual right now who can be able to control the president without any harm to the citizen, because judiciary needs to give a court order. Giving a court order does not destroy anybody's life, does not destroy anyone's property. Parliament, by passing motions that are favorism to citizens, does not have to cause any danger, does not have to cause anything. But now the question is, are those institutions right now independent to a point that they can be able to check the president well? And then if they are not, and maybe we let maybe to be governed with the president maybe 5 years and the president decides to go to excesses, what is likely that after 5 years, will we still be having a country called Kenya, or we shall be having a poor economy with a peaceful people, or we'll be having peaceful, which way? Because to me, the condition is so sophisticated, because if the parliament and the judiciary was well stretched that they could air the excess of the president, then we could be sure that even if the president wants to misbehave, at least somebody is there to curtail his ambition. But now all of them, they are thinking in the same language. You have seen even he's even trying as much as possible to kill some industry because of personal hatred with some families. He wants to kill them instead of looking on how we can negotiate to a better deal. It becomes a very big problem. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, asante Francis. Alex, before you respond, just to reinforce, kuna mtu anasema hapa, you don't pay evil for evil. It's not paying evil for evil. If somebody has a leadership responsibility that is not carrying out the right, he has to be corrected. And if he's not correcting, he has to be ousted out. And this business of us looking at that's why the Constitution allows the people of Kenya to take back their delegated responsibility from their delegated leaders if those delegated leaders are not doing what they are supposed to do in parliament and elsewhere. So sisi hatuna shida kwa sababu, kwanza nimeshtuka sana leo kwamba Dr. William Ruto president anakwenda Kitui kuambia watu watoe ushuru. Watatoa ushuru wakitoa wapi hiyo hela? Hakuna kazi, hakuna industries. Okay, so hii ushuru, where would they be getting it from? When Kibaki took over in 2002, he made sure he has what he called a working nation. Then the working nation had now money to give in terms of what? Taxes. How are you asking for taxes when you're not giving people employment? You're not creating those jobs. You are not reviving industries. You want to kill those ones that are existing, that have employed people, simply because you don't like the families that are running those kind of business. What kind of leadership is this? Alafu mnasema eti tukae tu tungoje. Hakuna kungoja. Lazima ukweli ujulikane. Kama hawa watu wako kwa ofisi kutekeleza majukumu yao ipasavyo, sawa. Lakini kama wako kwa ofisi ku abuse the office and use it for personal vendetta and wanting to get back to the families, they say they will do away with the dynasties, they will do away with the monopoly of which business and which business. That is not how to build an economy, and we cannot follow them into their era. we should refuse following them into their error and tell them if they want to go that way, they go alone. Us with the rest of the Kenyans will go away. That is, I believe, a stand that we need to make. Lakini tukisema ate we try. For example, you talked about Raila worked with Moi. Moi detained him for 9 years, did a lot of harm to him. But there was a purpose behind Raila working with Moi. One of it was, if you cannot finish Kanu from outside, get inside. And matunda yake tunayaona, tuliyaona. So working with William Ruto is not a problem. The problem is, will we get the purpose of that working with William Ruto? Are we able to put him to the table and say, we must cap corruption? We must ensure that we multiply industries. He's against everything that can help a common Kenyan. He wants to do everything. Wakule kwanza, wakimaliza, ile imebaki, Wakenya wakule. I don't think we should support such. Alex?
And again, I'm going to insist. I came here because of Francis and not Bernard. Bernard is impossible from where I sit. Francis, in our generation, we must fight our own struggles. In our generation, in your generation, my generation is coming to an end because politically, you are the generation that is taking off. If I don't contest in 2027, there is no need to go to 2032. It will be unfair for you because then I'll be eating the space that you should be having so that you can control what this country should come. Now, I'm going to take a different and opposing view. Mr. Francis, we are hurting. We are hurting. When you come to me and I am hurting inside, what I need, my priority first of all is healing. And you must provide an environment for me to heal first so that we can talk. When Raila was hurting, he took an off. People thought he had come to the US. Some thought he had gone to the UK. He did not tell anybody. He took his family, he took his grandkids, and everybody that surrounded him. And he went somewhere in Zanzibar. He stayed there for a couple of days. He healed before he came. We are talking when we haven't healed, some of us, which is very dangerous. Now, I want to come to my core point. When I've been wounded by the system of government and leadership, the damage that has been caused to me is not just ordinary amongst us. It is state-sponsored, state-inflicted, and state-perpetrated. Whatever you are going through right now, it's not through me or Ruto, the black, or somebody who is on the opposing view. Whatever today we are going through, it was state-sponsored, state-inflicted, and state-perpetrated. And the person who held that state is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Ruto, collectively. Whether we like it or not, that's a fact. Both of them were in the government. They took over in 2013, they took over in 2017. The state is culpable and complicit of what we are bleeding and hemorrhaging today. And we must not fight me and you. We must take this fight to the people who have brought this bleeding to us. So until the state says sorry, which they are not going to say, you know that. So we are going to continue to suffer. Now, you know, power is a contact sport, my friend. Right now, the power we are having is with Kenya Kwanzaa. Whether we yap, whether we chill, whether we shout, until we know how to access power, the changes are not going to be there. You might make an inch of change within, because you saw with how Raila was religiously patient within the Uhuru government. Sometimes we thought that even the handshake was coming to an end. But the man was patient because he knew that within power, That is how changes are made. Changes are not made here as me and you talking. Changes are made when we negotiate within. And then we must now start asking ourselves, are these people ready to negotiate with us? Who are they ready to negotiate with? So that we can find that contact spot. Otherwise, we are going also to become hustler liars. We are going to lie to you. We go to the streets, you get killed, and some of us are middle class, and we are very comfortable. Our children will never, ever, ever, and I swear to you, my children will never go to the streets because they don't understand what the streets are. Some of us, because they are true middle class. But the people who are down there, their children will go out, they get killed. What happens? Another life lost. But for the politicians, nothing is. The other day they were playing Bunge AFC. After that, there was a clip that came out. These people are so cordial. They have forgotten which parties they are. They are in one party. They are in parliament. So, and that's why, Francis, I'm telling you, if we must approach this thing, we must approach it in a way that nobody loses their life. True changes come, and those changes are not coming to parliamentarians. They are coming directly to you. So, and there is a way to do it. And that way is what we are asking. Why don't we just give them that 100 days? When they fail, even the people on the other side will come in an opposing way and join us. But we are, even me, I'm very impatient the way these people are handling the government. But because we are having a collective problem, whereby we need everybody on board. We need black, we need other people, because the truth is, when 100 days come and they fail, there are people on the other side who will come and start coming to us and telling us, what should we do? So it is time for us to be vigilant and start asking real questions, because hii unga inaumiza watu wote. Now, let me go to my last point. Because I wrote this thing down. When I see people without water, without electricity, without the basic human needs, in healthcare they call it ADL, activity daily living. Should I just join them in that miserable corner and start whining with them? And yet I'm educated, I know what power is. I cannot do that. I must access power so that together we can know where are we going to with our people, so that we can find real solutions. We cannot be all the time here. We bunch up in a miserable corner. We start making noise instead of asking ourselves. There are people who don't know what you know, Mr. Francis. And I've come to know you know a lot. And you have told us that you know politics. If you truly know politics, we must access this power. And yesterday I said, the real hustlers cannot access the hustlers fund. The people who are capable of accessing, and I've already started applying for it. It is me, because I have everything it takes to access the hustler funds. So I'm going to be a beneficiary of what the real hustlers were supposed to have. So let's take advantage of the situation, how it's cascading, so that we find a real solution to the people who truly need this. Otherwise, if we keep on calling for a revolution without a clear path, we are going to get it. It is not, we are going to get that revolution. But the problem is that without a clear path where we are going to, we end up in anarchy. We don't have a country. Inflation goes up. We end up like Zimbabwe. We end up like Somali. And Kenyans who are educated will start being refugees in other countries. That is not what I want. We are educated people. We are a people who can come with a common good so that we can know where we are going to. We will call for a revolution, but in a way that we know where we are headed to. We can't just call a revolution without knowing where we are headed to. Nobody has come out clearly clearly to tell us, okay, it's coming. Okay, where are we headed to? Otherwise, we end up in anarchy where there is no law. We don't want that. That's
Alex,
more painful than the
Alex,
truth is.
and nobody is calling for a revolution without any proper plan. And let us not be afraid to do what is right simply
Bernard,
because
tell me where the plan is, because I'm
Japan,
ready for that. Where is
relax.
the plan?
You are mixing two things. You're mixing two things. You're speaking like a businessman, of which you are, and mixing it with a cause for the livelihood of Kenyans. The collaboration has worked. It worked with Moi, it worked with the Kibaki, it worked with Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay? But did it solve the electoral injustice that it was supposed to? It did not. The majority of Kenyans right now are disappointed, wherever, devastated, because they went and voted in one person. The person they voted in was not declared winner. Another person who they did not vote for was declared a winner. And that same person is now turning around and painting the other people black. I believe we must separate the two. Anarchism has its consequences, and we will not go there unless there is wherever the situation calls for that. There are many ways of killing a rat. All right, we will not use a machine gun to shoot a rat. We can always use what is equal to the object that we are targeting. What I'm simply advocating for is let's slow down. One of the reasons why Baba went to Jivanji, okay, was because the president of Ghetto had already given an ultimatum of 14 days or so. So Baba went there to diffuse that and say, let's wait for the 100 days. That is why we are still where we are. Then after the 100 days, there will be a roadmap on what to do. My worry and the reason why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking is that the 100 days are running out. The people that are in office don't look like they are seeing the 100 days running out. They are assuming that they will just come and go. So what they are simply saying is tukubali situation vile ilivyo, tukubali hali ilivyo, tutaongozwa vile wanavyotaka, tupende tusipende. That is the body language I'm receiving from Kenya Kwanza. They have no remorse whatsoever on the pain of Kenyans. They have no remorse whatsoever on what they have deprived the Kenyans. And now they are bragging on top of the same. That needs to be stopped. And for that to be stopped, Kenyans need to vent out their anger in one way or another. That's also a method of a way of healing. And so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But what you are agitating for, sisi tuende kujoin Kenya Kwanza, tukubali amani, tufanye kazi pamoja, miaka 5 ishe, twende kwa uchaguzi mwingine, the minority become president, the majority continues to cry around, and the evil continues and continues and continues. Eventually, our children will visit our graves and curse us in our graves because we lived and presided over an evil over and over again until it became a right in this country. If this electoral injustice and this electoral fraud is not addressed now, it will never be addressed. And when it will never be addressed, whatever we are avoiding, the anarchy we are avoiding now, we are only postponing it to our children and our children's children. So we would rather cure the wound now and secure the future, or avoid it now and do what? Let it come. You are a Bible scholar, you know Hezekiah, okay? Hezekiah was to die 15 years earlier. He cried to God. And God gave him 15 more years. Okay, he postponed his death. But in the 15 years that he lived excess is when he gave birth to these nasty children who took over the kingdom and destroyed Israel. There are some things that needs to be addressed now. Remember, he was told by God that I think was it? Yeah, he was told by God that there is a punishment you are to receive, but because of your repentance and your cry, it will not come in your time, but it will come in the time of your children. Is that what we want? To pass on our problem to our children and our children's children? I don't think that is the responsible way. Jomo Kenyatta and the rest of our founding fathers took the bullet. They ensured that they secure a country for their children. Let us do so for our children. And if Kenya Kwanzaa is not living up to the mandate they have, they must be held to account, and not after 5 years, right away. And so 100 days we'll be looking. If they are not showing any sign, then we release the other avenue. That is what I can say. Na wale ambao mnasema ati mimi ni pastor and I'm advocating for anarchy, niliwaambia hii upasta mku nipigia kura, hii pasta mku niita, hii pasta mku nimwagia mafuta. Kwa hivyo relaxini. Nikiongea hapa niko na uchungu, na uchungu wangu ni kwa sababu ya watoto na watoto wa watoto wangu. Mimi sitaki wachuku wangu wakuwe kwa nchi ambayo wanakuwa watumwa eti kwa sababu breed yao, their breed is not that of leaders. There is a special breed that can only generate presidents, that can generate leaders. Hiyo ujinga sitakubali. Okay? Either nihame Kenya kabisa kabisa, I go and start a new family elsewhere and live a new life elsewhere. We cannot preside over a nation that is going to be of two classes of people. Haiwezekani. Saa hii nimetumia picha the Kenyan descent who is now prime minister. Okay? The world has changed. Why can't we just let Kenya be? Why should we insist in turning around the election simply because a particular region cannot produce a president? For how long? So tuambiane ukweli, tuache kudanganyana. Asante.
So Bernard, before Guru aongee, Bernard, unajua we must understand, and I use the word state conspicuously because if you ask me how Raila lost that election, it was through the collaboration of the state, not just the politicians. The seared nature of the state is just sustenance, retainers, and acquisition of power. That is it. That is their sole responsibility. And they know that when they lose power, there will be uprisals. And that is what they fear most. So we must ask ourselves, what is the state? And how must we approach it so that even us, we can access that power? Bernard, we can shout as much as we want, but the state remains. That's what I've come to in my conclusions. Even when we were told we have deep state, I believed it, only to come to understand it's deeper than we know. And we must change our approach and tactic. If it's a blown out revolution, let's go for it. But we can't just be sitting in the middle fence thinking that we are going to get what we want. If Kenyans want a revolution, let it be a full-blown, not the one like Northern Sudan, not the one like in Ivory Coast, not in the one like in Zimbabwe, because it did not make any changes. It brought misery to its people. And that is what I'm worried about, that we sit on the hedge, we start going into there. When things become difficult, then we connive again, and then we leave an autocratic government to take over, where the state will be more seared by nature than before, so that it can retain, it can sustain, and it can acquire the power the way they want even further. Now you see what's happening in Zimbabwe. They did not do what they should have done. They are more miserable. You see what is happening in Northern Sudan. They are more miserable. Morocco, same thing. Tunisia, the same thing. All these things called Arab Springs. So if we were to go to a revolution, we must know what we want to achieve, who is going to, we even make our cabinet before we go to it, so that we know what we want. So not the military to take over 2 years, then the military will decide. You've seen the things that are happening in some countries. And that is why I'm saying, if we do not have a plan, we cannot have the military start taking over a country, so that now we can start having some curfews by 7 p.m. Business will fall, and the military does not even care about us. What I'm saying, we must have a plan. That plan must be shown to us, because Kenyans are writing and they are ready for what we are calling for. But we just can't allow them, some of us who understand what is happening in the world, we just can't allow our people to do it just for the sake of it. Mutoe Ruto, mulete military. Military yanze kuambia watu by saa 6, by saa 12 muko kwa nyumba. Munatoka kwa nyumba saa 2. That's not the life we want. We must have a plan.
Alex, you're overreading. Take it easy.
No, because it's not overreading. You people have been talking about this thing all the time, Bernard. I'm asking myself, where is the plan? I'm not getting the plan. Last time we had a plan, that's why they had to push Miguna out. When you look at conversation between Miguna and Jeff Koinange in Washington, D.C., the plan that Miguna had, the contacts that he had, that's why they had to push him out, because the man had a plan in place.
You're talking
right
too
now,
much.
we don't have a plan in place.
Ngoja. Don't spill the beans. Come small. Thank you very much. I will respond to this and then give to Guru. We are not yet at the place of seeking to oust William Ruto. It's not yet time. Okay? He has 100 days to prove himself. 100 days passes, he has not proved himself. When Baba returns, we are going to have shadow cabinet. The Kalonzo has already spoken. You saw Martha Karua on BBC. Everybody is set. But that is not in trying to get the Dr. William Ruto out of office. It's a matter of, if Kenya Kwanzaa government does not rise up to the occasion and address the livelihood of Kenyans, then it is not fit to be in office. They should just vacate. They should not even wait to be asked to. Because kama huwezi kazi, hata tukipatia miaka 100 huwezi kuweza kazi. Kwa hivyo ni wajiondoe tu mapema. Alafu huyu anaitwa Geoffrey Ruto anasema, Bernard, why are you against paying taxes? I never said I'm against paying taxes. I'm saying increase of tax collection is in the increase of the productivity of Kenyans.
Bernard, you don't have to respond to that guy. It's like you're responding to Moses Kuria.
Don't worry. Kama William, kama Wakenya tuseme, Wakenya tuko 50 million, okay? And 20 million are able to work, okay? But they have no work to do. Then only 5 million are working. When you say pay tax, you're collecting taxes from 5 million. The other 15 million cannot pay tax because they don't have an income. All right? So if you want to increase tax collection, increase job creation. The 5 million become 10 million, they become 20 million. And each one of them begin to earn. They will be pay as you earn, pay as you eat, pay as you travel, the taxes will just naturally increase. That is how Kibaki dealt with it. That is how one Dr. William Ruto need to deal with it. Sio kwenda kuambia wananchi pay the taxes. He needs kwenda Kitui ambie hii factory inatoa viatu ngapi, okay, nataka it double your production na it double number of employees, na biashara hii viatu zinauzwa wapi? Zinauzwanga Nairobi. Basi kuanzia leo tunapeana sheria kwamba viatu za shule, okay, Kenya mzima zitatoka Kitui. Government itafanya hii na hii na hii. If that is his approach, then it makes sense. Lakini kwenda kusema ati mama mboga analipanga taksi na wakubwa walipangi taksi, yeye kwanza tupatie taksi ya mayai, taksi ya kuku, taksi ya sugoi, hiyo mambo yote vile amelipa hii miaka ingine imepita. Thank you. Tumsikilize Guru kwanza ndio Alex arudi, na inaonekana masaa yangu ya kuondoka imefika. Bwana Guru, karibu.
Yes, Bernard. Now, I've had a lot of exchange on the basis of what needs to be done. But let me tell you guys, what we passed in 2010 was revolutionary in itself. You are aware that Baba, even before we went to August elections, said that reggae and just post. If you follow very well what happened in the Supreme Court, the only problem was that the changes seemed to or were pushed by the executive. This time it will be pushed by Bunge la Mwananchi. You understand? We are headed there and nothing will stop it. And I can tell you for certainty that what was contained therein is very popular, even within the central Kenya. And beyond there, this time there will be more additions. And you know what? If you followed the argument very well, it is that the people are the ultimate arbitrators in political situations. So there is nothing that cannot be suggested in what will be forwarded for the referendum. So don't fear, don't talk like we have to go the Somali way, we have to go the Southern Sudan. No. Bernard, this country can be changed without any problem at all. If it suggests that we cut down the regime by several years, and former whatever is even if it is transition on government, maybe perhaps it all depends with what the people will be put before the people. So I remember one argument that Orengo made, that there is no restriction to what the public can suggest. They can even suggest it to do away with the Supreme Court. As long as it is put before the people and they vote yes, that will be it. So what is this fear you people have? Baba has a plan. It's only that I don't think you people have understood. Don't think he went to Bunge la Mwananchi kuota njua tu. He knows the structures that can bring forth this new baby. The first one aborted last time because apparently I think the midwives were not they were not well trained or for whatever reason. But you know, the kind of political engineering that Papa has is such that he knows how to use the legal methods to achieve changes in this country. I can assure you that the kind of frustrations that are there right now are enough to generate a momentum for major changes in this country through the legal means. And that is where he is trending. That's where he is going. That's where the momentum will start building. So reggae bando, reggae is coming stronger than ever. Reggae is coming.
Sawa bwana Guru. So kupitia rege tutasolve hii maneno. Alex is ready to respond, but before that let me respond to Black. Black, we Black, unajua ukweli. Sijui kwa nini unapenda kusema upongo. You say you can never get anything from the state aggressively, especially in Black Africa. Change tack and start talking with government in a friendly position. From where? Where have you come from? We changed from one party state to multi-party state aggressively. We got the new constitution aggressively. We got devolution aggressively. We got a new a non-Kanu government in 2002 aggressively. What are you talking about? Check history properly before you state your facts. Thank you. Turudi kwa Alex. Huyu Walter yuko kweli? Walter Cinema. Alex, go ahead.
Guru nashukuru, ni kweli what you have said. However, you see, we are dealing with the seared nature of the state. And I used that word intentionally. Guru, Ruto hakuingia serikali juzi. Ruto has been part, in fact, when he was initiated into government, he was one of the few people who rose up to be the assistant minister of interior government. And being assistant minister interior, it was because of the delicate balancing of Moi so that he can put somebody up there. But the person who was really controlling the interior government at that particular time was Ruto. So Ruto is not somebody who is new to how the state operates. Let us not look at Ruto, the cabinet, as a government. Let us look at what Ruto is capable of doing using the state machineries. Who is Ruto and how can he use his state machineries to his advantage? As a DP, he effectively used his position to elevate himself to the position of the presidency as a mere deputy president. The last time I saw one of the most powerful vice presidents in America was Dick Cheney. I don't know if you remember Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was so powerful that Mr. Bush was merely a puppet in that government. And when they sent our black brother to go to the UN and advocate for the war of Iraq and Afghanistan, even saying that they had chemicals within their reach, which was ultimately a lie, they used the state very well. And that was Dick Cheney. Ruto has mastered the art and science of politics. And we kept on saying at some moment na tukanyamaza because we kept saying, don't underestimate this man. He knows. Because at some point, he came out outwardly and told us, kwani munaona mimi ni mtu naweza ibiwa kura? And we thought he was a sick man. He knew what he was doing. And I still think that we are underestimating him. Going after him, it's not like Uhuru, it's not like Kibaki, it's not like Moi. The man has a plan that if we are going for a revolution, he has a plan to deal with us, not only to deal with us effectively. Probably he has a way of buying our own, and he has already done that. You saw what happened. Leo Gachagua amesema, nilikuwa nafikiria uko na sisi, kwani umeenda Homa Bay ukabadilisha mwenendo wako. He was telling who? Kalonzo Musyoka. What these people are doing is so calculative to their advantage that we keep on underestimating them and we are wrecking ourselves within. And that is why I'm saying we must come out with a plan that if this is what was to happen, our people know the plan and we effectively follow it through. But what we are doing is that we are throwing stones at dogs that are barking without teeth. And we are leaving the real dogs that can bite us. And that is my fear. So, Guru, if you want a full-blown opposition that goes after Ruto, we must know that we have scavengers within our reach. And the other day you saw what happened. And I called Omogeni. Omogeni is my senator from Nyamira. He is very accessible. Anybody can call him. I called him and asked him, why were you making noise? He said it can't be. It has reached a point whereby ODM party is a Luo party. Ask him, you can't just say like that outrightly. He said, how can somebody get 4 committee members? I'm getting none. Yes, I'm a lawyer. I've gone to the Supreme Court. I am capable. And somebody's getting 4 committee members, committee membership, and I'm getting none. We are our enemies within. We must put our house in order before we go within these people.
Alex, that is order, Alex. Okay. Thank you for that. I think Guru is ready to respond. But I would want us to keep information shared in person so that we are entrusted with more. Please, let's not share with public what doesn't belong to the public. War within or enemies within is normal. I have been in the church all my life, and if there is kama kuna vita mbaya ni ile ambayo wale watu mnakaa nao kwa komiti kupanga, kuna mmoja ambaye anaendaga kuambia wale watu mnapangia. So ilikuwepo mpaka wakati wa nani, wakati wa Elisha. So lazima tujitahidi. But before just Guru response, I would want to say this. Let's not preempt what is happening. Let's not preempt what is going to happen. William Ruto and using state machinery, that's okay. He may be the expert of the same, and he seems to know how to do it better than Uhuru Kenyatta. Like his few days in office, he seems to have worked out everything to see to it that the state is fully captured. Despite the fact that he came into office on going to dismantle state capture. But how long? How long? I don't think there is anything that is permanent forever. The same people you want to use to keep yourself in power can turn against you. The same structure that you have set to propel you into perpetual presidency can be the one that will begin the genesis of ending your perpetual presidency. So let's not despair yet. Guru, you can take it, and I think on that note, after Guru, I'll play the videos I have in arrears, and you ache mimi ende kulala.
Yes, Alex, I want to disabuse your presentation. You know, you are, first of all, you are actually assigning very high power on an individual. Nobody disputes that our president currently has mastered the art of government, and I don't know why he has consistently, even today, he's saying he will never use the provincial administration to do politics like Jubilee did. However, you know, politicians talk one thing when they mean the other. But that is not my point. My point is this. The kind of momentum that is going to be generated, not so much because of individuals, but because of the factors persisting in the country are such that even Omogeni, despite what he feels about Raila, will find himself carried away. Because when he goes to, is it Nyamera, his people will tell him, follow Raila. That's where we want to go. We want these things changed. What is he going to do about it? Is he going to start arguing with them? I highly doubt. Politicians are such that when they notice that the public is moving in one direction, they follow. Otherwise, they don't want to fall by the wayside. So this is not about individuals and what they will get and what they will not get. It's about the public. First, they were promised that things will be changed for in their welfare, but that does not seem to be the case. In fact, was it yesterday or the other day? I said Alex has disappeared. However, let me finish what I was saying. I was saying that this is not about individuals. It's about the public. And knowing the way Raila works, the momentum that is going to build is beyond individual politicians. It's about the people. And if those who resist may find themselves falling by the wayside in terms of politics, and that has been his nature. That has been his way of doing politics. So I don't think I need to add more than that. I wish Alex was here to disabuse or to counter what I have just said. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru. I think Alex will be back kama ametokea internet. And I agree with you. Let us mute your mic, please. Mute your mic. Kuna watu wana complain there is too much echo. Okay, thank you. What we need to understand is that times have changed, and Kenyans are not where they were in Moi era, when Moi ruled this country for 24 years by controlling information. Before you say anything, or more majority of Kenyans are already aware of the same. So things have changed and are different, and so even in the building of the momentum, it will not take forever. It will not take forever. It's not like what Mo used to do: arrest, put Jaramogi under house arrest, and arrest this wherever Matiba before he gets out of office. Then make sure you lock these people not to meet. That is now no longer an option. They can call a Zoom meeting without your knowledge and deploy the demos around the country. By daybreak, before you know what to do, the whole country is marching. So that is why the Kenya Kwanza government need to appreciate the fact that they are a minority and they need the rest of the country. It is impossible to govern this country as a minority without reaching out to the majority. The way they are talking, they think they seem to feel that they are the majority when the majority of Kenyans are not in support of them. They need to accept that and do what is necessary to embrace the rest of the country. But and then also government does not exist to distribute the development according to who voted for them and who did not vote for them. That needs to be scrapped from their minds completely. As Kenya Kwanza, they need to begin to understand that Kenya is different and Kenya it belongs to all Kenyans. But if they want Kenya for the people who voted for themselves, for them only, then they should create that Kenya and leave the rest of the Kenyans who did not vote for them to create their new Kenya where they can do their own things different from theirs. If they want taxes from every Kenyan, then every Kenyan should be entitled to right leadership and right services from the same government. I want to play these few videos and then nitakuwa nang'atuka, muendelee na show, mkichoka mnafunga stesheni. Tunaonana hiyo masaa mengine. Let's listen out to this as we proceed further.
Ruto wants to come to Homa Bay. He's the president of this country. Let him come. Let him come. Let Ruto come with development. We don't want excuses. We are not telling him to go away. He promised to come back here for housing project. We are ready. Let him come to Homa Bay. But once he comes, it should not be lies. Let him tell us the truth. Let me tell you something about economic policy of Ruto. Because I'm an economist, I'm a finance expert. I understand finance from Milamboya Kapoduchi. Hello? Ruto is talking of not borrowing money externally. That he wants to create a pool of wealth within the country where we borrow money. That in simple English is domestic borrowing. But the CRIES finance who was vetted the other day said he's going to retire domestic debts. Now, who is telling us the truth? A government that is conflicted. He is promising 100 dams in 5 years. Do you know the cost of a dam? Or is he talking about water pump? Water pump. Is that a pond or a dam? A dam, a good dam. Like, hello? Like the one we want to construct Korusoi. Like the Aurora and Kimwared, whose funds they ate. Such dams cost 50 billion shillings. 50 times 100 is 5 trillion. Meaning every year, Ruto will be budgeting 1 trillion for dams only. In a budget of 3 trillion, does that make sense? And if you are still optimistic, you must be a fool. There is no optimism in this government. I'm telling you for free. And Ruto should know that now today is the 40th day. That Prime Minister of England, of the UK, who resigned on the 45th day because she could not deliver. Ruto has only 5 days and we are asking him to resign because he shall have not delivered. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Deserves respect. The nation Kenya must be led by patriots. The nation called Kenya must be a nation of principles and laws. Laws which are immutable. I cannot see a court in Kenya which can take Waluke to imprisonment for 67 years and let him go, and somebody is charged for stealing more than 100 times of what Waluke is accused to have stolen, and you set him free. That is the impunity Otiende was talking about. We must not have impunity at all, at all, at all. And I can tell you, in the next 1 year, you are going to hear less about Mama Mboga. You are going to hear more, give us a little bit more time. You are going to hear less about jobs. They are going to say Uhuru spoiled the country. Uhuru is not the president now. You knew he was president. You knew what Uhuru was doing. So when you have taken over, you are out of order to talk about Uhuru. Tell the people of Kenya what you are trying to do and what you are going to do for there to be change in the Republic of Kenya. We are prepared to continue with this fight And we are behind our leader, Raila Amolo Odinga. And I urge you, as Kenyans, as patriots, and they are not just Luos or Kikuyus. You have seen Kamau here. We've got Taitas, we've got Masais. When Raila rings the trumpet, is a call to duty to make Kenya a better place. A leader who is prepared to go to prison for his own country, who is prepared to die for his own country, and compared to these others who are prepared to steal in order to get political power. We don't belong to the same church. Don't belong to the same church. And I'm going to plead to the churches also. We may abuse the pulpit. Churches have also been used to bring wrong leaders. You go to Russia and Europe, is full of examples, even popes who have brought down societies. So the churches, the principles that you preach, please abide by them. Don't look at people who are prepared to give you more contribution. Mzee amefika anaitwa mzee kwa sababu ana hela. Na ukiwa hoho kama Orengo unasema huyo, he lacks incitement. Incitement is a part of the constitution, the right to demonstrate. Kagi morora nyakigo nyawawa. Kineno jasi ho kono nyidalani nyakikogi. Kaja nyachluoro papu bondo kami neno. Nyaki yanye mikwere nono do katho gwen. Owinjore koso owinjore. Gima wacho go kura kwayo baba Raila Amolo Odinga Molo Oloski Payne.
I wish Alex was here to tell us what he said at the conclusion. I had promised to learn that language as soon as Baba is finished. Yeah.
Bernard,
Yes, sir.
just something to note. Have you noticed the church has gone silent? When you look, I don't know whether they have noticed that things are getting weak, but you can see the church has kind of grown cold, and they have retreated slowly to the background. We no longer hear of those keshas in the State House. We no longer see photos of pastors who are visiting the State House, and so on and so forth. I think the church has been put in a hand press. They could either, but if they retreat early enough, they could just save their faces. Otherwise, things are not very good. They are not very good for as an institution, because when people are hurting and then they seem not to have that sensitivity and to lose the voice of talking on behalf of the society, of the people, then they become part of the political establishment. I think some of them have decided to keep off and wait and see, just like us, how things are going to unfold. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru, for bringing that up. It is clear everybody is now beginning to tread carefully. I remember those of you who are here. You remember Kamangu and Bishop Margaret's wedding manenos in the past. There was a case where she was to wed a bishop from South Africa, and then it was publicized, and then Kamangu came up in the picture to stop the wedding. She's duly married, and one of the senior bishop who was to conduct the wedding, when the media people took over the story and began to report on the legitimacy of her marriage to Kamangu, the thing became murky and dirty. So one of the senior bishops akapigiwa simu na pastor mmoja, akamuuliza bishop, nilisikia wewe ndio unaenda kufunganisha hii ndoa bado unaendelea na safari ama ni nini? Huyo bishop mzee akasema nilikuwa nataka kwenda lakini kukanyesha, matope kakuwa mingi nikaona wacha ningoje ikauke kauke ndio nijue vile nitakanyaka nikienda. So inaonekana State House Road matope imekuwa mingi. Maaskofu wameamua wangoje kukauke kauke wajue vile watakanyaga. Something has to happen to us as a people so that we tell each other the truth and do what is right for this great country. What I will encourage us to do is let's not relent, insist on what is right, no matter how bad things look. Tusifike mahali ambapo tuna give up, not for ourselves, for our children and our children's children. I want this country better for my great grandchildren. I want this country better for those that are yet to be born. If we are all consumed by that, tutafanya kile kinachopaswa. Lakini we get caught into our selfish interest, our right now gratification, we are doomed. And we will have done a lot of injustice against those that are banking on us to make a better country for them to come and inherit. A good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. That's what the good book says. And we need to abide by that. So as Kenyans of goodwill, let's all not play games. We have an opportunity to safeguard the welfare of this country. Let's not play games with it. Make maximum use of the same. And let's be counted to have made history by ensuring that bad did not prevail in our day. Francis.
Yes. So you see, actually to me, when I started the first week when William Ruto was sweared and I was telling people hakuna clear plan nini, walikuwa wananiambia niko na kirere na ni kama nasumbua serikali. But you know, Bernard, one thing that you know, you are a pastor and you hold seminar. The moment that amjaandaa mahali pa kuandaa seminar, amjui chakula ama tent venye zitafanyika ama nini, na hizo siku mmepanga tent nini chakula, mjapanga kila kitu na tumebakiza siku 5, chances of you having that seminar is almost zero, because there are some things that takes time to, there are some things that you need to have a plan before you start them. So this government, even during the campaign period, I could listen to Ruto. Ruto was saying tutatenga billion 50, but the people were never questioning atatenga aje. You know, allocating is different from usage. You can allocate and still misuse. So the moment unasema umetenga billion 50, umetenga zitumike aje, how will they be used? That's where most Kenyans could not ask that question. And that is why today you are seeing that the Asla fund is mutating like malaria and cancer. Today is this type, tomorrow is this type, the other day is the other type. Because alisema tutatenga bilioni 50 kupatia wananchi kwa ajili ya biashara. But nobody went ahead and asked, 50 billion, how will it be implemented? I like a citizen, nitapataje hiyo pesa? Aelezwa ambao kuna sako, utainvest sijui 20,000 sijui 30,000 ndio upewe. Hakuuliza. Auliza kama pia hakuuliza. That's why today they are getting shocked. Kutenga atatenga bilioni 50, lakini hizo bilioni 50 sio za kila mtu ku access, ni za wale watakuwa na uwezo wa kusave 30,000 kwa sako. So kutenga chenye aliwaambia kutenga atafanya. Lakini sasa ku access hapo ndo alichora laini kati yenu na yeye na hamukuuliza. That's why today you are seeing people are being shocked. So these are the things that Kenyans need to know. Hata hiyo Asla fund, it will be unveiled on December. But people should go ahead and ask, when will it be implementation period? Therefore, if unajua mtu anaweza launch December na ikuwe implemented even 5 years or 10 years later. You remember the Philip Waki Commission document? It was launched, but it has never been implemented anywhere. Things concerning the land injustices, it has never been implemented anywhere. So we are still waiting for implementation, but it was launched, that project, that commission. So these are the things that we need to get them. So the moment we're speaking them, it's not that we are so agitative against the government is that we are not seeing anything promising that indeed can hold our hope. So, for instance, I was looking at this. I'll just go You look at something when somebody says, you know, I will bring in milk also you from Uganda, lactose, you need to come. It's okay. As he thought of millions of Kenya were employed by the Brookside, as he thought of thousands and thousands of families who have cattle, freshers and jersey and others like world that depend on it as a source of income. That if you bring this milk to Uganda that is very cheap, this milk of these people will become useless. Their children will not be able to be educated. Has he thought of that? Or is because he wants people to get full with the stomach? When he's talking about let's invest in things to do, let's remove people from CRB, then I'm asking, those who will default in paying of Hustler Fund, where will they be taken? Ama watasamehewa? Things, there are frameworks, there are things we call principle. You cannot change a principle. A principle is a set of rules, or is a something like set of regulations that are need to be adhered for something to be well. So the moment you want to change that principle, it should be an extensive research backed with a strong data that is net benefit outweighs whatever we have today. But for him, just coming up, we want to change people from CRB. Then I'm asking myself, when those people default in paying Hustler Fund, where will they be taken? Only just be forgiven? I hope so. So, as a country, we need to be very serious and to question some things. And yes, Guru.
I want to say goodbye.
So we need to get things clear, and then when you look at the way they are moving up and down, they're trying to behave like it is just campaign, bring KALONZO on board, bring this. The government is 99% constituted. That means we have the chief cabinet minister, we have ministers, the designated ministers, we have the vice president, we have speaker, we have everything else. He has whatever it has to take to do the work. But he's still looking for KALONZO. So how will KALONZO be beneficial to that government if it's not just another lame excuse that he wants to find it so that he can accuse somebody? Complaining becomes much better because complaining you only need to accuse and to blame another person for maybe for some failures that are outside him. And we Kenyans, at least what I'm seeing is that I was today in a certain market within the Nairobi, and I've had people planning some kind of demonstration. And when they are talking, they were saying we never knew that if this what we voted, we actually could not have done it. Ruto is not a strange person. Ruto is not a strange person in Kenya. When Ruto was the Minister for Agriculture, it has led to 2 people to long-term jail. Sirisi MP, Waluke, and Grace Wakungu. They stole when Ruto was the Minister for Agriculture. This kind of NCPB, it happened when Ruto was there. And when Raila fired him, he said it was a mere accusation. Today we have people serving long jails of more than 50 years. So it's not a new person. He only appears new to those people who want to ignore history. Bernard, if you can, you need to tell them as pastor that a character of a person, that is the previous character, does not change within an overnight. They only camouflage because they want something. Tabia ya mtu ni ile ile, haibadilikangi, huwa anajifanya tu kwa ajili ya kutaka kitu. So hii venye mnaona saa hii na bado tunaenda tu polepole. And you see, if you have also noted today, the arrest of the 4 CIDs, those units, it is a well-orchestrated campaign to ensure all the top people who were pro-Uhuru Kenyatta government are replaced with Ruto's loyalists. And how this could have happened, it is through blackmailing those who are there to taint them like they were not doing the right thing, so that you will get a better ground to fire them. The next punch I'm waiting to see is that for Francis Ogola. Now, what I know, military is not police. He tries it, tomorrow he become a civilian like I and you. I don't know how he'll do it. That one for Ogola, I don't know. I don't know unless he makes another Ogola. But I know for military, he has what you call hierarchical structure, succession. You don't need to pick anybody from anywhere. So these are the things that are well orchestrated. And you will see, and once you'll be able to consolidate power, utakuwa ukiandamana kidogo hapa, unatishiwa, unaitiwa polisi, unatandikwa kidogo hivi, unanyamaza. So before those, tunastahili kuwa wagumu. Hata wenye mlipigia serikali hamkuingia contract kwamba mtaisupport, hata sasa na waua. Mliingia contract kwamba mmechagua William Ruto kuwasaidia maisha yenu yawe mazuri. Kama hiyo maisha basi hakuna njia ama namna ambayo inaonyesha kwamba yatakuwa mazuri, hamna sababu ya nyinyi kuendelea kukaa pale, maana yeye anapata mshahara, yeye anakula vizuri, yeye ana nyumba nzuri, ako na kila kitu, ametimiza malengo yake ya kuwa rais wa Kenya. Wewe malengo yako iko pale na bado kwa hapo nyuma unasema ndio rais, alafu sasa ndio iweje? Hivi labda ni Ben.
All right, thank you. It's the new Kenya that we are faced with, and Kenyans are very resilient people. In my opinion, we need to change tag as a people and be able to see things for what they are. I think we have let the politicians paint for us the scenario for too long, and they have abused that particular trust. And so I think it's our duty to ensure that we flow and secure everyone without discriminating.
So
I
Bernard,
believe. Sorry.
if I also interject, let me ask, how long does it take somebody to sign an executive order to have a subsidy for people to buy a cheap unga? Does it take months or even can take hours?
Subsidy is you provide the money, you don't even sign.
So how long will it take to provide that money, and maybe because people are paying taxes?
No, he's against the subsidy. He says he will subsidize the fertilizer, not the production. What Kibaki and what Uhuru and Raila did was they called the millers in the State House, and they had a discussion. They said they gave their cost of production and what was making the unga to reach 200. They say now let's subtract the difference and let the government now pay you directly for that difference so that you are able to sell the unga to mwananchi at 100 shillings. So when now Ruto came in office, he dismantled that arrangement with the millers and said he's no longer going to work with the millers. He wants to work with farmers. Awapatie
And
subsidy ya fertilizer, subsidy ya mbegu, sijui kama atapeana ya mbegu na peana ya mvua, ili wakati mavuno itatokezea bei itakuwa tu shilingi 100.
Ndio nauliza sasa, because sahii kungestahili kuwa kunanyesha. What about if that rainfall season is shifted by another 7 months? Will you still wait?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Kuna ile inji ambayo okay, I'm still nobody has convinced me that one Dr. William Ruto is ready for presidency. He seemed not to be aware of the huge responsibility that is on his shoulder. Ni kama hana habari. Yeye anafikiria atatatua kila kitu kwa mdomo. I think he's making the Trump mistake. You know, Trump was advised to do this on the economy. He said, no, I can always talk myself out of everything. So I think Dr. William Ruto believes that he can talk himself out of anything, and Kenyans will believe him no matter what he has, because he has gotten away with so many things. And so he seems to be an expert in talking himself out of every mess. And in my opinion, kama kweli Kenya Kwanza walikuwa na nia ya kusaidia wananchi na nia ya kufanya maisha ya wananchi ikuwe bora, saa hii wangekuwa wanaongea, wangekuwa wanaenda hii maneno wanaita Thanksgiving, because saa hii there is nothing to thank God for. I mean, to go and thank people for that. Saa hii watu wanataka chakula, watu wanataka kurudi shule, watu wanataka matibabu. That is what you go and do, to tell the people thank you for electing me. You begin by solving their problems. You don't begin by going to look at them and begin castigating other leaders. And so I don't think he's ready for the work. And in my opinion, he seems to be overwhelmed. He thought the running of the government and the running of the economy is easy. But to me, ukisikia Gachagua na usikize William Ruto, ni kama reality has done to them, and they seem not to have a solution to it. Wamekimbia around the world looking for money, and ni kama hata nchi zingine pia zimeanza kuwa suspect.
So,
And then
Bernard, you know,
the capitalists within the country also have withheld their money. Well, the people who are investing in the economy, they have withheld their money. So kuna mambo mengi tu hapa.
and you know, even it is becoming worse because right now unaona national park kama Amboseli, I'm talking Amboseli because it's just nearby our home. That Amboseli wanyama wameanza kukufa na kutoka park. So meaning as these things will continue, it means the tourism sector might be highly affected because there will be no animals to be seen there. And we know, actually, I think tourism is one of the leading income earning in terms of our country. So these are the things that, as much as that man is looking at, maybe he wants to implement new things, at least for now he should do some things that were there for just sustainability. Vitu kama subsidy ya petrol, it has no any way out. Juu hata tukisema tunangojea Turkana talo, I'm sure hizi gari zetu zitakuwa zimeshazeeka zote, hakuna yenye itakutumia mafuta. And you know, for that oil we don't produce. Who will subsidize in terms of production then for oil? Ata subsidize nani? Ama atapea Iran pesa ndio Iran wakuja uze mafuta cheap. So you know, the policies, I'm looking at them, I'm just laughing because petrol hana uwezo, hiyo hana, either subsidize ama achane na market price. Na akiachana na petrol, these are one of factors of, maybe I can call some kind of a factor of production that cut across everything. Hata hizo fertilizers zikisafishwa kutoka kwa hiyo NCPB board kupelekwa kwa mashamba zinatumia fertilizer. Hiyo unga inatumia petrol unga. Everything is using petrol. So at the end of the day, whatever your subsidized fertilizer, the price will be reverted almost back by the cost of the fuel. Tunaona hata vitu kama potatoes. Yes, at huko Nyahururu that I'm hearing they're very cheap. Yes, they're cheap. People are producing. But not to transport them up to Nairobi where we are, the price goes back to where it is supposed to where we call it a high price because of the same petrol. So there are things that he has no any way out unless he subsidies. One is petrol. And if he says that the market continues, I don't think if it will be near that the petrol will have to go down.
Okay, let's see what probably has a plan on wherever, conducting prayer meeting that will take care of whatever situation that Kenyans are faced with. But I fear for Kenya, I fear for my country, because if this is the kind of leadership that we have, tuko na shida, na hiyo shida sio chache. Naomba tucheze hii video alafu turudi. katika kuangalia hii maneno yetu. Okay, let me just get this advert first. Okay, where are we?
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The Era of Error. The Era of Error. Escape the Era of Error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject.
In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were, it is called interfaith.
Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, one moment. Is this just a moment?
And nothing but the truth. France remains as a member of the UN Security Council, and yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. United Nations, it is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today, and nobody is talking about it. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Dig this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we aren't doing this, Guinea and Mali. The French could not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the country signed the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The Pact for the Continuation of Colonization said, 1, you shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report, and if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, were 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup, documented all of them. France was behind it, simply because France felt they were quote unquote threatening French interests. Countries are still depositing their funds to France, do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. You have given up your financial resources. You have given up control of your natural resources. You have given up your military. What power do you have? Today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over $500 billion. And by the time they finish investing that money into the French stock market, they're realizing trillions of dollars in any given year. Park that. The watchdogs for corruption are saying out of Africa, 50 billion gets out of the continent from corruption. The question I have is, why has it been so difficult for us as Africans to say enough is enough? How long are we going to keep watching this carnage go on and we say nothing? It goes back to the mind. It goes back to that fear. It goes back to that sense of inferiority. And I go back to the diagnosis I made when I went to Washington. That until we black people understand that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization, that we are suffering from the legacy of slavery, that while we may have lost the shackles of in our legs and our hands, the shackles of the mind continue. Until we realize that we are a wounded people and we need healing, nothing about our circumstances is going to change. We are sick people. But to be sick, first you must realize and accept that you're sick. How do you go to the doctor if you don't think you're sick? We are not only in the doctor's waiting room on an outpatient basis. We are not even in the hospital in a general ward. As black people, we are in the intensive care. And we need to realize that. The baby is now born. And her name is the African Continental Free Trade Area. You see, the children of Africa must realize that now we need diapers, we need formula, There are going to be sleepless nights. This baby is going to cry. This baby is going to throw tantrums. We need to be ready to take care of this baby. Africa is on the move. The question is, are the children of Africa ready to step up and take what is rightfully yours? You got to understand, around the globe, as black people, the reason we are so disrespected is because we're poor. Most of us don't own anything. Singularly, while we were given our independence, the one thing that was denied from us is economic liberation. The African heads of states are saying, African wealth belongs to the African children. The African Union defines African diaspora as all people of African descent living outside Africa. The colonizers have been building the Africa that they want. The game is up. You see, you don't go to China and find black people driving the Chinese development agenda. You don't go to Europe. You don't go to Mexico, India, and find black people driving those regions' development agenda. The reality is, you must not, cannot, should not, and golly, will not go to Africa and find non-Africans driving the African continental development agenda. Unless, of course, you, the children of Africa, the inheritors of Africa's wealth, choose to vacate that place that has your name. The choice is yours. The environment is ready. And so, I'm on a mission to see to it that we, people of African descent, truly understand our Africa, truly realize that we have been lied to, but that we're smart enough to know better, that we have been sleeping, that it's time to wake up. You see, a united African diaspora is a sleeping giant. It is the sleeping giant that is needed to bring the sustainable change that Africa desires. Bigger corruption in Africa is coming from outside. Try flying low over the DRC. You're going to see tarmacs in the middle of the jungle. You're going to see 747s flying into the DRC, picking up minerals and flying right outside the country. Do you think those multinationals are going to want to see peace in the DRC? Do you think they're going to want to see peace in South Sudan? No. A stable Africa is an Africa that cannot be exploited. So they will see to it that there will never be peace in Africa by any means necessary, unless you come to the table and do something about it. For a continent that doesn't have a single gun manufacturing company, we simply have endless supply of guns. How? How is this okay that Africa continues to be exploited? How is it okay that the world has watched as France is taking cold, hard cash out of Africa? How is this okay? I want to know. United Nations, answer that. Secretary General Guterres, answer that. When you all meet every year in New York, what are you talking about? That is our reality. No more shall we continue to be ignorant. Our eyes are open. We know our Africa. We are going to reconnect with our roots. African Americans, you must understand there is a void that is deep in each and everyone's subconscious. It is a void that affects everything you do. First, you must understand you have that void. In this country, with the exception of the American Indians, everybody is a foreigner. And everybody has their roots outside the United States. And the rest of the races are connected to their roots, with the exception of the African Americans. You're too busy running away from your roots. You're busy denying who you are. Well, guess what? It is what it is. You are an African, and Africa is home. And the sooner you wake up and realize and accept that Africa is home, the sooner you're going to fill that void. For as long as that voice is in you, you're always going to be like a ship without an anchor. The wind blows this way, here you go. The wind blows the other way, here we go. Find your base. Go home. Africa is where you belong. And Africa is where your roots are. Thank you.
We stand alongside you and we support your mission and your fight. Please accept this as a small token of our appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bernard,
Yes.
sasa Africa, unajua madam, kuna kitu hajasema. The building that is in Ethiopia, African Union building, is built by Chinese. Wachina ndo wametujengea nyumba. Kenya hakuna architectural or engineers wanaweza jenga nyumba, ni Chinese wametujengea. Where we sit the head of state wanaketi wote, imejengwa na Mchina. So, you know, actually that madam, I felt him because as I was looking, because I'm a person who has been following the politics of all over the Africa and the world. There are things that are very heartening. You know, people are here just concerned with maybe some things to do with the Ukraine war, but there are millions of people who are dying in the Strait of Gibraltar, wanting to cross the Mediterranean Sea to reach Europe for a better life. They cross 100 of them, only 2 or 3 reach alive. All of them are there. Actually, I think even the sharks in the Mediterranean Sea are so fat to a point that they don't lack food to consume, and these are human beings, and particularly Africans. Then the question comes in this way. What is there that in Africa, when somebody is in Africa, he appears stupid, but when he goes out of it, becomes intelligent? And that's where we should start. For example, right now, the Prime Minister for United Kingdom, is some hours to come, might likely to be one of the descendants for Kenya, Rishi Sunak. We had a President Barack Obama there. We had another person who was a senator in Australia who was called Lucy Ndung, if I'm not wrong, from Kenya. We have Elon Musk from South Africa. We have so many of them that have moved out of Africa and became very prominent people. Then the question is, what is there that in Africa that it becomes so much people are fearing it? And I will start with one, maybe to be categorically one, is that we Africans, we are so selfish to a point that we put our own needs before that of a nation. Let's come to our country, Kenya. How many loans have been issued in Kenya because of kickbacks? Simply because somebody has been given a certain portion of money, you take a loan and you maintain silence. Later you come to complain, knowing very well you receive a certain amount of money as a loan to Kenya. You never accounted for it. You never let the nation to know that you took a loan of this amount to be used in this ABCD. You wait there 5 years or 6 years when you want power, you come and start complaining. Because at that time, your complaint Kenyans will hear it. Look at even the African that we are talking about. We have an issue to do with petroleum. Nigeria, Angola, Libya, Mauritania, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt has enough oil that can supply Africa, that the Ukraine war should not be affecting us in terms of oil supply, because we have nations within our continent which are not in war that we can get oil from. But that one is not happening. We have Congo that has forest, has minerals, has everything, has platinum. You know, platinum, in every battery of a motorcycle you make, you must use platinum as nodes. So there's no way you can make battery without platinum. But Congo does not manufacture any kind of battery, but is the largest source of platinum. The question is, where does the platinum go? You know, when Magufuli got into power, There's a mineral in Tanzania called Tanzanite. It was called Tanzanite because it can only be found in Tanzania. But the largest exporter was Israel. The question was Israel an extension of Tanzania from Africa? And let me tell you, Bernard, these things, people were aware of it. There's no way an European can come to Africa, take mineral, take resources, without one of us, the black skin, without being aware. They will always be unaware. But because they've been given money, utadu, even right now, ask yourself, how many people can be given money to kill you? They will do it. I think 98% will take the money and come and assassinate you. But they will not be asking, why should I go and assassinate Bernard? What has he done that calls for his assassination? What is the reason behind it? And if then there's a genuine reason, why can't you use the court law system so that instead of us using extrajudicial killing? But the person will take the money because you are poor, you come and kill Bernard, and maybe Bernard could have impacted millions and millions of lives through his teaching. Then later, some years later, when the president of William Ruto becomes a menacor to our people, they start complaining, oh, you know, ABCD. But you assassinate the person who could be a liberator because of maybe 100,000. Hata 100 ni mingi. Si unaona ule wakili Willy Kimani, huyo polisi, huyo informer alipewa 3,000. Akaua 3,000. You are killing your fellow human being who is a lawyer. You don't ask yourself, this person is a lawyer. Ametumia government resources. We need these lawyers to implement policies in our country. But umepoa 3,000 unamuua. 3,000 hata sio pesa ya comrade ya kukula wiki. Lakini umemuua kwa ajili ya 3,000 umelipwa. Sasa kesho ukikosa lawyers na ukikosa judges, utasimama ulaumu mtu wakati uliparticipate kuua mtu ambaye angekuwa judge ama angekuwa a lawyer, a good lawyer in the country. You know, the moment we think that our self-interest are more powerful than the nation interest becomes a problem. And also I ask myself also in Kenya. Unapata siku hizi Kenya, ukipata job kama for example Bernard umepata kazi ama mimi nimepata kazi. I want to bring my sisters who are not even having knowledge. For me, I did accounting. I've completed degree in accounting. So, me nikipata kazi accountant, maybe nikipata kazi accountant kwa government, what I do, I look for my sisters who are not well educated, so much well educated, na walete pale na waandika kama chief executive officer. Na mtu wakati hata anahitaji translator kusoma Kizungu. Ajui Kizungu, even Kizungu yenyewe. Leave alone the accounting policies. Sasa, yes, nimemlete watanisifu kwa familia kwamba, oh, Francis, you have done good because your sisters has job. If that company collapsed because of incompetence of my sister, do you know the impact that it will get in terms of revenue, in terms of job opportunity, in terms of our GDP? Do people sit down and think such way like, whatever I'm doing, what is the consequences might likely to occur? Or as long as my sister is earning, I don't care. You know, there are things, if Africans, we need to open our mind and we need to be straightforward. We must have to think uprightly. Our wazungu wametukalia because we ourselves, we are so confused. At the moment we become confused, ni rahisi kutawaliwa because whenever you see something that inakaa kushikilia, unashikilia. Leo Afrika inalia, oh, sijui nini. Israel is a desert country. Umesikia mahali Israeli ikiomba chakula ama watakufa na njaa? Have you ever seen Israel come saying, oh, we need food aid, we need something to do that? But Kenya, a country that is so arable that it has land that can be used for agriculture, we are crying. Na Israel ni desert, proven desert. Wana import mpaka mchanga lakini hawalii njaa. Sisi udongo kwenye natolewa tunalia njaa. Tutakaliwa sana, na hata wakiwanaweza kaa hivi waamue kurudi round 2 ya colonization, na tutakataa. Yusa tutakataaje? Kwani leo, let me ask a very simple question. If China today decide to threaten Kenya in terms of a policy, do you think that even the ministers will have any say to say no? Do you think that they will have that enough energy to say no, this policy is against us? Anyway, to summarize up, I remember when Magufuli was in power, alikuwa ajenge Aba. Kuna Aba iko, that is the port. There is port in Dar es Salaam and he wanted to build another one, either Lindi ama Iringa. I think Lindi along the coastline. So Kikwete had signed a contract that no any other port should be constructed along the Tanzania coastline apart from that Dar es Salaam. Magufuli aliwaita ofisini akawauliza, inchi ni yetu wa Tanzania ama inchi ni yenyu? Kama ni yenyu msijenge, lakini kama ni yetu tutajenga. That man constructed, it is fully functioning. That's why you see when William Ruto is threatened in Uganda, DRC and other countries by shifting the port operation, they are going there because Magufuli created another alternative that now the Dar es Salaam port is no longer overloaded. It has some kind of other parts to be constructed to be used. These are the things we look at it. But, and you know, and also I'll have to blame some other people and particularly we the educated people. Nataka niulize tu swali, na si kwamba nachukia Oscar Sudi. Nampenda because ni mwanaume kama mimi na ni mwananchi. Hiyo eneo ya Kapsaret mlikosa tu mtu ambaye ni knowledgeable vizuri anaweza fanya kazi mumchague kama MP. Mlikosa tu mtu mmoja tu ambaye ni knowledgeable anaweza articulate issues vizuri ambaye anaweza simamia vizuri mchague kama MP. Mlikosa tu mmoja tu mwenye mnaweza simama mseme huyu ni mzuri tutamchagua. Mkoona tu Oscar Sudi ndio anastahili kuwa MP na hakuna mwingine. And then later you are coming to complain that Uasin Gishu ina njaa ina shida wakati mlichagua mtu ambaye akona let's say a limited knowledge then hakuweza kuexpound mind. Unajua Bernard, wacha nikwambie dawa ya cancer iko duniani. The only thing that is there is that ubongo wa binadamu hujafunguka kuitambua hiyo dawa, lakini iko. The same way to dawa ya Ebola ilikuweko, but the moment human brain was able to be stretched tukaipata. Sasa tuchagua watu wana uwezo wa kustretch your mind because of education that they have and you can solve some problems that they seems not to be solvable in Africa. If we can go to an election and elect two people with cases against humanity, these are people charged with cases against humanity, and we elect them president and deputy president respectively, and then we expect the same individual to uphold the rule of law. Whom are we cheating? Is it, are we cheating ourselves or are we cheating them? Yani, anyway, mimi nasemanga kitu moja, tungeacha hata kujenga barabara, tujenge shule, tuajiri walimu, watu wasome. I think we could have a very greater impact because lack of information has costed Africa and Kenya to a larger extent. Very big extent. And it seems it is no longer going to stop because right now, mtu amekuwa vetted kama minister. Akona D minor. I have no problem with a grade. Your grade ya D minor can serve another area very effectively. It's not a must to be a minister. Anaweza serve another area very effectively. Lakini maana alikuja akalia, akaelezea venye alisoma na shida, ni kama mimi nilisoma nikiwa kwa chopa, kama mimi si kwenda shule bila viatu, atapewa. Alafu your ministry kifail, another person will appear behind and say, unajua alianguka, juu sijua alisumbuliwa na nani, but tulimpea kwa ajili alilia. So machozi ya mtu mmoja kwa ajili alisoma na shida ambaye sisi tulisoma naye pia, tuharibu inchi kwa ajili yake. Na hiyo inchi leo hii ndio mnataka ishindane na USA kwenye wanaangalia competence. Ndio mnataka tushindane na China kwenye wanaangalia competence. Whatever we are dreaming to be as a country should be directly proportionate to what we are doing. Let us not be taking reverse gear na tuna expect kukwea mlima. Hapana. Kama ni reverse gear tungoje kuingia kwa tunnel ambayo ovoichi tuko huko ndani. So kama tunataka kupanda mlima lazima tufikirie kama watu ambao wanataka kupanda. And we must make those sacrifices that are indeed. Leo hii, let me just finish up because I'm becoming emotional anyway. And I will go back to my president Raila Odinga. Raila hata ukuwe rafiki wake wa karibu namna gani, ufanye makosa anakusimamisha kazi. Alifuta William Ruto kazi hata kipindi ile alikuwa minister na alikuwa amemsupport under Pentagon. Hakujali. Raila alipay political price because of Mau. Hakujali. Raila alisimama akataja scandal zote za Kenya. Hakujali. Lakini kwa ajili ya Wakenya wanaona urafiki wa mtu na mwanasiasa ndio wa maana sana, ndio wa maana wanamuitanga kwamba huwa atimizi ahadi ama anachukia marafiki zake. So hata kama mtu ameiba na alikusupport kisiasa, wewe mweke hapo ndio uonekane wewe ni malaika. Tuharibu nchi kwa ajili ya kuendekeza mapenzi ya watu wawili ama urafiki wa watu wawili. Kwani nchi kati ya watu wawili ambao wameungana hapo na sisi wananchi wengi ni nani wa maana? Tutaendelea tu kuumia, wacha tu tutafute soda tuketi kando tungoje. Thank you.
The sorry state of affairs in this great continent and our people, all the same. We cannot be part of the solution if we have been part of what created the problem. We'll need better brains than the brains that created the problem in order for that problem to be correctly solved. It is important that we appreciate it. One of the regrettable realities of our country is that the closer we get to more complex in terms of education advancement, the lesser we are placing value on education. The world is talking about artificial intelligence. We are doing away with our natural intelligence and despising education, making education invalid, equating success with the acquisition of money. And in the process, we are rich in the pocket, but poor in the mind and poor in understanding. And so when we are charged with the responsibility to take care of people, we can't take care of them by what is in our pocket only. A nurse who has money and has no nursing skills, will that person be able to handle the sick people rightly? No. And if we emphasize the acquisition of money as an alternative to education, are we not contributing to an impounding problem that will eventually catch up with us, because we'll have no engineers, we'll have no teachers, we'll have no nurses, we'll have no doctors eventually. So something has to happen to us as a people to begin and invest in what is right, because we envisage the future. One of the things that was really priority to the pre-colonial, the post-colonial families and post-colonial parents was the importance of education. The importance of education. Our mothers, our fathers went through thick and thin to see to it their children go to school, and valued education to an extent that if you escaped from school, they will deal with you ruthlessly as if they are killing a snake just for escaping from school. Why? They valued education. Contrary to right now, where we are now recommending people who have no brains as our heroes, and in the process, we are killing the future by making the brains that are supposed to carry us into the artificial intelligence age with no brains at all. So naomba tu tujihoji, tujiite kama mkutano tujiangalie vizuri tu kwa kioo. Is this the future we want to be part of, where people cannot hold a conversation rightly? They cannot think seriously for 3 hours to find a solution to a problem. They can only give you attention for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you won't get them. They have already jumped from this to that to that. I fear for the future, and we need to recollect ourselves. There's a video I want to play. I'm happy the Kenyan all the time is here, and I wanted to sign out, and nikaona nani ameachwa peke yake hapa, nikangoja kwanza. So vile Kenya amekuja
I think there are a number, Trevor. Some of the major ones to me are as follows. The only constant in life is change. And try and anticipate that change as much as you can and be ready for it. Okay, I know we anticipated, but were we ready? Okay. The second one is to build resilient institutions that can weather the various storms. And to me, one of the pillars of building those institutions is to invest in people. When you have the people and the skills, you can literally ride out the storm. The third one is that as leaders, we must be the last in line in terms of looking after ourselves. Because if you don't look after your people, then you'll have no people and you have no organization.
Leaders eat last.
Leaders eat last. But my word, quite often, leaders eat first. Yeah. In PwC, partners have their drawings every month. In months where we don't have enough cash flows, they are the last. First is my staff, then my suppliers, then the partners. So that was the other lesson I learned. The fourth lesson is that through all those difficult times, stick to your standards. All right. Because they'll always stand you in good stead. There was a very strong temptation for Zimbabwe to ditch international accounting standards. We stuck to it. Okay? Even with all the various statutory instruments, where we had to stick to the law and not stick to the to the standards. There was a temptation to ditch those. I'm glad we didn't, because then the international community respects us for that reason, and we are able to be equal and good participants. I mean, our trainees, our chartered accountants, as we speak today, Zimbabwean chartered accountants, more than 50% of us are in the diaspora. Wow. And doing very well.
That attests to the kind of training that we've got in the
Absolutely. Country. Even through all this,
yeah.
We lose at least 80%, at times 100% of the trainees as they qualify. And almost 80% of them go outside the country.
That is some of things that we need to reflect on and be able to appropriate them in our lives. We will never have a great nation without raising great people. We'll never have an enlightened nation without enlightening the people. The worst thing to happen to a country is to have leadership that is against enlightenment and expertise in people that are given to breaking record in terms of breaking the highest whatever achievement of greatest minds. I don't see we have that kind of thinking anymore, including our parliament and all that. It's just how many people can you gather, how many can you swindle. We have governors who, yes.
Actually, these are the things that imekuwa ikiniworry sana. In Kenya, when somebody wants to look for a political position, the first thing you'll hear somebody saying, let me look for money, not ideas. Wacha nitafute pesa niingie siasa. See, ideas ni pesa. So my question is, pesa, like how is money related with development? Because I believe somebody can have money maybe through some self project, but at the same time cannot be knowledgeable in terms of administration. Unaweza pata mtu anaweza manage project yake kivyake, but hawezi manage project ya inchi ama hivyo because of the extensive the way it is. But you can find somebody who is poor but is a very good manager who can manage it. Eh? Si umeona watu wenye hata wamekufa. For example, let me give our president that I know, the late Kenneth Kaunda. That man, he died with 24,000, I think it was $24,000 in account. I think he's the worst of people. He's the poorest president who have retired being the poorest. And you know, people are calling him poorest as if being a president is a ticket to steal. In Kenya, kama unataka kupata aibu, ni ukuwa MP, mtu akuitishe pesa umwambie hauna. Unaonekananga kuwa mshenzi sana na una akili. Lakini utasikia kwa mitandao akilalamika pesa imeibiwa. Sasa mimi nalipwa mshahara, niko na familia ninatunza, niko na biashara zangu ninafanya. Ukiniomba pesa nikupee, unataka nitoe hapa? Si zile zako nitakuibia nikupee? Si nitaiba nikupee? Na nikikunyima unaanza kusema huyu ni fala, huyu ni mjinga, hata ajui kama amewekwa kwa pesa na achukui. Look at America. In America, we have very rich people, but we'll never hear them in politics because they know there are people in terms of industrials, but in terms of leadership, hawako vizuri. Kama ingekuwa ni pesa, tungekuwa tunaona watu kama kina Buffett, kina nani, kina watu kama kina Jefferson wako wanasimama politics because wako na pesa. But they understand the part of the society they play in, and they are contented with it. We have a senator that I will not mention who evaded tax, but right now the president is saying that people should pay tax. I think he should have only that meeting in Nakuru and tell Tabitha that you cannot escape VAT. You are supposed to pay.
You said you will not mention and you end up mentioning. Wewe.
Wacha tu nitaje kwani iko nini? Si lazima tu jibu lazima tutoboe
imwagike. All the same is the problem is flip-flopping. Flip-flopping in the sense that we want to enforce the law with one hand and exempt with another hand. And that's why I'm talking about the inconsistency in leadership. We can't be leading when we don't have a stand on matters governance and matters character. And you are the one who brought up the issue of the character of a man will not be hidden forever. It will eventually come out regardless of the office that he's placed in. And so we seem to have a compromised system of governance, a compromised system of getting leaders. And so what we are getting in terms of leaders is because we have relaxed the laws and the rules that determine who becomes a leader and who does not become a leader. And Kenya will blame ourselves. But like I was saying, the quality of the lives of Kenyans will be determined by the quality of the Kenyan people. If we don't love ourselves enough to be able to demand higher standards for ourselves and set and break our own higher records, we will always be given leftovers, and we will need to live, or rather to accept to live by those leftovers. Quickly, before I hand over to Kenya all the time, there is this Mason Sanders. He's claiming here that we Kenyans need to recall to call a spade a spade. Raila is as guilty. Why does he have Babu Wino as an ODM MP yet? We all saw him shoot when he lied. It was self-defense. We must be true to ourselves first. I would say that, Mason, you are not being honest with yourself, and Raila does not determine who becomes an ODM MP and who does not. There are structures that determine that. There is a certificate of good conduct that you're given by the DCI for you to be cleared by IEBC in order to run for Member of Parliament. You cannot make Raila responsible for the same. Secondly, whatever crime that Owino committed, I believe the Kenya Constitution recognizes settlement outside court on matters that have been requested for the same. And I believe that is what happened with the Babu Wino's case. Let's not be so much caught up into, twisting things that are clean, or rather that are clear, and trying to make murky water out of clear water. This business of making Raila responsible for everything that goes on around this country, we need just to outgrow it. Let's just give up. Huyu mzee mmemdanga, mmemzingizia mambo mingi, mchoki. Please, let's own up some of the things. How many members of parliament now? Matiang'i, the minister for internal, told us some of the members of parliament are wash. Okay, they're in parliament right now. They are wash. I can say here without whatever. Oh my God, what the kind of government we have is a wash government. Now, what is worse than wash? Okay, we need to accept our society is rotten and it needs to be corrected for us to secure the future. If not, tukiendelea hivi tutaenda kusupport uovu mpaka uovu ambao haukubaliki mahala popote. Tutakuwa waovu mpaka shetani atakuwa nastuka kwamba tumefika hiyo kiwango katika uovu wetu. Let's not twist what is clear and do what is right, especially when it touches to the future of this great country. And on that note, I will I will leave the two of you. You are all administrators. You'll be able to run the show. Kama watu wa join, mfunge, tumefika mahali ambapo tunapaswa kufanya kile, I mean, we have done justice. We have given Kenyans opportunity to think and reason with us on matters at hand. But before I go, let's get this 1 minute. I play this advert, and this advert is about our online Bible Summit that will be running on this particular channel on Wednesday. We want you to be part and parcel of the same. And that's why we are playing it across to you. Make a date with us and be able to follow us, whether on Facebook or on YouTube. We'll be here to teach our world the truth. We are caught up into error. We not only have errors in politics, there's also no error in the church. If you remembered what Mr. Guru said, the church has retracted. Ibada State House iendelee siku hizi.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject.
In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were, it is called interfaith.
Well, this is our online Bible Summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's do more of this in the next show. Mimi nimengatuka, tuonane baadaye. Kenyan all the time, take it. And Francis, you know what to do. See you when you see me.
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. I hope you can hear me.
Uko sawa, endelea.
Okay. Tutaendeleza hadi pale tutasikia tumechoka ama hadi pale watu wengine watatukuta. So thank you for that. So maybe I can make my contribution so that now pia naye sasa Bwana Francis Mukungi can so I think I can help to 100 people. I hope umeona hiyo comment yangu hapo. So let me begin by contributing to our discussion today. Let me say that I'm a bit frustrated with what is happening in the whole country because I think we are having governments which are not having conscience. Today I happened to have watched the news and nimesikia history ya Kawira Mwangaza and Awangradis Wanga. Whether these things are true or the allegation or what, I want to begin by condemning them. those people should not be driving us to those issues. We elected good governance, and an allegation is a truth awaiting verification. So I'm not happy of what I'm hearing from Gladys Wanga. I want a fine-tuned government. I want a government which is accountable to people. I'm a bit frustrated when I'm hearing somebody is having 11 advisors. Even if you are advised by whoever who advised you, I think we know that we need to save money. Remember that these advisors who are being appointed, they will be spending money. They will be needing allowances. They will be needing maybe staffs to help them. So if you look at these 11 advisors who Gladys Wanga want to have, there is a possibility that these people could spend close to 10 or 15% of the county budget. So I'm just crying for Homa Bay, because Homa Bay has just gotten from a very bad place. I think they have been crying too much. They are out. There was issues with the outgoing governor. I think Homa Bay County was not able to reach its potential, and we were having so much hope with Gladys Wanga that she was supposed to come there and do serious work. As I was the new governor, I'm frustrated with her. I think she is a learned person. I heard that she was even a leader in KU. So I think a learned person should. It's too early to start being mentioned in a scandal. It's too early for your information. It's too early. So Gladys Wanga, if you can hear us, please review that. Whether the allegations are true or false, you don't need to defend yourself in that line. You have started on the wrong turn. That's a wrong turn you have gone to. Please, I beg you. I might not come from Homa Bay, but it will. Those people need services. Sai tunafaa kukua tukisikia story ya delivery na nini. I don't think you need 11 advisors. 2 or 3 are enough. I think even the CECs can be part of your advisors. So I just wanted to talk that one in a light note. Secondly, I wanted to talk about our current government now. Let me tell you one thing which we are talking about here is that, and this is what we were talking even before the election, a government without consciousness, a government which is ready to do anything, and they think that people will not retaliate to them, or maybe they think they have powers to do anything, maybe simply because of the past experiences which they have from the previous governments which they operated with. So we have people who can do anything without consciousness. Remember, these people, they were doing campaigns and they were cheating that every time when they were asked that you people, you are supposed to work, you are not supposed to be doing campaigns, walikuwa wanakataa, wao walikuwa wanasema sisi tunafanya kazi. So you cannot expect people without consciousness to offer you what you want. Again, ni watu ambao they promised people goodies some few days ago, and na wamekuja wakaanzia kuruka. So what I'm trying to say here is that we are asking accountability for people who do not have consciousness, people who are ready to defend a lie and rely. So I think that is the problem which we have, and that is why I'm saying, even I think my Azimio team is having a problem. You cannot ask accountability to people who have no consciousness. I think these people, we should leave them, let them run the government the way they want to run. We should not question them on anything. Let me tell you, because the more you question them, the more they want to turn you. Because let me tell you, there is one thing which I've observed with these people in my personal evaluation. I think their concept of work, they are working too much and too hard to want to make Raila Odinga irrelevant. That is their main cause, because they think that if they can be able to suppress Raila Odinga, their chances of getting re-elected in 2027 will be so high. So their method now, or how they want to work, is they want to suppress Raila Odinga to the extent that whether Raila Odinga will want to vie or if Raila Odinga will want to support another person, his support will be meager to wherever. So that is the clean sheet which they are working with. And I want to say it will not work. That thing can only work if they deliver. So those are things which you don't like. For example, I think Raila Odinga has a history and he has a perennial support, which I don't think you can just remove the support which the people who support Raila Odinga by just simply because that he was not declared a winner of this election. So I think it's the wrong direction from one. I think the best, and I always say, is only that as Kenyans, we are not truthful to ourselves. The best campaign is delivery, is delivering your mandate. You don't need to campaign. Like now, the Kenya Kwanzaa guys, they have no jurisdiction of complaining to us that they are the people on the driving wheel and they know the problems which are ravaging Kenyans. And they committed themselves and they told Kenyans that we will lower the cost of living and we will bring a more equitable government. So I have tried to observe this government. Yes, people are saying that we need to give them time, but some action plans do not need time. They came with a lot of flaws of the fertilizer, either fertilizer or ya bure. But I was expecting to see more methodologies which are bringing tangible concepts. But I think now they are reaching a stale point whereby nikama they are trying to do something but they are not able to manage. So to the extent that wakakuja wakafika level wakasema walikuta pesa kidogo kwa exchequer. So what I'm trying to say here is that I'm seeing people who are unable to maneuver, and they think that their only concept to function or even to win a re-election, if that time will reach for them, is by suppressing Raila Odinga. But I think that is the wrong concept. I wish they could work for Kenyans. When you win an election, you are supposed to work for the country. Now you are supposed now to diffuse from being localized to your supporters, and you now try to see how you are going to intermingle with the other portion which did not vote for you, if at all you want to do it. But I see Kenya Kwanzaa is so determined to work with a divided country, which is okay. But I can tell them that the taxes which we collect in Mount Kenya region and a part of the Kalenjin region is not enough to fuel our country into the right direction. So they have to bring synergy, and they have to build an inclusive government. And there is a difference between an inclusive government and a corrosive government. The government which they are trying to build now is a corrosive government, a government whereby they think that by building other leaders within the places which never supported them, they will be able to bring these people to the government and trying to mock the other people who they think they did not win the election. So that's why I'm saying that these people, they have been unable to bring a concept which is workable to Kenya. Remember, they have gotten a country which needed a lot of brains. He said, now the problems which we have, because we have the issues of drought, we have the issues of unemployment, so we really need people who can be able to apply brains. And I think they deliberately don't want to apply brains. Last week they have finished recruiting, interviewing the people who will be leading the government. But again, because sisi wa Kenya, we are people who never work on character, because character is one of the issues in our country. Utaona no one will be rejected in that cabinet. And I wish our Azimio people can be able to produce a parallel report of their own finding. But these ideas, even if Azimio, they are minority, as some people might want to term them, but I think Azimio has to start now standing on what is true and right. And they should distance themselves from recommending some of the people. Up to now, I have specific people who I still believe, whether they come from Mount Kenya or not, they are not qualified to become cabinet secretary. Cabinet secretary is a very high position, a position of integrity, a position of delivery. I still believe Medhika Nturi. I still believe Haisha Jumwa. I still believe some other people who are mentioned in the scandals. They are not fit for those positions. But I still see that our people, even in Azimio, they will be dragged to approve these people. So I'm expecting 3 to 5 rejections. I'm expecting at some of the people who they were nominated there. I don't know their history, so, and I don't want to hold anything against them. There are some people like kama huyu anaitwa Nyakomincha. I don't know their history. Other people, I don't know their history. So, but there are people who I know their history, right from being home breakers na vitu zingine. But we have to work on integrity. No matter which direction we are talking about, we cannot talk about. We are actually suffering integrity. Hii vitu ijaanza leo, and let me tell you, Kenyans have suffered because of overlooking integrity. Hii mambo imeanza kitambo. In 2011, when we were talking that we are not supposed to elect ICC convicts, hiyo kitu tukai withdrew it under the bus. We then tukasema unless you are not proven guilty or what. So we started with ICC convicts. ICC convicts, we made them presidents. Tukasema ni sawa na tukasahau hiyo kitu tukaendelea. So we went with the concept of whereby we accept anything which comes along the way. Then kutoka hapo, we have been approving people who do not have character one after the other one. So to the extent now, right now, in Kenya, if you have a scandal, it is the easiest direction to winning an elective seat in Kenya. That's why you see like kama sahi, watu wengi sana ambao wanakuanga na scandal, the next thing inakuanga they want an elective seat. And it's a bad thing for a country which is developing. So that is why to me, as I conclude now, I no longer trust democracy. This thing which people call democracy, to me, I think democracy is an operation. And that is why you people, or us people, we have to start evaluating countries which have resorted into other directions of looking for leadership. And that is why those countries, they are functioning. And I want to declare clearly, all countries which are saying that we follow democracy or the rule of the majority and things of the time, they are on a decline, by the way, everywhere in the world. Because what happens is that this thing which is called democracy can be attacked from whichever the direction. And that's why, let me tell you, it's not that I want to be very supportive of places like China or other places whereby they use other methods of electing leaders. But there's one thing which I want to tell you people. A leader of a country should be the best. It should be the best, should be like the genius of that country. And there are some countries which they have mastered the art of nurturing leaders, such that those guys, even in their 30s, they have monitored them and they know how these people will be able to transit from where they are to become leaders. Other than our concept whereby the guy with biggest money, the guy who can be able to influence more, he becomes a leader. Look, I can tell you, go and monitor the Chinese concept of nurturing leaders. Not everything in China is good, but you love it. Their system cannot be hijacked. Their system is so fine-tuned that they can be able to transit from one person to the other one. Even after Xi Jinping, they know how they will be able to transit from one guy, and there will be no these issues of complaint here, this one has done what, and it is not about suppression, by the way, because there is issues whereby you hear people saying that, trying to criticize their form of leadership and saying that there is some form of dictatorship there and what. Let me tell you, I wish people can be able to analyze this thing we call democracy in another way. You will be able to realize that we have more disadvantages than advantages from it. Right now, we are suffering this thing called democracy to the extent that the leadership of our country cannot be able to naturally transfer. Unakuta this word democracy ndio unasikia hata watu wanaleta even the kasumba ya ati hawa wajatahidi hawezi tuongoza. It is because of this term which we are just using in our country in the wrong way. So for me, going forward, I think, and that's why I was even supportive. And let me tell you, this issue of democracy will not be in Kenya for so long. I'm telling you, people are going to get, because let me tell you, even if we hold another election now, in this phase of democracy, I'm telling you, the election will go in the direction which these guys will want. And then from there, people will continue feeling marginalized and marginalized and marginalized to the extent we are now going to reach a level. And that's why I'm telling you, that's why even in the US, they were able to look for a two-tier system whereby they both look at the popular vote and the electoral college. That thing is not explicit democracy. So they use a two-tier system to evaluate. That's why I'm saying this thing we call democracy is not satisfactory. And Kenya, and that's why I'm saying even the part of solving this problem, because you see, this issue which we call democracy is people will use other methods to try and get the government. Whichever you can use the muscle, you can use what you can whatever the system people do, you can anything. So that's why I'm saying our electoral system needs to be reviewed. Our electoral system does not allow that methodological concept of having the best to nurture your country and take you to the destiny which you want. So that's why I'm saying, as long as the Kenyan politics remain the way it is, we will be having chimpanzees running our country. People who cannot do anything for your country. This thing which we call industrialization, this thing which we call becoming a middle income country will become a mirage as long as our let me tell you, elections have consequences. And that's why you can see 2 months down the line, we are having the problems which we are having now. So what I'm trying to say is that we are having a problem, and there must be a method. Kenyan legislature has to, maybe the people, the young generation which want to be served by the government, we have
So Njiru.
Okay, Nisa, go ahead.
Thank you. So as we're talking about that one, to me, I'm talking about myself and how I choose a leader. One of the character that I used to evaluate a leader, I look at the past life of a leader, not from what I hear from the people, but what I myself read from myself, not just from any source, but a well-authenticated source. Once I read it, I understand which kind of a leader is that. The other kind of a leader I look at is the kind of an individual that individual associates with. Those who seek justice should do it with clean hands. If I have my friends who are robbers, trust me, even if I'm a policeman, I will be very reluctant to shoot or to arrest, because I might likely arrest my friend or shoot my friend. So I look at who do you work with or who do you deal with. Then it can comfortably tell me what is the likelihood of your character. The other issue that I also look at it is this way. I look at the personal income expenditure. This is a person, maybe an MP, is earning 800,000. When you're earning 800,000, you are paying a tax of almost 100,000. So you're remaining 600. You have family, you have everything, you have sisters, you have so on and so forth. These are the people depending on you. So we'll subtract maybe another 300. That remains with 300 per month. Then how do you afford to buy 10 vehicles of maybe 10 million within 2 years? I cannot be having an evidence that you are a thief, but there's likelihood that you have stolen money or you are operating from debt. And that means if you're operating from debt, it is automatically, it seems that you can either be bankruptcy. The other issue that I look as a leader, I'm evaluating a leader. I look at a leader. I look at a person the way he stipulates that ideas that he have. How extensively do you define them? How well are you be able to identify your shortcomings in terms of your leadership quality? How, when you are saying, I will implement A, B, C, D, can you articulate very well the advantages, the disadvantages, what is likely to encounter, how are you going to deal with it? If you can be able to articulate that one, therefore, I will choose you because I believe you know whatever it takes to be a leader. So, for me, there are things that I don't consider a leader. Personal friendship will never affect anything to do with a leader. Tribe will never affect to me because what I know is that even age to me doesn't matter because it is criminal to resist somebody because of age without demonstrating that age was a factor that should be considered in leadership. Kama ni mjengo na mtu ni old, haizi inua mawe ya 9, ukimnyima kazi ni sawa juu hataweza atakusumbua. Lakini leadership, if you're looking at age, that is not a factor that you can look at it. Unaweza choose hata mtu amefungua macho nje yote vizuri na asifanye kitu because age has nothing to do with leadership unless somebody is incapacitated to a point that he cannot operate. That one we say is not of sound mind. But if just an old age such that an old age but healthy, I found it very ridiculous because serikali si mjengo ati tunainua mawe, si tunakimbiza mwizi, si ati tuko kwa maathletics ataachwa, hapana. It's policies. If this person can think, if this person can give direction, if this person can sit down and listen to people, then denying that person an opportunity because you think that he's an old person or maybe he's a younger person, you'll be doing injustice because therefore it doesn't matter because what you need is ideas on how person articulate them. The other issue that you look at it this way. I'm talking about how I access a leader before I make a conclusion that this is a person that I'm going to choose. I look at it this way. What promises are these individuals made? I look at the budget of Kenya. To me, by the way, Kenyans, to me what I do, when budget imesomwa pale na yukuri atani maybe, I take a piece of paper and sit down. Look at what agriculture has been given. Industry, empowerment, everything I analyze on my own. Is there that I look at it? Then I listen to a leader when he's talking about maybe agriculture, promising maybe 100 dams. That is maybe one dam costs maybe 50 billion. That will be 5 trillion. And the budget of agriculture is given maybe 50 billion. That is an outright liar. Where will the money come from? Therefore, that one I know this person is lying. It's not achievable. So I compare what you call the constraints. As much as you may want to work, what are the limiting factor? Does this person promise beyond the limiting factor? Therefore, if this person promises beyond the limiting factor, it becomes a liar because how will you be able to achieve? Ni kama uende supermarket uko na 200 kwa mfuko na unataka kununua vitu za 3,000, unless uibe. Na ukiiba hiyo ni story nyingine. So that's what I look to access a leader. Before I go and choose you, I look at it. Umekuja pale umenipromise bursary itakuwa 5,000. Nikipiga hesabu ya student kwa constituency yetu tuko 20,000. Nikipiga hesabu hiyo budget inakuwa ni kama miaka 5. Then I ask myself, will you be able to finance the leadership? How to finance the student? And then I say that's a lie, and I know it's a lie, and I move. So these are the things that I evaluate a leader with. And once I evaluate, my choices are likelihood that I might be 80% correct. This person might let me down, but to some extent, he might perform well because, for example, let me ask you, how does a person give 400 promises within a year to achieve? Whereas you know each promise can take 5 months. So if you take 5 months time, it's maybe 50 promises or 80 promises. Do you think they're achievable? And let me ask you, for instance, these are just a random question for whoever maybe should answer. If we don't subsidize oil, what is the alternative route that Kenya can use? Do you think that we can pull the taxes? Which alternative? Because can you empower the production where Iran and maybe other countries like Libya produce oil? So these are the things you look at them. And if you can be well, we can evaluate such kind of character. I think we can be able not to make just tunaweza kuwa tukimake good choices za leadership, za leaders kuliko kwenda na umati.
So,
and before I welcome Benson, Benson should also akikuja tueleze kwamba if sahi kwa chama yote either ya ODM ama ya UDA ukienda kama utapata mtu ama kuna maisha yako ama maisha ya mtu binafsi ko tied with any political affiliation, like kama maisha yangu inaweza kuwa maybe tied with ODM. It is not tied anywhere. My business was to elect them and it ended there. Now it's their business to deliver. So anyway, thank you, and let's welcome Benson.
Okay, 1 minute before Benson
Yes.
comes, you know, your statement umesema ya mwisho, I think that's where we go wrong. You see, the business with your party should be perennial. This idea whereby we think that we can quit our parties and momentarily look onto the ruling parties, that is where we go wrong. Right now, we should be very vibrant to our party. We should be able to look onto our leaders, what they are planning, and because we cannot ban or abandon our home simply because we were not declared of an election which we cannot ascertain procedures and methodologies. And that is why I 100% support Mother Karua when she says that the presidency was given by the law, but in her own consciousness, she can either accept it or not. So what I'm trying to say is that this concept whereby we are saying that we should support the government, to me, I think it's wrong. Yes, we should give them an opportunity to work, but there is nowhere where if you have your own political party which you support, there is no even in the constitution you have been told that once the election is done, you should support the government. There is nothing like that. The way we are supporting the government is by paying our taxes. They are already correcting it naturally, but we are not mandated simply because they were declared the winners of an election. There is nowhere by where we are supposed to support them. We can help them on a request if they want, but we are not mandated that sasa tuanzie kusema sasa watu wazimi waanzie kusupport the government. That is what I'm against, because every time you want it is, and that is what they want to use to destroy our party. Our party should remain vibrant on what was declared by the court. Si court waliamua sisi ni watu wa upinzani, sisi tukue upinzani to the letter. Opposition becomes government. So these ideas where people want to lose hope simply because we're in the opposition, we should denounce that narrative. An opposition is awaiting government. Full stop. So these ideas where we want people to start working with the government is wrong. And that's why we want even to tell even MPs who are in Azimio, don't go and join the government. There is a lot of work in opposition, because that is what the court decided is okay. We have accepted, but there is a lot of work we can do in opposition. But we are not going to help a government which their policies don't align with our philosophy. It's a trap. So wanataka tuende tukawasaidie ili sasa hiyo serikali ikizama waseme tumezama pamoja na wao. We cannot. We have to draw lines.
Njiru, let me ask you, what help you yourself you can help government? Wao ndo wako na treasury, wako na military, wako na kila kitu. I think they have to, unajua mimi nikitoka hapa nienda hapa nje ninunue unga ya shilingi 70, sitaji Ruto kuniambia amefanya unga ishuke. Nitajua because nimenunua.
Okay, 1 minute. Bwana Mukungi, the only help I can give this government is my arithmetic number. I'm part of the 50 million population. Nothing else.
Exactly.
And when I'm going to the shop, they are correcting my taxes. Nikituma M-Pesa, they are correcting my taxes. But the ideas of methodologies, I cannot help them. They are naturally getting money from me. And that's the only thing they need. I'm part of the 50 million people they need to serve. My business with the government stops there. But this idea which are saying that we need to work with the government is the wrong mentality. We have our party. Even Azimio can even become 100 years old. So these ideas of saying that simply because an election was not declared in your favor, then we start joining the government is the wrong motive. We need to grow our parties. We need perennial parties. So I am not in support of the people who are telling us that we work with the government. We cannot work with the government. Personally, I cannot work with the government. We are only going to give them space, but we cannot work with them. We are only going to give them space. And na wale watu wako Azimio, by the way, our Azimio leaders, they need to know that we are not ready to work with this government. So hata wale nimekuwa nikisikia huko Kitui wanasema ati hii serikali tutafanya nayo. Hiyo ni kuramba serikali. Wanaramba serikali kwa nini? Work with your party. It's a method to destroy our party. They wanataka hata ile siku hii serikali they will fail. They want to blame us. We have to draw the line. And our Azimio leaders, they better be keen on that. Bwana Mbudia, go ahead.
Thank you. Good to see you, Kenyan Old and Francis. Yeah, let me start from where you stopped. I like your concept of drawing the line between the opposition and the government, and acknowledging that there is a government and there is an opposition, and the work of opposition is to push the government. Actually, that is the ideal situation. And that's where those are the things that we need to aspire as a growing democracy. And if we have a distinct line between the government and opposition, then that would help grow our democracy and grow our economy. Number two, Gladys Wanga. I worked with Gladys Wanga in around 2010 to 2015 in health system strengthening. And Gladys is a brilliant mind, somebody with a lot of ideas and very very clear in terms of management, and her management style is perfect. But let me tell you, is what every leader in that region has suffered. Because once power is controlled from center, then the devolved functions, the devolved units are not able to function. I can tell you, those advisors have been pushed by force, and because you have all these people who are promised national level positions. They don't know what to do with them. They don't want to be called for the next 5 years. There are people who are told not to go to elective politics because they will be rewarded. And now the government have shrunk. So she will find herself in a very difficult scenario, trying to balance between development and supporting the party. The same thing that happened to Awiti. many years ago when I knew Awiti as the country director and Awiti was my peer. He was a brilliant guy. He was head of Mali stocks in Kenya for 10 years. Brilliant guy. I don't know what happened that he didn't do a single development. Even the very things that we did with him on reproductive health, he actually forgot to do those things because of politics. Yeah, so I feel for Gladys, she will be in trouble, but it is what it is in political circle. Kawira Mwangaza is religion versus development and politics. So I think she'll have to sort out her issues, her religion, her husband, and all that. But also, it points out on women leadership. Is it that we are still not accepting the fact that women can do leadership? Is it the fact that does it point to the fact that women are not very good leaders, or why do we get two women governors getting in trouble the first month of their term? So I think it's also one thing that needs to be looked at from a gender lens. Is it a women leadership problem? Is it that the society seems to have issues with the women, or is it, or what is the issue there? But I hope it will be sorted out. I'm very sure Gladys will be able to pull it. I'm not sure about Kawira Mwangaza. Number 3, I think the question here was derived from today's meeting in Kitui. I think that is a perfect example of the country we want. You know, unifying this country will require leaders to come and sit together. I was very happy to see Governor Marombe. I was very happy to see Governor Wavinya Ndeti sitting together with the president, sitting together with the entire leadership of that region minus Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. And that tells you where the country wants to be. A unified country where people can reason together. I like what Dr. Muri Makari talked about. We have a lot of people in this region who need to be in government. There are a lot of projects that were discussed there. You know, the appointment of they have 2 strategic positions. They have foreign affairs. They have tourism. Makari Muri was passionate about people who lost and how they can be incorporated in the government. They talked about the Kwanzaa city. They talked about Takwe Dam. They talked about a lot of roads in that region. They talked about Rua Masinga. I was happy that Governor Wavinya Ndeti talked about food relief and how Machakos was incorporated to the food relief processes. I reasoned too. Somebody else might have reasoned about Dr. Stephen Kalonzo, but what I heard is that way. Kwanzaa, people getting into government, trying to get more PS and all that, rewarding the former deputy governor for Nairobi. Those are things that I heard in that meeting. But because we are a political society, we don't pick these things. If we have to unify the country, and I think this is the role of the sitting president and the government that is, to unify these people. And having those kind of meetings across the country will bring leadership together and people start thinking in one line. Yes.
Do you know that there's a one unifying factor that Ruto is ignoring? If today the price of ungas goes down and petrol, I can tell you free of charge, we shall be united 100% behind that man. He doesn't even need Kalonzo to be there.
Francis, I'll come to that. Yeah, so that I don't lose my thought process. So that meeting for me was a very good meeting, and I thank the Kamba leaders because they started with a meeting on Wednesday, and Francis, maybe I can inform you, the 6 of them visited the president on Wednesday evening, and actually the president talked about it. That I met Stephen. We talked. We had a long talk. A governor from Kitui, Makueni was there. Professor Kibuda was there, and they had a very candid discussion about the region. And the executive was very categorical that I want to play the role that Kenyans have given me, the role of opposition, but you are free to work with my governor. And I have instructed my people to work with the government. That is the Kenya we want. Two, the issue of food prices. We are hurting. The country is hurting. You have 5,000, you get to a supermarket or a grocery store, and within few things, and you don't have 5,000. It's a difficult period, and I hope that the things that short-term things that have been put in place will be able to work. You saw the president doing the missions in Uganda and Tanzania, because sorting out the key to unlocking food shortage in Kenya between now and February lies in our neighborhood. That's where the food is. The food is not in Kenya, the food is in our neighborhood. If you remember the communique that was given by President Suluhu and Ruto, they said they have sorted a lot of non-tariff barriers at the border. So in the coming days, and I'm saying things because I also I'm in touch with the feed industry for animals, because I'm a farmer. So I know in the coming weeks there'll be a lot of maize and cereals coming from Tanzania and Zambia and Malawi, and those are the issues that needed to be sorted out by the president. We also know that the Tanzania-Kenya cooperation meeting will happen in December, because we still have 14 tariff barriers that we need to address in that region between Kenya and Tanzania, so that we have free flow of food. The other issue of fertilizers, those are mid-term, what I would call mid-term strategies. Yesterday, I bought fertilizer for the first time. I do silage for my animals. $3,800. I can tell you it is at 3,500 at the store, but because I can't make it because I'm away, somebody went for it and I got at 3,800. What tells you? In some of those strategies coming on board, or yielding something to affect the food prices. A subsidy. I think Francis have talked about subsidy. Subsidy is a long concept. I'm not saying that as Benson. It has been said by IMF. It has been said across the world that subsidy for food and all that is a long financial concept. One of the things that IMF told us by October we needed to cross the subsidy, so there will be no subsidy for food. People have to share the brunt of hunger, and especially the middle class. They have to feel the pinch. For the masses at the lower cadre, they will have to go for the food starting from tomorrow, and that is a difficult part of it. And me and you, who knows, even where we are in US, you go to Walmart, you go to Fly's, you know how the food prices have gone up. It's a global issue. Me and you fuel our cars here. We were buying fuel. Beginning of this year, we are buying fuel at 2.5, 2.8 per gallon. We are buying now at 4.79 or 4.89. So that tells you where things are going, and it's a global thing. We will have to deal with it. Finally, it's the issue of deeming Raila. I think that's a long thinking. There are only two politicians in this country. There's one Raila on the one side, and there's Ruto on the other side. Any other imagination is not in the near future. No one else can match those things. No one can match those two. So basically, the whole idea of trying to shadow Raila, that will not happen. Raila have 50% of the country. Ruto have 50% of the country. And that is where we are until such a time that the two enigma gets out of our political way. for me and you is where is the convergence? Is it possible? If you are patriotic Kenya, is it possible to find convergence? And I remember the issues that President Uhuru Kenyatta faced when he was going for handshake. If you have a country divided at the middle, is it possible to have unity for purpose? Is it possible to agree on how we can move forward as a country? And I would say, and please all of us, that instead of castigating a country where you belong, and it shows the lower level of nationhood. So for me is how I wish that there will be another handshake. How I wish I can see Kalonzo and Raila and Kalonzo, Raila, Mother Karua shaking hand with Ruto and all that, and agreeing for ceasefire, so that the country we want to build, Kenya, is united. Number 3, finally, is 5 years. 5 years takes a whole cycle of your life. So we can wish a country the very bad because you don't like the sitting president. But if Francis, if you are 26, you'll be 31. It is a period for you to marry, to find a job and all that. You get another 5 of a bad cycle, you already in your midlife crisis. So, and I have voted for 6 times, and I've religiously voted for the country to be better. So out of the 6th time, every time I go to the ballot, I wish better for our country. It doesn't matter who is there, but I wish better for a country that I call Kenya. Because if the Kenya health system fails, it is my mother my mother at her late 60s and my father in his mid 70s. They are the one who feel the brunt, and it will have a ripple effect on me. So as we discuss politics, it is also about how can we improve the country that we aspire to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwanambudia. Okay, 1 minute.
Kenya all the time. Do you have administration power so that I leave you end the show, because I think in the next 10 minutes I'll be sleeping.
No, I don't. Right now, I do not have administration. Anyway.
Then you give a summary and concluding remarks.
Okay, before that, let me first of all bring Bwana Benson Budia onto the forum a little bit. You know, Bwana Budia, I think if we follow your line of thought, I think somewhere we will be able to lose the hard concept of how a country is created. And I see you as somebody who might be having information of how countries are created. And there is no any country which can be created without solving its perennial problems. Never. That is why even some other countries, they had even to undergo civil war and other serious issues in their history. But it is only a country, Kenya, our country, which we are not ready to solve some of our perennial issues, which have dogged us. And each and every time when we do a very serious report, we tend to keep it under the table, and we say that hiyo mambo tumemaliza, tuende mbele. And I can mention like 10 reports which we have done and we happened not to have implemented. There is a reason why I'm saying this. No matter that we want to pretend here as civilized Kenyans and the people who have some little information and the people who can be able to connect the dots, we know that our electoral system is not working. And if we will not be able to sit down and come up with a method of having a free and fair election, an election which is not when I'm talking of this, is not about the issues of which we are rubbishing, what we are rubbish, and people saying that ni yule ati ameshindwa akubali. That is not what I'm saying. I'm talking of an election which is verifiable and you can confirm, not an election which has suckers. Until Kenya sits down and comes up with an election, which is, let me tell you, here 2022 ni ile tu watu wameamua kurelax, but I can tell you Kenyans are not satisfied. And even if you go to, I don't know if you are Kenya Kwanzaa or what, we are past that stage, but what I want to say is that ndio ulikuwa watu walikuwa nasikia mtu kama Kalonzo akisema kuangukia manini. So what I'm trying to say is that our country, if we go the method you are saying, we will never solve anything. We have so many perennial problems. Zile ambazo tunasema hiyo imeisha tu nini, let's try to bring the country together. How do you bring the country together without first of all bringing the institution and the structures which make a civilized country run? So that's why I'm saying our country, we are running it as dumb people. You know, Kenya exports serious labor globally, but Kenyans don't want to solve their problems in their homeland. But in other countries outside Africa, in Europe, Kenyans are solving big problems. But right inside our country, we are not solving anything. We are just continuing to increase the wage between. So to the extent like, so there is a reason why I've asked you this question. Because you see, when we talk about, umeongea tu story ya fertilizer na vitu zingine. You see, there is one thing which I don't like about some of the methods which we do in our country. Our country, we have done everything political. And some things should be actually be a way of life or administrative. So I do not see how fertilizer should be affected by a government. So, and those are some of the things which I think as Kenyans, we have to start diffusing politics and a way of life. Like, for example, politics should not make people not eat. Politics should not make people not travel. Like, for example, look at civilized government. You not even come to realize if there is an election or not. Things are running. So we have intertwined services, goods, and politics. So to the extent, these things make the president a demigod. So why can't we relax? Why can't we make our institutions and our bodies more autonomous to the extent that they can be able to run these things without waiting for a presidential decree? And that is the reason why you see we usually have a very divisive environment, because the president has been given too much power. The president will determine what you eat, what you do, where you go. So that thing is the one which is making our country be where it is. So to ask you, can you tell me which unity are we calling for in Kenya? And number one, we have not been able to methodologically show Kenyans how this election was concluded. That is the question which I wanted you to answer me. We never, you see, let me tell you, this idea whereby people want to believe that the court, the Chief Justice, did the right decision is wrong. And that is what will make us to have another election and we make another error. The Kenyan Chief Justice did a mistake and we have to call it. It was a mistake. It was, I'm not in law, but the talking ones which they used, they are not in law. So how are we going to have a civilized election next time to avoid all these suckers we are having? That's the question I'm having for you.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, I don't know who is supposed to. You know, we went through the system that we have set ourselves. We have set a system of verifying our election, a court process, a judicial process. So if you have a problem with, the electoral body, you have a problem with the court, what else do you want? What else? Because we keep on going back to that idea of 2022. 2022 was decided by all the channels that we have set ourselves. So, and the only remaining channel is the one that you are talking about, civil war. because any other channel have been exhausted. Hii maneno, let me tell you, my brother, if we continue with this kind of mentality that you cannot trust a Supreme Court. You know, if you can't trust a Supreme Court of a country, who else do you want to trust? Because
you only trust integrity. You don't trust a court.
So let me tell you, integrity does not operate in vacuum. It operates in an institution. This thing,
but integrity is confirmable. Is integrity confirmable? Can you confirm integrity?
Yes, you can confirm.
Okay, now if you can confirm integrity, tell me when you are making a judgment and you are saying hot air and other things, is that integrity?
Do you know from where I sit, I agree with the hot air statement. There was nothing really, guys. Stop massaging your ego. You know, this thing was gone. It was the Supreme Court. 7 men of integrity sat down and agreed. The same men 2017 told us a different story. And if we agreed with them in 2017, we should be able to agree with them and move on and prepare for the next cycle. Let me tell you, there is nowhere else that people would go. Let me tell you, here in US, what we call January 6 is the same thing that the former president was trying, you know, at State House. And you know, there is a serious case that is ongoing on January 6, the event of January 6. What happened? Because once you are declared by an electoral body, the next level is a judicial process. Once the judicial process is pronounced itself, you should be magnanimous enough to let it rest at that point. Then you go to the next layer, waiting for the next cycle. So I think it's hurting. I know, because I was in Jubilee 2017. I know what we felt when our election was nullified. But you move ahead in strides by agreeing that the only person who can make a judgment on if you are president or not is the president of the Supreme Court. Period. There is no other debate about those kind of things. So okay, I think yes.
Do you think the president of the Supreme Court, as you call him or her, can be influenced? Do you think he can be influenced?
You know, when you talk about influence and you talk about 2022, we know where whoever would have influence. You remember the opening statement. We have been threatened. We have been told. We have been all these things, and they are going to come. By the way, by December, you are going to see those things in bare hands. You are going to see them. You have seen already. They have started taking shape. If Azimio lost 2022 with all the power and all the things that are surrounded them.
So Benson, please let me ask you: do people win election through votes or they win through military forces? Are we operating in a state of military nation? Votes are what gives people's power, not police, not Matiang'i or Kibichu. Whoever you voted in police station is what becomes the winner, not the state machinery, the way you want to portray.
And everyone, and let me tell you, everyone is telling us all the election, and sometimes I don't like going to this debate because everyone else told us that the election was won at the polling station. Apart from some imaginary things that we talk about, we have been told by the electoral body it was won at Gashajiro Primary School where I voted. It was confirmed by the Supreme Court. Who else do you want to confirm there? Who else?
So when you are talking about the state machinery, what were you referring? Did you want Uhuru Kenyatta to use police force so that he declare Raila the presidency?
I'm saying
is that what you could have said there for that's the state machinery?
You know, that was the attempt. That was my point. That you attempted to. They attempted to even threaten the Supreme Court judges. The Supreme Court judges had to hide themselves in darkness for them to write a judgment.
Okay.
Let me ask you also.
1 minute.
Do you have any verifiable evidence that the Supreme judges were threatened? Any source of information or article that we know its authenticity is not questionable, or it's just a rumor that the way people are speaking?
Are you saying the president of Supreme Court was talking rumors when he said he was being threatened?
Budia, allow me to say something. 1 minute, Bwana Mukungi. Just you'll come on board. You see, let me tell you, and I'm very honest on this thing now. Where Kenya has reached, and let me tell you, and this thing, it does. You see, let me tell you, the dissatisfaction which is in Kenya is not about where the Chief Justice comes from or what, but there is a problem here, and I think, Budia, you don't want to call this problem. I want to describe to you the problem which we have in Kenya, because I think it's good I describe to you so that you can be able to see in that lens, because it's not always good to see things in life in your own dimension, or because my thing worked this way, it's fine. So this is the problem in Kenya. We have a Supreme Court which listened to the issues. Seven, I think the cases was consolidated. 7 issues in number. I think 7 or 9. 9 issues in 9 issues in number. And out of the 9 issues, now I'm talking about now statistics based on the professionals who brought out that case. If you look at the methodology of assembling the verdict, it was a careful writing to avoid. It was a careful writing to avoid any rerun or a repeat of an election. That is why if you look at every summary of every verdict, they could summarize with, and the evidence does not substantiate. And if you look at those 9 points, there is no any single. That's why I'm trying to talk about statistically. Statistically, it is impossible for professionals to be demerited on all 9 points. I'm now talking of statistically and mathematics. It is impossible. No, let's talk as professionals. We don't need. Yes, we know the verdict was done. We don't deny. But professionally, it is not possible to have 0 or 1 out of 9. Unless you only need to tell me that we are dealing with the quack lawyers who don't know what they are doing. We are dealing with the people, and that's why I'm saying it is impossible. There's no in which somebody like Orengo, somebody and those lawyers who are there, it was impossible for those professional lawyers, and as I know them, and because I know they have a good professional record and good CV, it was impossible for Orengo to assemble a case which had 0 merit. So can you tell me, because, and let me tell you, and this is what happened.
Kenyan all the time. I want please to end the show. So just try to summarize up, and you put it to respond, then I end the show. Because if I leave it like this, it cause some harm.
Okay, Nisawa. So what I wanted to tell Bwanambudia is that these are the problems which we are having in our country, and we are allowing criminality to thrive in so many other areas. Let me tell you, by the way, Kenyans never get justice. Don't think that it is only Raila and Martha Karua whose their justice was denied. Now go to the Kenyan ways of life. Wale watu wanafuata mashamba yao, wale watu wanafuata kazi yao, wale watu wameibiwa na wengine. Go into our courts. You will realize that our Kenyan courts, only below 20% people are able to get justice. It's only now that we cannot be able to verify what happened in the grassroots because of what the Supreme Court of Kenya decided to do. And personally, what I would say, this is the high time. I think the Supreme Court of Kenya has proved itself irrelevant. And I think we need to have a sitting in the parliament and we try to look into the mandate of the Kenyan Supreme Court. Otherwise, going forward, we don't need this court, but you can talk.
Okay, thank you, Kenya. I think it's possible. You just use your statement. It's possible for somebody to get 0 out of 9. Many students actually, when you see this D minus, it is 0 out of 9. So it is possible. Number 2, there are new kids in the block. So while you talk about Lengo, you know, Lengo was dismantled by a young man called Mahat, the warrior guy. So let's also agree that sometimes things work our way. Sometimes they don't work our way. Number 2, as a country, we set a system for ourselves. Ni kama kwako umeambia watoto kulala ni saa 2. Sasa saa 2 ikifika mtoto aende alale. We set ourselves for an electoral process. Tuende tupige kura, ziende kwa IBC, zikitoka kwa IBC tuende kotini. Kotini ikisema anything else is what was called hot air. And I honestly, with a lot of respect to everyone, I honestly don't like engaging into the electoral process because because 2017 we were hurting the same way. We asked the same hard questions, but over time when you reflect, we realize actually there were issues in 2017. So I think for Azimio, it's also to sit down and ask ourselves the hard questions. Beyond the whatever, what happened? What is it that we missed? How can we lose to these to these people? Were they better organized? Were they with all the support that we are getting from government? Is it possible for us to reflect that? And in that case, we'll be able to deal with this. So thanks Francis and Kenya all. I wish you well. Hope we can have a talk. Francis, I don't know how to chat. I don't know how. First of all, you need to help me. I think I'm getting old. When somebody calls me, I'm usually locked out, or I lose my voice, my speaker, and all that. So how do I operate there?
Kuna side ya setting, utaenda hapo kwa setting then uangalie volume ama microphone inaweza kuwa imejifunga.
So
kuna mic, kuna cam, kuna chat, alafu kuna hiyo more. If you go to more, there is settings, then under settings there is camera and audio. So thank you all of you that you have been there following the show. I think you have come to the end of it.